it again.
Has it done it again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bloody thing. Oh, I'm having such a pain in the ass with this. Every time I load it up, it mutes. I think next time there's going to be no intros. Then I'll probably still be muted. But anyway, I think you can hear me now. So welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hope everyone's keeping well, and thanks all for joining. It's me, Pete Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hey everyone.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
Scott from Scott the Movie Critic.
Hello, everyone.
And tonight our special guest is Keith from Euphoria Pictures. So thanks for joining, Keith.
Hey everybody. Thanks for having me, Pete.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Keith. Always have a fun and interesting stream when you join. So,
I always look forward to it, as you know.
Thanks ever so much. And thanks ever so much, everybody watching at home. I know we were a few minutes late, but we've got 17 people watching already, so thank you.
Wow, fantastic.
Before we get into the comments, what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week or so? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. So everything I've watched this week has been a first-time watch. Last cinema trip went to see Dungeons and Dragons, which was awesome. Really enjoyed it.
Wow.
I watched Bend It Like Beckham for the first time.
Cool.
Actually really enjoyed it for what it was. I watched a movie with Ed Norton and Danny DeVito called Death to Smoochie. Robin Williams as well. I absolutely loved it. I just thought it was great. As well, what else have I watched? Oh, I watched this Disney movie as well. It's not on Disney Plus, but it's from 1983 and it's got Jonathan Pryce in it called Something Wicked This Way Comes. It's kind of like a horror film, but for kids. I just loved it. I just thought it was great. It was kind of like the movie Life Force. It had like some bobs about that, and I just loved it. Thought it was great. I watched a John Landis film called Susan's Plan as well, which had an amazing cast. Had like Billy Zane in it, Rob Schneider in it, Dan Aykroyd. Really funny movie that I just really enjoyed. Watched the Carl Weathers movie Action Jackson the other night as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
So long.
I was surprised to see Biff from Back to the Future in that as well.
I had no idea.
Yeah. It was
wow.
Really good. And I watched a film last night with Michael Keaton called Touch and Go, which was really good. Awesome soundtrack. That's just some of the stuff I've been watching this week.
That's very good picks there, titles. I've heard Action Jackson's quite an interesting film.
Yeah, really silly action movie, but loved it. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
And Dungeons and Dragons was a nice surprise then?
Yeah, definitely. Got some like quite scary parts in it as well, to be honest. But yeah, really enjoyed it. A lot better than the one we got back. Was it in the early 2000s, late 90s?
It wouldn't take much, no.
Yeah,
no, that's true.
No, it wasn't. But yeah, really good fun time.
Oh, that's great to hear. I definitely want to check that out. I've heard it's really funny as well.
Yeah, really fun. There's a bit where Chris Pine's playing the lute. That's all I'm going to say about it. It was hysterical. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. What about you, Mike? What have you been watching over the past week?
I watched this movie last night, Vigilante.
Great film.
I really liked it. It was great fun. Basically Death Wish, but better in my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, had a great time with it. And I started rewatching the young Indiana Jones like TV movies from the 90s. I used to watch them when I was a kid, but I've not seen all of them. And yeah, I just thought I'd give them a revisit. And that's about it, really. I rewatched the Terminator movies, the first two over the weekend. Obviously great movies, but yeah, that's about it, really.
Oh, great stuff there. That Vigilante, I've heard quite a few people like that. Is that 101 or 88 films?
88 films, yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that out because I do like Death Wish, and if you say it's like that, I'm sold.
Yeah, it's basically the same movie, but yeah, it's great.
Oh, great stuff. What about you, Scott? What have you been watching over the past week?
I've watched quite a bit this week actually because I've had a week off, so I've been trying to watch as many films as I can. Started off with rewatching David Dead, showed that to my mate Brandon, and he really enjoyed it. And that was great rewatching that. Love that film. I watched on Monday Double Jeopardy in 4K, which I thought was a great thriller. Really enjoyed that one. Ashley Judd I thought was excellent in that film. What else did I watch? Parenthood for the first time, which I thought was a really funny comedy from the late 80s. Steve Martin was really good in that film. Really enjoyed his character in that. I watched Pirates of the Caribbean for the first time on Tuesday, which I thought was a really entertaining film, but a little bit overhyped for me, unfortunately, but still really enjoyed it. Then I watched Sing for the first time, which I thought was a really entertaining animated film. Really enjoyed that one. And I watched for the first time today Child's Play 2, which I actually thought was a really good sequel. Enjoyed that one quite a lot.
That was a fun film. Great selection there, Scott. How was the 4K transfer of Pirates? Because I've heard it's not very good.
It's okay. It's definitely not the best that I've seen, but it's not the worst transfer I've seen either. It's in the middle.
Ah, cool. I think you'll enjoy the second one because that's a bit more action-packed. There's some really good set pieces in that one, especially nearing the end. And you've seen Sing. Is that the one from the Illumination team behind the Despicable Me films?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Oh, I've never seen them. It always looked like X Factor, but with animals.
To be fair, it sort of is.
Oh. You enjoyed it, though?
Yeah, it was good fun. I enjoyed it.
Great stuff. And you watched Child's Play 2? Well, you're going to watch Child's Play 3 soon?
Yeah, I'll probably check it out soon, to be fair. Looking forward to watching that one.
Do you have the box set of them?
I do, yeah. I have the 7-movie collection of them, yeah.
Great stuff. Great selection there, Scott. And what about you, Keith? What have you been watching over the past week?
Well, this will be easy because I actually watched 5 movies last night. I actually had a rare day off work today, so I made the most of it last night and had a few drinks and watched a few obscure horror movies. So the first movie I watched was Tobe Hooper's Funhouse. I'm a big fan of that movie. I think Tobe Hooper was in a great role at that time. And then I watched The Fog. I did for the 500th time. Then I watched a movie called Girls' Night Out, and I shit you not, the killer in that movie is actually wearing a bear suit. It is the most ridiculous looking outfit I've ever seen for a serial killer. Then I watched a movie called The Initiation with Daphne Zuniga. I think is that her name, Daphne Zuniga. I can't pronounce her name, but yeah, she was in that. It's a good slasher movie of the 80s. And then I watched another movie called Madman, which has a very strange. Have any of you seen Madman?
Yeah.
I haven't, no.
Yeah. There's a scene in just that's them in a hot tub, it's just so bloody. The song that's playing during it's just so random. It's just ridiculous. But I actually enjoyed the movie. I want to get the 4K release of that from Vinegar Syndrome. And then I watched Scream 6.
Oh.
Cool. I loved it.
Wow.
Brilliant.
I actually loved it. Yeah, I was doing that thing where I was almost trying to sabotage the movie for myself right at the start of the movie. I was kind of my fiance was sitting beside me and I was like, oh, this is the same old crap. I was kind of whining about things that were just simply not there. And then I just kind of shut up and watched the movie. And I had a great time with it. I had a fun time with it. There's issues with it. There's a lot of fake outs in the movie, which is kind of getting very annoying now at this point, which they need to stop. But other than that, I think the whole putting it into a big city, I think it really helped the movie. It was something different. It was. So I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it because I don't think you were a big fan of 5, were you?
Part 5 was my worst movie of the year for that year.
Wow.
I absolutely hated it. Now I'm still not crazy about the cast. And the 2 girls are fine. The two lead girls are fine, but the twins, are the twins or is it just brother and sister?
Twins.
Twins, they are absolutely. I hate them particularly your one. When she was doing that scene when she was talking about the rules of surviving.
Yeah.
I was there and I was looking at my fiance. I was like, "My God, shut the hell up, woman! Someone go up and stab this asshole in the back. Just get rid of her." And that, it's I could do. Them two just drive me nuts in the movie. I hate them. I hate their characters.
Yeah, I can get that. Definitely, the two leading girls are the best new characters there.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that you enjoyed Scream 6.
No, I did. I did.
That's great to hear.
I'll be interested to see what to do with the next one.
No doubt there will be one because it's been really popular and they're always going to keep on milking the series.
How would you feel, just out of curiosity then, because they've done it again with that movie, they hinted at Stu again, saying if you believe the rumours that he's dead. So, if you just watched the Scream movie, and the big reveal came at the end of it, and it was him, would it bother you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same. I think it'd be absolutely... Everyone's screaming for it, but I think it would be stupid.
I agree.
I think it would now if they did it in 7. Yeah, definitely. But if they did it when there was the speculation didn't exist, then maybe it would have worked. But now it's just it's too obvious. It would seem too lazy.
Yeah.
It would just feel like they're going under fan pressure. But this is a franchise where people can get stabbed about 20 times and walk up saying, "Oh, it's a scratch wound." They just walk up. This is the thing.
Yeah.
There's a fella in that movie, and he gets fucking massacred.
Yeah,
it's the only word I can use for it. Massacred, and he still survives it.
I was thinking, like, wow, that's the end of that person. It was just like, they're alive. They had more holes than Swiss cheese.
Now, people can turn around and say that they've done it with Dewey, but in all fairness, with Dewey, he got one stab in the back, and that was it. This fella just got butchered. He did, it's very, very different. So, they need to stop that.
Yeah. They're essentially like superheroes. They can get stabbed so many times and they're just like, oh, yeah, it's fine. Right. As for me, what I've watched over the past week, unfortunately, not a lot. I did watch Eden Lake at the end of last week, and I thought it was a really good film. Really short, only 90 minutes, but what a brutal film. All those kids are bastards in it.
I can't watch that movie again.
I can't.
Oh, to be fair, it kind of reminds me of where I live. So when I went out the next time, I was like, Christ, don't look at no one.
I actually worry about my TV when I see that movie. That's how angered I am when I watch it.
Yeah.
I must admit, I watched it just before I went to bed. Like, oh, that's enough TV for tonight. I couldn't get to sleep that night. I was like, fuck me. And we've got people like that near us, and I'm just like, oh my days.
Wow.
Yeah. But I watched something a little bit lighter at the weekend. I say it's a little bit lighter. It's still pretty brutal. And I watched the John Wick trilogy on 4K for the first time on 4K, and they all look great. I watched the third one last night, and that's probably the best looking one on 4K. For me, the first one's still my favourite, but I think the third one's now my second favourite, then the second one. And I've still got to see the fourth one yet, but I'm really excited to check that one out. But yeah, that's what I've watched over the past week. Still haven't seen Poltergeist yet. I know. Before people ask, no, I haven't seen it yet, and no, I haven't had a Chinese yet. But without further ado,
there we go. Get out of the way.
Get into the comment. I bet I'll still get a comment saying, "Have you had it yet?" Right. We have got so many comments. I think my internet's gone weird. We have got loads and loads of comments. Right. Scrolling all the way up to the top. And the first comment is from Matt from Vengeance Media saying, recently picked up Atomic Blonde and Red Sparrow on 4K for £5 each. Any good, or did I just waste 10 quid? That's not bad for two 4Ks. They're not the greatest films. I quite like Atomic Blonde. It's sort of like a female John Wick sort of film. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. And Red Sparrow, I didn't mind it, but it's not the greatest thriller. What did you think of it, Andy?
Yeah, I thought Red Sparrow was okay. It's for a $5 on 4K, it's pretty decent, but it's a steal with Atomic Blonde for me. There's one scene in particular in Atomic Blonde which is just amazing. That's all I'm going to say about it. I think you know what I'm on about. But yeah, just for a $5, yeah, I think he's got a really good deal there on both of them.
Yeah, awesome. What about you, Mike?
I've actually not seen either, so I can't really comment.
Oh, wow. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I think they're decent movies, but I don't think they're the best. But I do enjoy them quite a bit.
Great to hear. And what about you, Keith?
I've seen Atomic Blonde. I honestly can't remember. I actually it's one of it must be one of the first 4K movies I ever bought. But I honestly cannot remember the movie. Haven't seen Red Sparrow. I've heard terrible things about it. But £10, 2 4K releases. Even if you hate the movies, they'll make good frisbees. So at least you get fun out of them that way.
Yeah, that's true. It's a very good price for 2 4Ks there, man.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy them. We have Mike here from T Shizzle saying, greetings, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Evening, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Mike.
We've got Josh here from Through the Lens saying, hey, guys, hope you're all well. Rewatched Avatar The Way of Water last night and honestly fell in love with it. Such a beautiful and visceral experience from beginning to end. Wow. Great to hear you really enjoyed it, mate. I know as it's hit streaming now, I'll probably give it a go, but I'm not in a hurry to watch it. The 3-hour runtime and not being a big fan of the original Avatars kind of put me off. What do you think of Avatar Way of Water, Randy?
Visually, it's a marvel to look at, but story, I'm tired of it. I've just seen it all before. Nothing original story-wise. Visually, really good.
What about you, Mike?
I liked it. I thought it was great. It is quite long, and the middle does drag a bit. But I think the last act, the action is just incredible. It blew me away when I watched it in the cinema. And yeah, I'm looking forward to rewatching it. But I don't think it will be as good when I watch it at home. I think watching it at the cinema was probably the best experience for it.
Did you see it in 3D?
No, it was just regular 2D, but it was still great.
Yeah. And what about you, Scott?
Haven't watched it yet, but I do plan to watch it soon because I do like the first movie, so I'll give it a go at some point.
Great stuff. And what about you, Keith? Have you seen it yet?
No, I haven't seen it. I wasn't a big fan of the original Avatar. I've only ever seen it once. And I know it's going to be a visual splendor. You know, I know that alone will carry me through the movie. And I will probably appreciate that side of it. But something's telling me I'm going to be very like Andy on this one, where storyline, I've seen it 101 times before. Look, I'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to criticize something that I haven't seen, you know. Unlike Mike, where Mike said he's seen it in cinema, I don't know what it is. I just love my setup over at home here. I think cinemas can't hit the colors that my television can hit. So a movie like Avatar, I think it just lends well to my OLED television. So I honestly can't wait to actually see it on this television, kind of in my own comfort. But then, having said that, it doesn't say a whole lot. Our cinema that we have over here is absolutely shocking. The screen is very faded. And not only that, but they actually have an exit door very close to the screen. And the exit sign is actually shining onto the screen. And it can be very distracting as well. So it's you know, I can imagine if you went to see it in IMAX or something like that, it would be very, very different altogether.
Definitely. Josh says, also watched Inside with Willem Dafoe today, and what a waste of time that was. It has so many metaphors, which I'm too stupid to understand, and it was just boring. Dafoe was good, though. Yeah, a film with Dafoe in, he's always brilliant. I haven't even heard of that one. Have you seen it, Andy?
No, not even heard of it.
No. Mike?
No, not heard of it.
Scott?
I've heard of it, but I don't really plan to watch it. If I'm being honest, it doesn't really look like my sort of film.
No worries. And have you seen it, Keith?
No, I've never seen it.
Next up, we've got Edward here saying, evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What's your thoughts on the new Marvel Secret Invasion trailer? Yeah, that dropped, I think it was Sunday night, Monday morning. I did watch it. it looks good. It looks good, but so do all the Marvel trailers for the TV shows. And then when you watch them, they're not great. But hopefully this one will be okay. It has that sort of Winter Soldier vibe in it, so I'll give it a shot when it hits Disney Plus. But I'm not expecting great things. Have you seen the trailer, Andy?
No. No.
No more interest in Marvel.
Well, maybe just I'm not. I think I'm looking forward to Guardians 3, but other than that, I'm just take it or leave it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Marvel. The next big thing is Guardians, and then everything else is a bit of a hard sell.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
No, I've not seen it either. I'm very indifferent to Marvel, really. I enjoy it, but I'm not really the biggest fan.
Yeah, I can understand that. Scott, have you seen the trailer?
Yeah, it looks decent, but I'm not the biggest Marvel fan, so I'm not sure if I'll watch it or not.
No worries. And have you seen the trailer, Keith?
No, and I don't see the point now. I think you already know I just won't entertain Disney Plus,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really matter.
Definitely. No worries. We've got Matt here saying the promo trailer for Barbie has been next level. Yeah, the promotion. Yeah, all the posters, all the cast members. Seems like everybody's in that film. I watched the trailer. It looks interesting. Don't know whether I'm going to go and see it. No, I don't think I will go and see it, but I'm strangely interested to see what it's like because I think it's going to be like the Lego movie. Quite a lot of fun. Have you seen the trailer, Andy?
Not the new trailer. No, I've only seen the first one, but I do want to check the movie out. I do want to see what it's like. But yeah.
Cool. Mike, what about you?
No, I've not seen the trailer. I just can't really get excited about a Barbie movie, if I'm being totally honest. But if it gets good reviews and people like it, I might check it out. But at the moment, I'm not really interested.
Yeah, I can get that. The whole target audience for the Barbie movie is like young girls, but most of the people I've seen that's interested in it are blokes in the 20s and 30s. So there you go. What about you, Scott? Have you seen the trailer?
Not all the way through. I did have a quick look at it, and it looks quite fun. I probably will watch it, but I'll probably just wait for it to come out on DVD or something.
Yeah, that sounds like the best bet. And Keith, have you seen the trailer?
No, it's a strange one. I'm kind of curious about it more than anything. Look, there must be something to it. If Ryan Gosling is in it, there must be something to it. So I think it's the cast alone that's kind of has me intrigued more than anything. But yeah, I haven't seen the trailer.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there about Ryan Gosling. He always does great stuff. So him appearing in it, yeah, I'm kind of intrigued.
Yeah.
We have Gary, the Blu-ray addict here saying, "Hi, gents. Looking forward to listening to this later on tonight. As always at work. Have a great stream." Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Hope everything goes well with you, mate.
Thanks for the shout on Instagram, by the way, as well, Gary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you as well, Gary,
Yeah.
for doing that. I
Yeah.
really
Yeah, thank you,
appreciate
Gary.
that.
Thanks, Gary.
We've got Josh saying Barbie looks like a blast. The cast is like Endgame. Not to mention Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach are behind it all. Okay. I've heard of Greta, but I haven't heard of Noah, but hopefully it is good. We have Horsetooth here. Jackson saying, "I liked Inside, but totally understand why somebody wouldn't." Next up, we have, when the comments load up, we've got Minhalju here saying, "Hi everyone, hope you're well." Hey mate, thanks for joining. We've got Sinjin here saying, "Red Sparrow is a decent movie with Jennifer Lawrence, so you haven't done too bad. For a fiver, you've done great."
Yeah.
We have Drew saying, "Hey, what's up?" Hey, Drew.
Hi, Joe.
We have AP, the Movie Cheer podcast here, saying, "Evening, everyone."
Hey,
Evening,
AP.
AP.
Hey.
We've got Lewis here saying, "Evening, guys." Evening, mate.
Right.
Others.
We've got Dark Gaming here saying, "Hi." Hi. Mike says, "Not seen Barbie trailer yet, but I'll check it out later." We've got Minhalju here saying, "Evening, Pete, Scott, Mike, Andy, and Keith." Evening, mate.
Mate.
Yep.
Matt's saying he's going to check out The Pope's Exorcist Saturday night. Film looks decent. That's the new one with Russell Crowe. I see he's putting on his dodgy Thor Love and Thunder accent for that film. I see a bit of it. I'm not entirely won over by it, but I haven't seen all the trailer yet, so I may give it a shot. What about you, Andy?
I'm seeing 2 films this weekend, and this isn't one of them. But yeah, I don't know. Doesn't really, something about Russell Crowe in a horror film doesn't appeal to me.
No, not when he sounds like Mario either.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? You interested in seeing it?
Not really. I've seen the trailer, and to me, it just looks like a straight-to-DVD movie with a good cast. That's all I can really say. It looks okay, but yeah, I'm not really that interested.
Yeah, same here. What about you, Scott?
I'm pretty excited to check out. I think it looks okay from the trailers. It's a film that I'm intrigued by more. I think actually looks good, but I do want to check it out.
Awesome. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, this might sound stupid. I don't know how the rest of you feel about this, but the demon's voice in it, I hate the sound of it. You know, you know when you watched Exorcist and how the demon sounds in that movie, it's the voice is terrifying.
Yeah.
You know, the voice in this movie, it just sounds like he belongs in a band called Sexual Chocolate. I don't know. It's just it just doesn't sound right. It's just
It sounds like the parody from Scary Movie 2. It sounds like the Exorcist parody. From
That's going to be in my head now all night tonight. Fuck it anyway.
You're right about the demon's voice.
Yeah, so look, I'll watch it, but I'm half expecting to hear that the movie is awful.
Yeah, I think the real big horror film of the month is going to be Evil Dead Rise when that comes out.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
We've got the viewer Drew here saying, excellent news. I saw Goodfellas over the weekend. Wow, for the first time. What a great film to check out. It's a brilliant gangster film. I watched it for the first time, I think, last year as well, and I loved it. Brilliant film, great acting all round, and quite a brutal opening. I remember watching that, I was like, wow, that's quite an opening indeed, where they opened the car boot up. That was unexpected.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy? What's your thoughts on Goodfellas?
Yeah, I saw it when I was really young, and the opening scarred me. Couldn't go back to it for years. Just for that opening. Great. I was fine with the rest of the movie, but just that opening is one of the most realistic, horrific things I saw at the time. But the movie's wonderful. It's great. I always forget Sam Jackson's got like a small role in it as well. But
yes, he does.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a phenomenal movie. Well acted. Soundtrack's great. Yeah, Joe Pesci just steals the show. He's just terrifying in that film.
Oh, he's an evil fucker in that. He is.
Yeah. It's the bit with that lad Spider, and he just and it's just fucking horrific. But it's a great film.
Walking on eggshells, you know, that's kind of what you feel like when Joe Pesci's on it.
Yeah, I think there's a scene in it that cracks me up with Ray Liotta and De Niro, and they're strangling that guy and they knock his wig off, and he can't. He just fucking cannot fucking keep it together.
But yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so Ray Liotta starts breaking his arse laughing during it as well.
Yeah. It's so funny that scene, but yeah, it's a roller coaster of a movie. It's great.
I agree.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I really enjoy it. It's a great gangster movie. I think the only slight issue I have with that movie is, has everyone seen the movie?
Yeah.
Like the only slight issue I have with it is when Joe Pesci's character like exits the film, I just think that last sort of 20-30 minutes of it is not as good. I don't know, like It's the whole. It's like the whole. It's the whole sequence where like Ray Liotta's character goes all paranoid and he thinks he's being he's being watched by the police and everything. I just don't really enjoy that part of the movie. I think it goes on a bit too long, and that's the only issue I have with it. But up until that point, yeah, I love it. I think it's a great movie, and I love the soundtrack as well.
Oh, the soundtrack's brilliant. I do agree there. What about you, Scott? What do you think of Goodfellas?
Yeah, well, I absolutely love it. It's one of my favourite gangster movies of all time. Brilliantly acted. Joe Pesci is amazing in that film. And the soundtrack is awesome as well. Just fantastic film.
Absolutely. And Keith?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, but I absolutely agree with what Mike said as well. I actually don't like that segment of the movie myself. No, don't not say I won't. I don't like it. It's just it's almost like a markdown from what you were getting before it, you know. But it used to be my favorite gangster movie. I was only just talking to Gary St. John that was just there. I was on a second ago. But I think Casino is starting to become my favorite gangster movie now. I'm starting to put Casino ahead of that movie, even though the scene at the end of that with Joe Pesci, Andy was just talking about being scarred watching the start of Goodfellas. I remember when me and my fiance watched that scene with Joe Pesci in Casino, and I actually left the house white. I was that badly affected by it. I was actually really shook up by it. And just like Andy, I left it for years till I could actually see the movie again. But now it doesn't seem to affect me as much as it used to. Maybe it's because I'm expecting it now. It's a rough old scene if anyone's not seen it. Great yourself.
I haven't actually seen Casino yet, so that's one of the ones I need to check out. I'm hoping to pick up the 4K a bit. I don't know whether the 4K of Casino is any good.
I'm actually trying to get the Film Arena have done a lovely edition of it, and I'm trying to get my hands on it. So I'm holding off buying it on 4K just for that reason to get it.
I don't blame you because those Film Arena sets are absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I've gone. If people knew what I've spent in the last 2 months with Film Arena editions, they'd fucking lock me up.
They always look forward to seeing those unboxing that you bring out. They're amazing. I see your Justice League one. Was it last week?
Oh,
that was really impressive.
That was great.
That's something. Did you see the Steppenwolf in the back of the Blu-ray release? Yeah. I never seen artwork like that. The way it's done, it's just extraordinary. It's and that's what you get with Film Arena. You just get that kind of dark. It's almost like I think I might have said it in the last stream, but I got a Venom edition, and it's honestly it's like holding a piece of artwork. That's how I see it. Never mind the distance inside it. I have the movie already on 4K. It's the edition I love. It's everything that you see in it. It's I cannot wait to do a video on that Venom edition. I think it's going to blow the fucking socks off everyone when they see it.
I can imagine. Look forward to watching it. We've got Jackson here saying, watch Police Story for the first time last night. Rock so hard. Oh, what, the Jackie Chan one? Yeah, I watched that one recently. That is so much fun. The opening with all the cars going down that little village, destroying the whole village. It's insane how they actually done all those special martial arts effects, all with the bus as well, him hanging off the bus. Great film, a lot of fun. The second one's really good as well. I still need to see the third one. What about you, Andy? You seen Police Story?
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I nearly read that as Police Academy for a minute then.
Don't worry, I actually was thinking that, and I was like, am I going to say Academy?
Yeah, but then no, the Police Story. No, it's great. Really, really solid trilogy as well. Yeah, just the action in it is just, you just watch it and marvel, and you just go, wow, how the hell did they film that? It's amazing. And the second one's really good as well. I love the bit in the factory in the second one at the end. Yeah. And the third one's great as well. But yeah, it's one of those movies where if you look at it, or like the work that got into it, Jackie Chan did everything. Like he acted in it, did the stunts, directed it, sang the theme tune for it. He did everything.
He sang the theme tune. I didn't actually know he sang the theme
tune. Crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, he just did everything. I think for the first two, but yeah, really, really good movies. Yeah.
I know him and his team. ended up hospitalized. Some of the stuff they ended up doing.
Yeah, nuts.
Yeah, it is. The ending scene at the shopping mall is insane. It is,
Yeah, it's great. Yeah,
brilliantly done. Mike, I know you're a big fan of these films.
Oh yeah, I love them. Yeah, the first one's great. It's just got great action sequences, but it's also really funny as well. There's a scene where he's in a courtroom and he's like supposed to be a witness, and that scene's I just think it's hysterical because everything that could go wrong in court just goes wrong in that scene, and yeah, it's just really funny. And like you guys were saying about all the work he did, it's amazing that he like survived like those movies, like just some of the action scenes he's involved in, some of the injuries he had. It's amazing that he survived those movies.
Definitely. What about you, Scott? Have you seen them?
Yeah, love the first one. Think it's really good. The action scenes are absolutely insane in that film, and what Jackie Chan did in that movie is just absolutely sensational. And yeah, just a really fun time. Really, really good film. The second one is great as well. Still need to watch third one though.
Same there, but I agree with you there, Scott. And have you seen them, Keith?
You know what? It's a weird thing with me. I kind of grew out of that genre. I loved it when I was younger, the 80s, and I probably did see them then, but I have no memory of them. I remember seeing the only Jackie Chan movie that comes to mind that I remember back in the day seeing was is it Armor of God? Would I be right in saying that? Armor of God, something like that.
Armor of God, yeah.
Was there a second part to it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I might have. I remember seeing that, and I remember being, wow, you're just blown away by everything you were seeing on screen just by Jackie Chan alone. And I do remember going through a phase of actually trying to see a lot of Jackie Chan's movies, but I honestly can't remember it. But whatever it is with them kind of movies, I just kind of grew out of it for some strange reason. And maybe I should go back and give them a go and see how I feel about them.
Yeah. I only recently started to get into these like martial arts films, but they're insanely entertaining. They are. The recent ones that you got, Mike, In the Line of Duty ones, they're brilliant, especially the 3 and 4.
Yeah, they were probably my favorite too out of that whole franchise. Yeah,
I think they might be for me. I think the third one might be my favorite. It's just how fun it is, over the top, and it's so short and it flies by. Right. We've got Matt here saying, I bet Pete still hasn't seen Poltergeist yet.
There we go.
Yeah, you're right there, Matt. I told you somebody would remember. I'll say, I'll be sure to watch it next week. I probably might do. Here's hoping. But
it'd be hard funny if you did watch it and you ended up watching the remake.
Yeah, I think I had the remake as well.
Yeah.
I think I remember picking up the remake from Poundland. I think my mum got me it, and she said, "Oh, it's the original Poltergeist," and it went. I said it never come out in the 2010s. So I think I sit there, but I have definitely got the original. So I think the original's down here, and the other one's in the Poundland like little hall thing I've got. So I'll be sure to pick up the right one. But
absolutely.
Andy, what do you think of Poltergeist? Try and persuade me to watch it this week.
Yeah, it's I'm talking about the original. I haven't seen the remake, but yeah, it's just it's a good movie. I do like it, but I find the stories and what went on after the movie was made a bit more fascinating.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, but everything that went on behind the camera is more fascinating than the movie, I think, to be honest. It's a good film, don't get me wrong, I really do like it. It's not a movie I grew up with at all. I was very late to the party, like you, Pete. I didn't see it until I was in university. But yeah, it's just fascinating, some of the stuff that went on behind, away from the movie.
Yeah.
Some of it's quite tough to take
in.
It's
grim. It's absolutely grim. Like when you actually look at the daughter in that movie, she was about to star in V, the miniseries.
Yeah.
Before she was killed. So there was some bad history in that movie.
Yeah. It's horrible because her ex-boyfriend at the time murdered her. And he pretty much got a slap on the wrist. He served he served, I think it must have been less than 3 years in prison, and he's out today.
Shocking.
And he's been out ever since, and it's really horrible to listen to. And then you hear about Heather O'Rourke as well,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
who passed away just after the third one. You know, it's difficult stuff to read about, but it's still fascinating.
I think someone said to me about, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently if you watch the third one, you can sort of see her face is swollen quite a bit in that movie.
Yeah.
And that's to do with whatever was going on with her, you know. So it's hard to watch.
Yeah, because I think she died on the operation table.
Yeah.
I think she was having treatment at the time. But it's the first one. If we're talking about the movies, the first one's the best. The second one's okay, and the third one's not great.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the stuff associated with those movies that's probably more fascinating than the movies.
Yeah, because I know all about the stuff that's like what's happened behind the scene and what's happened to some of the actors. I think because it's such a sad thing what's gone on with a lot of these people behind it. It's kind of put me off watching it, if I say so. I don't know. I think because I know what's happened and it is sad.
Yeah, the daughter as well, the eldest daughter, she was in a TV series where she was playing someone who was getting abused by a boyfriend, and the bruises she had weren't makeup. She was getting battered in real life by her boyfriend. And yeah, it's really difficult to watch.
I can imagine. Yeah. What about you, Mike? What do you think of Poltergeist?
Yeah, I really like it. I've got like a lot of nostalgia for it. I think it's one of the first horror movies I ever saw as a kid. I think these days I don't necessarily find it a very scary movie. I don't think it's that scary, but it's very entertaining, and it's got some great effects in it as well. There's one scene I love where this guy's face like starts melting basically, and it's like great like 80s effects, and it's just really cool. Yeah, I miss
that. I miss them. I miss those effects. I really do.
Yeah,
they can bring it back.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree. Scott, what about you? What's your thoughts on Poltergeist?
I really like it. I think it's a really fun and entertaining horror film. The effects are really good in it. The only problem I have with it is I don't really find it that scary, but apart from that, it's really good.
Cool stuff. And Keith, what's your thoughts on Poltergeist?
Yeah, look, I'm a fan of the movie. I think my biggest criticism towards it, and anyone that's going into watching this movie, is don't be thinking you're going to get a Tobe Hooper movie. You're going to get more of a Spielberg movie than a Tobe Hooper movie. You can clearly see Spielberg's influence on this movie. And I kind of sometimes wonder when I watch The Poltergeist, I always say to myself, what if Spielberg wasn't involved? What would the movie have been like? And that's my only one downside to a wonderful movie. But like the boy said, don't be going into this thinking that it's going to be scary. It probably was scary back in the day. But today's standards, definitely not. There's a good clown scene, which I think everyone knows about it. So
yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah.
Even that scene reminds me of Scary Movie 2.
No, I knew you were going to fucking bring that up. Yeah. I said that to my fiance. Yeah. I said that fucking movie has single-handedly fucked up The Poltergeist for me, and it has.
Yeah,
it has. You can't help it now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So don't watch Scary Movies 2 and then watch Poltergeist.
No.
Right, we got Josh here saying, how do you all feel about Moana getting a live action film? I personally hate the idea of it. The Rock ruined DC and has now tried to ruin Moana with his ego. They should stop him. I haven't seen Moana yet. I've heard it's like one of the best Disney films of the past decade. It's only about 5 years old and it's getting a live action remake. Not needed. What can they add to it? Leave well alone, Disney, but they want the money, so they're going to do it. What's your thoughts, Andy?
It's a fucking terrible idea.
Yeah.
The animated movie's fine as it is. It's a good, solid movie, but fucking hell, Disney, just let it go. No pun intended. But yeah.
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 Yeah, next thing they'll be doing a fucking live action version of Strange World that just come out 5 minutes ago. That's dark.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they won't do that because that one flopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I mean, I've not seen the animated one, but how can you remake a movie that's less than 10 years old or whatever it is? It just seems totally insane to me. But it is Disney after all, so what can you expect?
Absolutely. Scott?
I think it's absolutely horrible idea. I think animated films actually really good, and it's fine the way it is. I just think it's absolutely ridiculous that they're doing a live action remake of it, and I just wish that they'd stop.
I agree. And Keith, what about you?
I think this is an example of Disney's in trouble. All the creative juices have gone out of Disney. They don't know what to do anymore, and this is a prime example of it. They have no imagination whatsoever. They're just redoing everything over and over again. Now, the only thing I will say is, like you were just commenting there about, them redoing, doing a live remake of a movie that's only 5 years old. It has happened with Spider-Man. It has happened with Batman as well. Bear that in mind as well. But it's just needless. It's absolutely needless. Again, just Disney being Disney, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And they're doing another Toy Story, another Frozen, doing sequels for films we don't really need sequels
Safe bets.
for. But
Safe bets.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Safe bets. You could put out a Toy Story movie with Woody sitting on a toilet for an hour and a half, and the movie will make millions. And they're relying on the name.
Yeah, that's true. But mind you, I think Lightyear was a massive flop last year as well, weren't it?
Yeah. Well, I know something. I was happy it flopped because I thought that was a huge smack in the face to Tim Allen.
Yeah.
I thought it was a huge insult. It was. So I was happy it did flop.
Yeah, they've been getting quite a few flops just lately with that Strange World, and the Marvel films not doing well. Hopefully it's a turning tide and they'll start to get creative again, but I don't think they will. They have all these IPs under their belt. Do something creative with it. Don't just keep bringing out the same old crap. I'd love to see hand-drawn animation back from Disney. It's never going to happen, but I'd just love if they took the risk and do a next classic film and it's hand-drawn animated.
Yeah.
We have Minhalju here saying, have you seen the trailer for Blue Beetle? I'm super pumped. The only DC film I'm looking forward to. If you have, what's your thoughts on it? If you guys are excited. I did see the trailer for it. The lad, I think he's from Cobra Kai, though I haven't seen many episodes of that. He seemed quite likeable in it, but I don't really know too much about the Blue Beetle superhero. Film looks fine enough, but I'm not interested. Too many superhero films going about, and it's just the same old sort of origin story, no matter how you cook it and do different superheroes. You seen the trailer, Andy?
No, not for this one either.
No worries. And I gather you haven't seen it, Mike?
No.
Scott?
Yeah, it looks fine, but it didn't blow me away or anything.
Yeah. And you haven't seen it, Keith?
No. Is it seriously like a beetle, as in like an insect?
Yeah, it's like a beetle thing. Yeah, it's like a mechanical beetle thing. Yeah.
They should put like a spin-off with Ant-Man and Blue Beetle just having sex or something like that, and give us that movie and see how it works out.
We've got Andy like stuff here saying hey up. Hey Andy, thanks for joining.
Andy.
Minhalju says, if you had to pick one, which would you pick? The Lost Boys or Fright Night? This one is tricky for me.
Not for Andy.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Minhalju. I've actually seen both of these ones now, but I'm going to let Andy go first, but I think I know the answer.
Yeah, it's the Lost Boys. No, just kidding. No, if I had to pick one to keep and say goodbye to the other one, the one I'm keeping is Fright Night. Hands down. Yep.
Yeah.
I think I've gone over it too many times. That's the why. But I just love that movie.
Yeah. Well, whenever we hear you talk about it, you're always very passionate about it, and you sell the film brilliantly.
it's not to say, you know, I really like The Lost Boys. I think The Lost Boys is fantastic, but I just have the nostalgia for Fright Night. I just think it's a much more subtle movie, and it just works for me so much more than The Lost Boys. But I still really like The Lost Boys, you know. But I just think Fright Night for me is just an all round better experience.
Yeah, Mike, what about you?
100% Fright Night. And that's not just nostalgia as well. Like I do genuinely think it is a better movie than Lost Boys. I just think everything about it works. The script is great. The direction from Tom Holland is great. The cast are great in it. Lost Boys is a good movie. Like, don't get me wrong, but yeah, Fright Night is just much, much better in my opinion.
Scott?
Definitely Fright Night for me as well. I do absolutely adore The Lost Boys, but to me, Fright Night is just a perfect movie. I would give it a full 10 out of 10. There's nothing that I would change about it. It's just so good.
Brilliant stuff. And Keith?
Yeah, it's a full house. Fright Night for me. It's still not my favorite. I've said it numerous times. It's not my favorite vampire movie of all time. Like, Vamp is still my favorite vampire movie. But my God, it's right up there. Now, not taking anything away from The Lost Boys either. Two great villains both movies have, and the kind of the young cast as well that you get in both of these movies are very capable as well. They're very convincing. But yeah, Fright Night always wins it for me.
Great stuff. Me, I've watched both of them within the past year. Well, Fright Night more recently than Lost Boys. I've really enjoyed both of them, but I do agree, Fright Night is the better one. It is a lot of fun. Chris Sarandon in it is brilliant. In every single scene he was in, he stole it for me. So charismatic, and the soundtrack is so good in it as well.
It's got some great music, that's for sure.
Yeah. So does Lost Boys.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. That's true. Another thing I like about it is that it pays respect to like the Hammer horror films as well.
Yeah.
We've got Jackson here saying, yeah, totally agree, Josh. Moana is the only movie I've seen with The Rock where I felt like he had charisma. Making it live action might ruin that. Josh says, I'm not liking what I've seen for Blue Beetle so far. Looks extremely corny and another one of those, oh, I'm a bumbling buffoon, but here I am, a hero kind of things. Yeah, I got that from the trailer as well. Matt says, yeah, I like the trailer for Blue Beetle, but calling Batman a fascist was unnecessary. Wait, what? Wow. I didn't hear that in the trailer. That's quite surprising. Andy says, I noticed Gotham was on ITVX and I've been watching it. Jerome, aka the Joker, is definitely a standout. Have any of you seen the TV show and what are your thoughts on it? Have you seen Gotham, Andy?
Yeah, I've watched it. I think it's an okay TV show, but there's something stopping that show from being great.
Yeah.
It's just fine for me. There's some parts about it that just don't work, but like I said, when you watch it, you just feel like as if there's something missing, stopping it from being great. There's a missing ingredient to it, which is holding it back.
Yes.
I think. Yeah.
Have you seen it, Mike?
No, I've never watched it, to be honest.
You seen it, Scott?
No, it's never really interested me, if I'm being honest.
No worries. And have you seen it, Keith?
No, I just don't have time for TV shows. I really don't. I've literally no time for them. I wish I had, but I just don't.
Yeah, I can definitely get that. I've seen Gotham. I've seen the first two series when it first came out and watched bits of the other episodes. I didn't mind it. It was okay. But again, like Andy says, it's missing something. I think it's because you don't really get Batman in it. That's the thing that really kind of harms it a bit. But there's some fun and really good dark episodes in it. So I may give it a watch on ITVX. But I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it, Andy.
Absolutely.
We've got Minhalju here saying, guys, have you seen The Hitcher by any chance? Wow, awesome. First time watch for me. And I also didn't even mind the remake Good Film too. Cool. I haven't seen the original, but I have seen the remake with Sean Bean. It was all right, I suppose, quite a few years ago, but I really want to check out this original one with Rutger Hauer. I've heard it's amazing. But I'll pass it on to Andy because I know he's a big fan of the film.
Yeah, it's one of the best from the 80s. I've seen the remake as well. I think the remake's okay, but I've only watched it the once. I've never gone back to it. But I've seen the original hundreds of times. I just love it. Rutger Hauer is just terrifying in that film. The movie itself looks stunning. The scenery in the movie is just amazing. Yeah, I can't praise that movie enough. It's wonderful. Just does its job flawlessly. It's fantastic.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I can't wait until this second Sight release comes out on 4K eventually. It feels like the wait's been forever.
Yeah, the movie deserves it. It deserves a good, decent release. Because it's worthy of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say anything else about the film. It's wonderful.
Awesome. Mike?
Yeah, I absolutely adore it. It's in my top 10 movies of all time. Yeah, I can't really say much more than what Andy's already said about it. It's just, yeah, I love it, and I can't wait for this this release from Second Sight. Probably my most anticipated Blu-ray, 4K release of all time. I've seen the remake, and it's okay, but I've only seen it the one time, and I probably won't ever watch it again. But yeah, the original one is brilliant.
Brilliant. Scott?
Yeah, absolutely adore it. One of my favourite films of the 80s. I think Rutger Hauer's just so good in that film. He's absolutely amazing in it. I like the remake, but it feels so tame compared to the original, and I probably won't watch it ever again, to be honest. I'm always going to go back to the original one.
Great stuff. All this talk of it makes me want to watch it even more. I cannot wait for this release. And Keith, what about you?
Yeah, there's not much else I can say. I just agree with what everyone just said about the movie. The thing I will just quickly just talk about is that 4K release. If there's ever one movie that would deserve a 4K transfer, is The Hitcher. Look at the movie. We are talking about so much natural light in this movie. If they don't scrub it with DNR, which, let's face it, that's not going to happen because it's Second Sight, this movie should look quite remarkable. The only thing that's slightly concerning me is I'm almost certain Ridley Scott, believe it or not, Ridley Scott came out and said that the original negative of that movie is in very poor shape. And there was a rumor going around that they weren't going to do a 4K release for it because the negative was so bad a shape, But apparently they've obviously found a way around it, hopefully, without using DNR. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting one. But if it's done right, it should look spectacular.
Yeah, they seem to be taking their time with it, and fair play to them. At least they're taking their time, and it ain't going to be rushed. Hopefully there won't be no issues with the disc. So they take as long as they like, as long as it delivers a perfect disc. That's the main thing.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yep.
Next up, we have Minhalju again saying, I thought the remake was a little rushed, but it had nothing on the original, as the original is better made movie. Either way, I like both the original and the remake, both entertaining.
Awesome. I always try to find the positives on certain things. I thought Sean Bean was actually quite decent in that movie. He's the one positive thing I could take away from the movie. But other than that, no, it's not a great movie.
Yeah, Sean Bean is a very good actor. Whatever he does, he always is and always does a good role. Edward says, can you believe it? Guy Ritchie's latest movie, Operation Fortune, sadly looks like it's skipping the big screen here in the UK along with Ireland and France and heading straight to Amazon Prime. Bit like its last one, Wrath of Man. I know it was originally going to come out last year, but I think you said, Andy, it got delayed because of what happened with Ukraine. But this is coming to Prime. I'll give it a go on Prime. I'm not the biggest Guy Ritchie fan. I've not heard amazing things, but the cast looks pretty good. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm I have wanted to. I do want to see it because I remember, obviously, before the war in Ukraine kicked off, there were trailers for it in the cinema, and then the movie just seemed to vanish. But yeah, I really enjoyed The Gentleman. That was a huge surprise. I really, really dug that by Guy Ritchie because I'm not a massive Guy Ritchie fan. But this one seemed to look very much sort of cut from the same cloth as The Gentleman. But I'm hearing mixed things about it. I'm hearing it's not the best. It's not great, which is a shame. I will eventually check it out, but yeah, it's sad that it's skipping cinema as well. Because I think every new film should go to the big screen. Every new film
should get the chance.
It should. It should. The fact that it's going straight to your television is wrong. It needs to. It needs a big screen release. Every film does.
Yeah, I agree. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Guy Ritchie either, but to be fair, I did quite enjoy The Gentleman. But yeah, it's a shame this one isn't coming to the cinema. It's probably it's a shame for Guy Ritchie fans, but yeah, I'm not like in a rush to see it, but yeah, I did like The Gentleman, to be fair.
Cool. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. It's a real shame it's not going to the cinema because it would be cool to see it at cinema. But I'll probably watch it because I do quite like Guy Ritchie's movies. So yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, that's cool. And Keith, what about you?
Honestly, I'm not really bothered. I think he's massively overrated. I really do. I don't get excited for his movies. I've seen a lot of his movies. I've liked a lot of his movies, but I just find them very overrated, Guy Ritchie. And I haven't seen a trailer to it. I've heard about the movie. I'm not really bothered. I might watch it sometime in the future. Have to wait and see.
No worries. We have Nicholas Holmes there. I think this is Rody. After the stream, I'll be off YouTube until late Friday as I'm seeing the Mario movie at 2:10 p.m. on Friday. And I'm avoiding spoilers. Well, hope you avoid spoilers, mate, because I turned on YouTube today and I had 2 massive spoilers for it. But I think it's more cameos than anything, so no story spoilers. But I hope you enjoy the film anyway. Are you going to check out the Mario movie, Andy?
Yeah, I'm seeing it tomorrow night.
Oh, brilliant. Great stuff. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, I just hope it's just going to be a visual treat.
Yeah,
Fun.
I think that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Mike, are you going to check it out?
I want to go and see it, but at the same time, because it is essentially a kids' movie, I just can't be bothered going to a cinema that's full of kids. So I'm trying to like figure out when would be the best time to go. But then I've realized that it's also Easter holidays, so there's probably no good time to go. But I'm probably just going to have to suck it up and go because I do want to see the movie because I am a big Mario fan.
Yeah, brilliant. Scott?
Yeah, I do want to go watch it. I'll probably check out this weekend as well, to be fair.
Awesome. And Keith?
I want to see it. I definitely wouldn't go see it in the cinema now, if I'm completely honest, but I do want to see it. I'm not going to be one of these people that says, I hope it's a lot better than the original Mario Brothers movie, because I actually really enjoyed it.
Same.
The original movie. I'm one of the rare people that likes. I think Andy likes it as well, don't you?
Yeah, I like it. I know Mike's a big fan of it. But...
Mike as well is, yeah.
I love it, and I've got to be honest, there's a part of me that's kind of hoping that this one will get worse reviews, just for shits and giggles, just because I think it would be funny.
Yeah.
It probably won't, but yeah.
Actually, some of the reviews for it are quite scathing, actually. I've seen quite a few bad reviews for it, which surprised me.
I've heard that it's just all fan service and there's no real story or anything.
Well, what story is there in a Mario game?
Well, yeah,
that's the thing.
There seems to be a lot of that nowadays. That's again, that's another term that I'm really hating at the moment. Fan service. You seem to be getting a lot of that today, which is kind of annoying.
I definitely want to go see it, but unfortunately, Screaming Kids, I think it's just going to be that all this weekend. But then I think even when the kids go back to school, it'll be Screaming Adults as well who look forward to watching it. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. I hope it's a good time. It's not a long film. It's only about 90 minutes long. So hopefully it'll be entertaining. We've got Minhalju here saying, Scott would love to see you say and do the expression for Art the Clown is one evil little fucker. Haha, go on, Scott.
He's an evil fucker.
Oh, it's the emphasis on fucker when you say it. Oh, love it. Matt says, I think you're safe, Nicholas. 8-year-olds don't have social media. Nah, a lot of people have been posting pictures and clips of it on YouTube already. I'm like, oh, do you have to? Josh says, I don't think anyone gives a shit about spoilers for Mario Roadie. Quite a few do. Minhaji says, have you seen Phantoms, the sci-fi horror film starring Ben Affleck in his early debut? I know it's not great or anything, but I had a fun time with it for sure. Affleck is the bomb in it. Never heard of it, but I do like Ben Affleck. Have you seen it?
That's a phenomenal movie.
Is it?
Never heard of it. I need to check it out if Keith says it's phenomenal.
That is an absolute phenomenal movie. I can't stress it enough. If you love a small town horror movie, it's based off a Dean Koontz novel, which he's a very underrated writer, I think, as well, a novelist. This movie ticks all the right boxes. Sometimes it feels, there's elements that feels like a Silent Hill kind of movie. You know, it's kind of has that creepy factor. Jesus, I can't praise that movie enough. You need to check it out. Awesome. I think you will get a lot from it. It's not just Ben Affleck in it. Rose McGowan is in it.
Wow.
Liv Schreiber is in it as well.
Yeah.
Joanna Going is the main woman in it. I think she was in House of Cards. So there's a decent cast. Peter O'Toole is in it.
Yeah.
Great cast in the movie. So I can't recommend it enough. I loved it.
Yeah, I've just checked out all the cast on it. It looks really good. I'm gonna have to check it out. Add it to the watch list and keep
if you want to get
to my watches.
If you want to get it on Blu-ray, I think that's the only Blu-ray you can get of it. It's a Spanish release. I don't think you can get it anywhere else on Blu-ray. Actually, no, the States brought out a release of it, but it's region locked.
Yeah. Have anybody else seen it?
No, but definitely want to. Sounds really good.
It's on my wish list now.
Great movie.
We've got Brody says, you never know these days. 8-year-olds fake nowadays. Minhaju says, at the moment, I'm trying to get through a movie called The Astronaut's Wife. Almost through it. Never heard of it.
Heard of it, but not seen it.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, anybody seen it?
No.
No. Oh, well, you'll have to tell us what you think of it, Minhaju. Paul Steve says, we need to get Kindergarten Cop on that. Smoke and vape, 8-year-olds.
Love that film.
Great film.
Funny Jay and Silent Bob reference. Right, we've got Rogue here saying, hello, watched David Cronenberg's Crash yesterday and Mario today. I guess I remember you said you watched Mario, Rogue, and you enjoyed it. I haven't seen Cronenberg's Crash, but I've heard it's quite an interesting watch. You've seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I just thought, what a juxtaposition of two movies to watch. Cronenberg's Crash and Super Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a weird film, but I actually prefer the other Crash, but the one that won Best Picture. But I thought Cronenberg's one was it was okay. It's a bit weird. I've only seen it the once. But yeah, it's not my favorite by him.
Yeah, I've heard the gist of the film, and it sounds very odd.
Yeah,
but that's most Cronenberg films. What about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I really like it. I think, like Andy says, though, it is a very weird film, and you've got James Spader getting around as he always does in like every movie he's in. But yeah, I enjoy it.
Great stuff. Scott, have you seen it?
I have, and I really didn't like it. If I'm being honest, it really wasn't for me. But I get what he was trying to go for with that film, but it just didn't work for me, unfortunately.
That's fair enough, mate. What about you, Keith? Have you seen it?
No, I've never seen Crash. David Cronenberg can be hit and miss with me. You know, his movies can be great. Then some movies can be absolutely terrible by him. So there's a reason to why I passed on that one. I don't know why, but is that the one with who's in it?
James Spader.
James Spader.
There's a reason to why I've skipped that one. I think someone said something to me about it back in the day, and it kind of put me off it. I can't remember what it was, but look, I've never seen it.
Yeah, I must admit the general premise of it kind of put me off a bit. We've got Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing well." Hey Mike, thanks for joining.
Mike.
Mike's going to be doing a very special version of his live stream sometime later this month, where he's going to be getting 40 guests on, swapping them over through different hours, and he's going to be raising some money for charity. So when we get a date for it, that's going to be a fantastic night. So if you haven't subscribed to Mike, go and support him.
I can't wait for that stream. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
Oh, it is. I think it's going to be sometime at the weekend if he does it. I'm not entirely certain, but can't wait.
I think he said Saturday or Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a long stream, but a very fun one.
Yeah.
We've got Nicholas here saying, "I watched Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey today and hated it." That's fair enough, but I've not heard the greatest things. Have you seen it, Andy, or planning to?
I might check it out at some point, but I think I know what I'm getting myself in for if I do watch it. Just expectations are on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, any interest in watching it?
Maybe I'll watch it just if I want to sort of have a laugh, because I've just heard it's terrible, and I think it's one of the worst reviewed movies on like Letterboxd or something. I think it's got like a 1.2 average or something.
Wow.
So I'll probably check it out just out of curiosity, but I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah. Scott?
I probably will check out, to be fair, but I'm not expecting amazing things from it, that's for sure.
Definitely. And Keith, any interest?
Nah, not really. To be honest, I think it'd be one of them movies. If I watch it, I'll watch it once and never watch it again. So maybe sometime but as of now, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I'm definitely the same. It looks awful. I really don't have no interest in it whatsoever. It's just because it's a Winnie the Pooh horror film that's derived all the commotion about it. But I think it's getting a sequel, so it must have done well.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Got Jackson saying that sounds like a face melter of a double feature. What, Crash and Mario Brothers? Yep.
Yeah.
Josh says, was going to see Mario today, but I realised it's half term and the screen was packed out. 4-year-olds would have been screaming, and that wouldn't have been fun. Well, I know somebody, he's nearly 40 and he was screaming like a girl in it, so it won't just be 4-year-olds screaming. Rody says, I saw Shazam 2 today. Was good fun with a generic third act. Honestly, not that fussed about it. I like the first Shazam, but I'm not in no hurry to see the second one. Andy, I think you've seen it, haven't you?
Yeah, I liked it. I think it's on par with the first one, to be honest. I just think it's a fun, good time. But yeah, the whole God knows what's in store for the DC movies at the minute. Just don't have too high hopes for it. Take it for what it is, and yeah, because everything now seems to be in vain, doesn't it?
It's all up in the air.
Well, yeah.
Has anybody else seen Shazam 2?
No.
We've got Minhalju here saying, Pete and everyone, can I recommend you guys go and check out Antlers from 2021 if you haven't seen it already? I think I remember Jason talking about this film before. Isn't it like a Guillermo del Toro film? I'm pretty certain it is.
I think it might be produced by him, but I've seen it. I thought it was okay. I didn't mind it.
Yeah. I know it went under the radar. I don't even think it got cinema release over here or physical one.
No. I don't even think it got a DVD.
No, I don't think it did. I just
Yeah.
I just remembered it was talked about, but nothing was ever said. Anybody else seen Antlers?
No.
No.
Rhodey picked up Babylon on Blu-ray yesterday, and I love the movie so much. That's good to hear. I know it seemed to be a bit of a mixed film. Some people seem to love it or seem to hate it because it's quite a long film. Looks like a visual treat, but I'm not in no hurry to see it. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I've got the 4K steelbook of it. I really enjoyed it.
Ooh.
Thought it was great. Yeah.
Great stuff. Got a great cast in it. Margot Robbie, indeed, as well.
Yep.
Yep. I've heard there's quite a few steamy scenes in it. I'm judging by that laughter. It certainly is. Okay, I'm kind of intrigued to watch it now.
Poltergeist.
Andy's Steelbook doesn't open anymore.
Yeah. I had to fucking order another one.
One of the highlights of 4K, I should imagine. What about you, Mike? Have you seen Babylon?
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't love it, but yeah, that opening sequence with like the whole dancing sequence with the main character when he's dancing with Margot Robbie, it's like, yeah, you lucky bastard.
Scott, you've seen it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really good film. It's definitely an experience, that's for sure.
Okay, I'm really intrigued now. And have you seen it, Keith, or planning to pick it up?
I know I didn't see it. I will watch it. I want to get that steelbook that Andy got. But I'm going to do what I do with a lot of steelbooks nowadays. Wait, because Amazon Italy have it, and I guarantee you within a month or two I'll get it for around 13, 14 euros. So that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because I've
don't get it wrong. I don't wait for all steelbooks to go down on Amazon Italy, but like just for movies like that where it's a bit of a gamble, I would rather get it for cheaper.
Yeah, I do get what you mean because it's like 35 quid over here on 4K steelbook, which is like a £10 jump. I mean, it's a nice steelbook, but quite a hefty price. The new Mario film's already got a 4K steelbook announced, and it's the most bland design I've ever seen, and they want 35 quid for that as well.
I actually got to put that in perspective, like £35 for one steelbook. My video tonight, the Jurassic Park collection I got on steelbook, the steelbook box set. It actually dropped under €80 on Amazon Italy, which is an absolute astonishing price. I really do. I snapped it up, and it's actually
is that all the 6 films?
It's all 6 movies. So the steelbooks themselves, the artwork on them, yes, they're all the same artwork on it, but the color schemes on them, the steelbooks themselves look beautiful. And when you factor in, how much you're paying for each steelbook, it's actually quite a decent price. It's less than it's around €13 steelbook.
Can't crumple at that.
Yeah, so you can't. So it's so it's Amazon Italy are great sometimes.
We've got Horsetooth Jackson here saying, think I'm going to wait for Mario to come to streaming. I'm not super interested anyway, but I don't want to pay to sit in a packed theatre with little kids. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Mike says, watched Dungeons and Dragons the other day. It was okay, but good cast, though. Yeah. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Blue Beetle and what do you think of Blue Beetle official trailer? We did talk about it, not really fussed about it. Jackson says, Cronenberg's Crash is an awesome film. We've got Sinjin here saying, I watched Casino the night and enjoyed it so much. This time round, I followed it up the next night with Goodfellas, 2 classic Scorsese films. Brilliant stuff. Roddy says, fair enough, mate. Me personally, I cannot wait to see it this Friday and been anticipated since trailer number 1. Hope you enjoy it, Roddy. Josh says Mario won't take long for streaming as it's Universal and they tend to have a 40-day window for streaming. So yeah, I might just wait. Matt says trailer was good until someone compared Batman to an artsy woke cinema at its finest. I didn't hear that bit in that trailer.
I can't remember that bit if I'm being honest.
No, I can't. We've got the viewer Drew saying, what are some movies you hear are so terrible that you want to watch, that you won't watch at all? I hear Frankenstein and The Legend of Hercules are absolutely terrible. Don't know. What do you think of this, Andy?
Some movies you won't watch. That's so terrible. There's one I've avoided just because, yeah, I heard it was terrible. It looked terrible. Blair Witch 2. I've just avoided that like the plague.
Sorry, Andy. Sorry, it's not the the recent one that came out.
No, I'm talking about Book of Shadows.
Yeah, Book of Shadows. Okay, right.
Yeah. I've avoided that because I've heard that it has nothing to do with the first film, and there isn't even a Book of Shadows in the film, and it's called Book of Shadows.
That's correct.
Okay.
All true.
Yeah, I've avoided that movie. I've avoided Halle Berry's Catwoman. I've never seen that, but I do want to see it just because I think I'll have a fun time with it because of how bad it is. But yeah, I'm all for watching terrible movies though. I do get a kick out of them. I do have a fun time and a blast. Case in point, one I've been talking about recently, Jason Goes to Hell.
That one.
Yeah, just I saw that. I rewatched that movie in a completely different light, and it was hysterical.
Go on, you know you want to say it.
Yeah, elbow to the face. Fuck me. Yeah, just great. Yeah, there's terrible movies I love. I really like Seed of Chucky. I have a blast with that film.
I'm looking forward to watching that. Actually,
Yeah.
I think I might like that one.
It's garbage, but it's entertaining garbage.
Yeah, if a movie's entertaining, that's the main thing. It doesn't have to be quality. As long as it's fun, that's the main thing.
Keith's gonna hate me for this. I got a kick out of Halloween Resurrection.
I tried watching it there around 3 weeks ago. I got 35 minutes in. I couldn't take it anymore. There's one scene.
I thought you were going to say 35 seconds.
There was one scene in it, and every time the scene happens, I just go, and off you go. There's a scene in it where Busta Rhymes, he talks to the girl going to go into the house.
Yeah.
And he just does this thing where he pats himself on the back.
Yeah.
And his acting is so unbelievably bad. And I do not know what the director was thinking. Like, he was behind the camera. Like, there was no way he's behind the camera and going, Jesus, this is top-notch stuff I'm getting here from Busta. You know, it's absolute shocking. It's shocking. Look, Andy, I'm just appreciate that there's fans out there for it, you know, and I'm the exact same way where Halloween Ends. I hate the movie, but I'm happy that people do like it.
Yeah, I think the difference with me is I legit did get enjoyment out of Halloween Ends. I do like that film, but I get the criticisms for it. Yeah. I can't argue against it. Every negative thing I've heard about that movie is completely valid to me.
Yeah.
Halloween Resurrection is one of those movies that is just so bad and awful, but it's entertaining to me because of that.
Right.
There is no redeemable credit to that movie. I don't think, just apart from how wrong it got things. For me, it is awful. Like, it is really bad.
Actually, it actually had a good opening sequence to the movie. It actually was a good start to the movie.
Yeah, but there are some movies that have been so terrible I have avoided, but there's a lot of terrible movies that I do really like. Like, I love The Room. I love Samurai Cop. Samurai Cop is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
I really want to check that out.
Yeah, same here.
My God, the edits of that film are two people will be talking and then it'll just cut to a naked woman randomly.
Okay.
Yeah. And the obvious one is they thought they'd finished shooting and the main actor cut all his hair off and he has to wear a mannequin wig for the rest of the movie. And there's the scenes where it falls off. I mean, yeah, it's lightning in a bottle, that film. Really good.
Great stuff. What about you, Mike?
I think the one that comes to mind for me is Son of Mask. I've just never had any sort of urge to watch it because I've just heard it's really, really bad. So, yeah, that's probably the one for me.
Yeah, I've seen that more than I've seen The Mask. I've seen that one about 2 or 3 times and only seen the original Mask once.
Oh, God, Son of a Mask. God, that movie's terrible. Bob Hoskins couldn't save that film.
Oh, that's a dreadful one. Scott, what about you?
I can think of a couple. I would also go with Blair Witch 2, Book of Shadows, because I really actually dislike the original. I'm not a fan of the 2016 one either, so I just avoided that one. And Cats, I absolutely refuse to watch that movie until I get absolutely pissed out of my mind and then decide to watch it for a bit of fun. But until that happens, I'm not watching it.
It's watching that movie is almost as bad as a 5-day hangover, I reckon, Scott.
I remember when the first images came out of that Cats film, I thought, is this April Fool's? What the fuck is this? It's
I sat through that
terrifying.
at the cinema, and I own the Blu-ray.
Okay. What's your thoughts on the film?
Well.
It's so awful, but I do find it entertaining because of how fucking bad it is. It's just one of these trippy things you watch that just makes no sense.
I was just like, this sounds pretty bad enough, and then I say, oh, James Corden's in it. Oh, fuck me.
It's a shame because there's talent behind it. There's a good director behind it. There's good actors to it, but it's just translating it from a musical theatre to a film doesn't work in any way.
Wasn't it the director who done The King's Speech as well?
Yeah. Les Mis as
quality
well.
Director there.
Yeah. He's a good director, and it just didn't work.
Yeah.
Just absolute train wreck with no survivors.
Yeah. What about you, Keith?
One franchise, and I don't care how many people tell me how good it is, I will never watch it. Sharknado.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I will never watch a Sharknado movie. But I kind of like a bit like Andy as well. You know, like I just bought a movie there on 4K, and it's universally hated, and I fucking love it. R.I.P.D.
Never seen it.
You know, it's Ghostbusters meets Men in Black. You know, I don't understand why people hate the movie. I don't get it. You know, it's ridiculous. You know that like the ghost. How do you actually put the ghost? You know the way that ghosts are in human form in that movie. I love the way how it takes them out of it. Like, you know, Indian food. It's just ludicrous. Like Indian food puts them into their ghostly form. It's just it's ridiculous. But I just had a blast with the movie. But like that's everyone has their opinions, and you know, everyone loves there's so many movies that you know that are universally hated that I love. I could probably count at least 100 movies. But that's the beauty of it. If everyone had the same opinions, it would be a boring world.
Yeah,
absolutely. There's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah.
It's all good that we all like these different films, and at least they've got some balance.
Yeah.
I still love Mortal Kombat Annihilation. I think that film's really good. Well, not really good, but entertaining, shall I say.
It's a fun one.
Yeah. It should have won an Oscar for CGI.
Oh, Christ.
It had a bigger budget than the first one, didn't it?
Yeah. I love the first one. Yeah. I love the first one, but the second one, God.
When you watch Escape from LA, like it's hard to believe the budget that movie has. Whoever done the effects for that, they fucked John Carpenter rightly over, because it's some of the worst visuals you will ever see.
It certainly looks like a Friday night job.
Yeah.
It's the shark at the beginning.
It actually starts off strong with the earthquake. The earthquake looks quite decent.
Yeah.
But I think what gets me every time, and it just floors my fiance, is the surfing scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hideous. Hideous how it looks.
Yeah, definitely.
Still love the movie though.
For me, Yeah, I hear reviews saying all this film's bad, don't watch it. But if I see the trailer and it looks generally fun, I'll give it a shot. I mean, I heard so many bad things about Speed 2. I like it a lot. Although it's not as good as the first one, but I had a thoroughly entertaining time with it. The
Yeah.
Mummy film with Tom Cruise, absolutely people hate it, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, I like it.
And the Mario Brothers movie, yes, I watched it for the first time, didn't like it, but I did watch it again and did have a lot of fun with it. Just go with the flow, forget about the games, and you have a daft time with it. Long as you're entertained, the worst thing a film can be is boring.
Yeah, I agree.
Sinjin says, shame about The Irishman, though. That movie stinks. I quite enjoyed that one. I got it on a blind buy, picked up the Criterion as it was cheap, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was a great film. Yeah, it was a bit too long, but I loved it. What did you think of The Irishman, Andy?
Yeah, I really liked it. It's too long for its own good,
Hmm.
but just seeing the trifecta of Pacino, De Niro, and Pesci on screen together is just it's been a long time coming. That seeing the three of them in one movie together.
It's definitely an achievement there. Mike, what's your thoughts on The Irishman?
Yeah, I do like it. I think it does try to be like the next Goodfellas and Casino, and it doesn't quite reach those heights for me. But I still really enjoy it, and the cast is great at it. There's one scene in the movie that I think it's hilarious. It's the scene where Al Pacino and Stephen Graham's character have to have this meeting, and I think Al Pacino gets told don't let him wind you up, just be cool, and just within seconds of them sitting down, both of them are just on the floor fighting, and yeah, I don't know, just makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, I can remember that scene. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I really liked it. Thought it was a really good film. I do agree with Mike, though. It does feel like it's trying to be sort of like Casino and Goodfellas, but not quite as good as that. And it is a little bit too long, in my opinion. But other than that, I thought it was great. And seeing Al Pacino and Rob De Niro, Joe Pesci on screen at the same time is just amazing.
Yeah, I agree there. And Keith, what about you?
No, I never seen the movie. I think the running time was putting me off it slightly, but there was one scene in it that I did see, and I remember actually saying to somebody, I was like, that's actually a scene in the movie. I actually thought it was just a blooper. But there's a bit there where Robert De Niro is beating somebody. And the kicks, he's kicking them, but he's just not hitting them. You can see that he's not hitting them. And if he is hitting them, they're the most tamest looking kicks you will ever. It's like a bloody 2-year-old kicking somebody. It just looked ludicrous. And I remember saying at the time, looking at it and going, I actually thought someone was actually showing me a blooper from the movie. And I couldn't believe it when I found out that it was actually in the movie itself. So yeah, I don't know. I heard mixed things about it, so I've kind of stayed away from it. I think I've seen the best that Scorsese has to give in terms of gangster movies, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fair
lads,
enough.
I'll tell you, just bear with me for one. I'm going to have to go off for 1 second. Believe it or not, I'm having a bit of a problem here. My charge is not holding on my phone. It's dwindling down, and it's on 23%. So I'm going to try and get another charger and see if it actually stops it. So I'll be back in a minute or two. Right?
No worries,
Back in a
Keith.
sec. Right, see you in a sec.
See you in a sec. Minhalju says, I'm pretty sure Phantoms 98 didn't do so well, hence it bombed. But hey, I liked it and enjoyed it very much for what it was. As long as you enjoyed it, mate. Sounds like a good film.
I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, I definitely want to check it out too. Jackson says, I'm not sure I can think of anything like that for myself. I've watched many of the lowest rated movies on Letterboxd just to say I've watched them. I've seen some of the, what is it called now? Horror Channel films. Oh my days, they're dreadful. They're one films that I can't stand watching. We've got Sai saying, has Playtendoguy's dad eaten the router? Now he's not into plastic. It's plastic and he's just walked in. Well, you're going to have some crisps now, are you? Yeah, he's going to have some crisps. That's more your taste, isn't it? And how do you say? Can I just say I have been excited for this stream since last week's stream. Oh, thanks ever so much, Minhals. You really do appreciate your support. It was great chatting to you last week on both this stream and Scott's stream, and I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, definitely.
We've got Tom180 here saying good evening. Good evening, Tom.
Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Got Jackson here saying, isn't Jon Stewart in Death to Smoochie?
Yes. Yeah. That movie is a reunion for 3 other movies. It's a Matilda reunion. It's a One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest reunion, and it's a Mrs. Doubtfire reunion.
Wow. That's an interesting mix there.
Yeah. It's nuts, the cast in that film, and I really enjoyed it. Really had a fun time with it. Yeah, I think it was directed by Danny DeVito as well.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll have to check this film out. I'll look it up later.
What is the whole premise of the film, then?
So it's about Robin Williams' character. He's like this kid's television presenter, but he ends up losing his job to Edward Norton, who dresses up as a big pink rhino called Smoochie. And Robin Williams wants to kill him, basically, because he's taken his job. And that's the movie. There's lots of like gangsters get involved, producers and stuff. It's really funny, but the cast in it's amazing. And I just really, really liked it. Really had a good time with it.
Okay, I'm completely sold. It sounds like a brilliant premise.
It sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cast sounds really stacked as well. Cool. We've got Josh saying, glad you loved Dungeons and Dragons, Andy. It's a great time which just flew by.
Yeah. Really, really enjoyed it, Josh. The cast in it was great. There's a few surprises in there. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Easy watching. It's not breaking any landmarks or anything like that. You know, it's not hitting new heights or anything, but it's just a fun, easy watch.
Yeah, I'm glad to say it's a surprise. I was expecting it to be a disaster, but I'm glad to hear people are enjoying it. I've heard it's like over 2 hours, which I was kind of worried about.
It's about 2 hours. Yeah, just over if that. But yeah, the cast is great. Everyone's having a ball in that movie. It's a really fun time.
I've heard what's her name from Fast and Furious? Is it Michelle Rodriguez? She's really good in it.
Yeah, she's a badass anyway in most things. But yeah, she is great. And Hugh Grant steals the show as well.
I've heard he's good in that.
Really
I've heard he is. Yeah. We've got Tom180 here saying, what's everyone's third favourite Terminator film? I nearly said food. What's everybody's third favourite Terminator food? Assuming everyone has 1 and 2 as their best 2, of course. Oh, good question there, Tom. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, I was thinking about the Terminator films today. I just think the first 2 for me have just great bittersweet endings to them. You know, you want the good guys to win, but it comes at a price.
Yeah.
But I still think the best third one for me is probably Terminator 3. Salvation does something different. Dark Fate tried something different, but it didn't work. Genesis, for me, just didn't work on the whole. But yeah, I think I just like the third one because it's just Arnie back as the Terminator properly.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it. It's not a great film, but they are what they are. Nothing's really come close to the first 2.
That's true. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I've been rewatching the Terminator movies. So I actually watched the third one the other night, and yeah, I'd probably say that is the best of the that is the best sort of the third best movie of the franchise. But I don't think it's really saying much because I don't think any of the other sequels are really that great. I think Salvation, I just thought it was kind of boring. Genesis was just a total mess. I don't know what they were trying to do with that movie, and then Dark Fate was just so average. But the third movie is pretty average as well. But yeah, out of all of them, I probably would have to say that's the best one.
Brilliant. Scott?
Yeah, it'd have to be the third one for me as well. I've seen half of Salvation, couldn't get into it, but it's been a while since I tried watching it, to be fair. And I never bothered with Genesis or Dark Fate because I didn't hear great things. So
That's fair enough, mate. And Keith?
Salvation is my favorite. Well, outside the first two. Salvation, let's face it, the rest of the movies are essentially the same movie. Salvation was the only one that done something different. And I think the biggest shame that we get from that movie is that they didn't continue that trilogy. Because I think if they did continue that trilogy, I think we would have got one fantastic sci-fi movie from it. You know, even though Salvation is not the greatest, even though I am a fan of it, I think there would have been just one. There probably would have chances that it would have fluked maybe one very good movie in that trilogy. And I would have liked to have seen where it was all kind of building to. Well, we knew where it was building to, but it would have been nice to see it, you know. So it's so Salvation for me. Genesis, what the problem with Genesis is the casting. Casting horribly casted that movie. I love Emilia Clarke. I think she's a wonderful actress. Horribly casted in that movie. And that other gobshite, what's his name? Ty Courtney, is that his name?
Yeah.
He's just awful in everything. He is. So, the casting was just against that movie. And Dark Faith, I actually enjoyed it as well. You know what? I always enjoyed the Terminator movies. You know, I'm one of these people that can look past, you know, a lot of people out there will be like, oh my God, they keep comparing it to the original too. I never do that. I just take them for what they are. And I just, you know, because there's no way they're ever going to live up to the original two movies. And I always found some sort of enjoyment from each movie.
Yeah, I get that. For me, I'm probably going to agree with you, Keith, and say Salvation. I quite enjoyed that one. It does something a little bit different compared to all the other ones. 3's a lot of fun. Hey, Arnie's back in it, as everybody says. It's still a good time. Genesis, not a fan of it at all. Remember watching it at Christmas and pretty much turning it off after 20-30 minutes. It was dreadful. I couldn't get into it. And I did watch it all the way through, and again, does nothing for me. Dark Fate, really interesting opening, but yeah, it just replays all the same ground we've seen before with the Terminator stuff. And none of the cast really were that memorable in it, but obviously the two returning characters.
Yeah, I'll tell you about just another thing as well. If you have a chance to Salvation on 4K, whew, that looks extraordinary.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Looks extraordinary.
Isn't it a Sony release as well?
Yeah, of course. Sony always deliver.
I was going to say, if it's Sony, that's why.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant stuff. We've got Andy here saying Something Wicked This Way Comes is an awesome film, Andy. Wow, that's a flashback from my youth.
Yeah, it's really, I really liked it. Really creepy movie with Jonathan Pryce. So it's like these two kids live in this little town, and then this carnival comes to town, and they have like it's run by like Jonathan Pryce, and he's like this really like sinister looking sort of ringleader of this carnival, and they have like an out of bounds merry-go-round, you know, the horses. But when you go on it, it makes you younger the more times you go around on it. I won't say anything more about it, but that's like the premise on it, and it is really cool. It's really creepy. There's a bit in it if you're terrified of tarantulas, maybe stay away from it. Yeah.
Andy, would you do me a favor at the end of the stream, just in case I forget, because I'm big into my carnival, them kind of carnival horror movies.
Yeah.
Can you just send a link on to me for that movie, just so I don't forget it? Because I definitely want to see that.
Yeah, I got it off. I got a Spanish DVD of it off of eBay. So
oh, nice. Okay.
I'll send you the link for it after this stream.
Cheers, mate. That's great. Yeah, because I want to see that.
Yeah, it's a really, really good creep. 1983, I think it came out.
83, nice.
Yeah, but
I'll definitely give that a go as well.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed the second half of that movie. Really enjoyed it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds interesting. I was won over to tarantula bit. That's cool. And we've got Sai saying Action Jackson is class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not great, but really fun.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Craig T. Nelson in it as well from Poltergeist as the villain.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We've got AP here said, watch Roadhouse for the first time the other night. I thought it was brilliant. What do you all think of the film? Oh, great first time watch there, AP. What do you think of it, Andy?
It's over the top cheesy fun, and I just love it. The one-liners in it are perfect. Everything's so absurd in it. Down to the name of the club, the Double Deuce. You know, and it's just, yeah, it's so much fun. Just these bouncers training up these other bouncers, and there's a crime boss thrown in there, and it's so over the top and just so silly, and love every second of it.
Absolutely.
How many times during that movie do you hear someone go, "His name is Dalton"?
Yeah.
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 It's Dalton. You know, like it's just brilliant.
It is.
Love that
It's got some of the best one lines in it. Like he says, like when he's going through the rules, and he says like, "Don't take things personally," and he's like, "What if someone calls my mum a whore? Is she?" It's so unbelievably 80s, and the soundtrack as well. The house band's great in it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, it's
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Let's not forget, of course, none of us mentioned Sam Elliott in that movie and how great he is when he does come into it.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he's brilliant in it. Yeah, it's everything. It's just the 80s in a bottle.
And I'll tell you, and that just going back, I presume it was the 4K release you've seen of it. My God, that movie looks astonishing on 4K.
Yeah, it does.
If you haven't seen it on 4K, like I've done a video on it already, and I've done comparisons for it, and I'm not kidding you, it's night and day.
Wow.
Over the Blu-ray. It's frightening, the difference.
Is it a Vinegar Syndrome release?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still on the DVD with it, and that still looks pretty good.
Oh my God, I tell you, yeah. You won't believe it. It'll be like watching the movie for the first time again.
Wow.
Jimmy cracks me up in that film. He's mental. Yoy! It's just like, funny why he says that.
It's just like every time someone has a conversation in that movie, it turns into a massive brawl.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Yeah.
The fights are so entertaining as well. I could watch them all day, to be fair, the fight scenes in that.
Yeah.
Mike, what's your thoughts on Roadhouse?
Yeah, it's just good, cheesy, badass 80s fun. Patrick Swayze's great at it, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun. I can't really say much more than that.
Absolutely. And Keith, what about you?
Yeah, look, I don't have to sell it to you. It's just a wonderful movie. There is one scene that gets me every time, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but there is a scene where a man asks another fat, does he actually want to fondle his woman's breasts? And there's just a great scene. I'm not going to say anything more about it because I don't want to ruin it for anyone, but it's actually a very funny scene, and it's just something that you just wouldn't see today. You wouldn't be allowed to see it today, which is a shame. It is, but yeah, it's a great movie. It just ticks all the right boxes.
Yeah, I agree. I can remember, I think it was Peter from Stand in Silence kept asking me to watch it, and I did watch it one time and had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
Daft, over the top, 80s fun. Again, you wouldn't get stuff like that made these days.
No.
We've got Sinj in here saying Action Jackson is a cool movie. Seen that back in the 80s. Cool.
Yeah, it's great fun.
It's like kind of like a Predator reunion as well. That movie.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Bill Duke's in it, and the guy who plays is it Sonny? Or
Sonny Land's
Billy. Sonny, yeah. The guy who plays Billy's in it as well. Yeah.
I will have to check it out. We've got Mike here from Did You See That saying, are you guys checking out the anime movie Suzumi Makoto Shinkai's new movie?
Sorry, Pete. Can you will you repeat that again? I couldn't hear you.
My mum's just calling me. Suzumi Makoto Shinkai's new movie. I think I
Sorry,
pronounced it pretty well.
just one more time. You keep breaking up every time you say it. Sorry.
I know. It's always breaking up every time I say it. It's called Shizumi Makoto Shinkai, and I think I might have pronounced it really well.
That's impressive. Bravo.
I haven't heard of it. I'm probably not going to go and watch it because of how to pronounce the bloody thing. I'll probably go to HMV and say, "Have you got the new Suzuki film in?" or whatever it's called. But I know anime films are pretty good, so I'll have to check out the trailer. If you've done a review of it, Mike, I'll definitely check out your review. What about you, Andy?
I've not heard of it. I might check it out at some point, but yeah, this is the first I'm hearing of it.
Cool. Mike?
Yeah, do you know, I've not heard of the movie, but I just quickly Googled the director, and I am actually quite interested now because he directed a movie called Your Name, and it was
Mike's a big fan of that film.
Yeah, I love it as well. It's fantastic. One of my favorite anime movies. So yeah, I'll probably check this one out if it's anything like that movie.
Yeah, I see Your Name is actually $4.99 when you buy anything from H&B, and I've been interested in picking it up because I've heard so much good things about it.
Yeah, it's just got a really unique concept, really unique story, and yeah, it's really, really good. I'd recommend it.
Awesome. What about you, Scott? You going to watch Satsuma? Sasumi.
Satsuma. Yeah, I'll probably check out. I'm not that big into anime, if I'm being honest. I haven't seen that many, but it sounds pretty interesting, so I might give it a go. But I'll be back in a minute because I've got to do something.
No worries, Scott. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, no, it's I'm just not into anime at all, to be honest. It's just a genre I just never got into. So yeah, no, I never seen it.
That's understandable. Next up, we have Radley here saying, "Hi guys, nice to see you here, Keith. Best little known session movie. The Possession of Michael King should be watched by everyone, in my opinion." Oh. I've never heard of that one.
I've never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Ah.
Yeah, okay, I'll check that out.
Have you heard of it, Mike and Andy?
No.
Ah. Oh, I'll have to Google that one up and have a look at it, Radley. Yeah. Thanks for the suggestion. We've got Rhodey here saying, a bit late to this question, but for those who have seen it, thoughts on John Wick 4? I thought it was a masterpiece of a film, and so far the best film of the year, though that's likely to change. Well, I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it, Rhodey. And I think pretty much everybody do say it's a great film. What's your opinion on it, Andy?
Yeah, it's film of the year for me. I know we're only in April, mine, but yeah, really, really enjoyed it. I know a lot of people have a bit of an issue with the runtime, and yeah, that's fair enough. It's justified, but that didn't really bother me. I was just pleased with what I was just seeing on screen. Just really had a good time with it. Yeah,
great stuff. Mike, have you seen it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's like 70 to 75% action, pretty much all the way through. It's just a lot of fun. The only slight issue I had with it was I feel like Keanu's acting in it was a bit off, and his line delivery wasn't quite right. I don't know. It's just some. Thankfully, he didn't really say too much in the movie, but that was the only kind of thing I had issue with.
Sorry about that. My mum was just having to go at my daddy's at all the cookies again. She's just, I don't know whether you heard it, but she just called him a greedy bugger live on stream. Oh, he's at it again, Scott. But have you seen John Wick 4, Scott?
I have, yeah, absolutely loved it. It's my favourite of franchises. Some scenes in that which some of the action are just absolutely mind-blowing. It's set a high bar. It's really, really good.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. I cannot wait. And have you seen it yet, Keith?
No, and I don't have to see it to know that it's going to be good. It's if it follows the formula, it should be remarkable because the movies just seem to be getting better and better. So I'm probably going to hold off, wait for the audiences to go down a bit on that one, and then I'll go see it. I will just like kind of. Sometimes I'm a bit weird. I know some people like a big audience in movies. I actually don't.
Same,
I like
mate.
a more somber crowd. So that's why I kind of got with some Scream 6. There was only around maybe 20 of us in the cinema, so I'll do something similar with John Wick. Can't wait to see it.
Sounds good. Just before we went live, I saw H&B drop a steelbook for John Wick Chapter 4, and it looks amazing. The artwork does on it.
Is it lenticular by any chance? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I think it's like a slip on it, and it's like a hollow, like a reddish color to it.
Yeah, it's the cover's lenticular. I'll tell you one thing. It'll take something to outdo them steelbooks on that edition that I showed during the last week.
Yeah. That one you showed off in your box set with the Bible thing looked amazing.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, that book's in the third film, I think. I'm pretty certain I saw it in the film last night. And
he checks out a book in at the start of part 3. Yeah. And even though you can't quite get a good look at it, it is a great representation of it. It's actually nearly perfect. Yeah. And instead of it being it's a stash book, so instead of having the blood markers and all that, they just threw in 3 steelbooks. I just thought it was brilliant.
It's a clever idea. I do like that box set. Minhaju said, "Did I hear right? I heard the Hitcher original is getting a second sight release. If that's true, that would be mind blowing. Adding that to my collection, I would pick that up day one." Yeah, it is. It's coming sometime this year, but there's no official release date yet because they're heavily working on it. But hopefully, it'll be later in the summer.
Yeah.
We've got Mike here from T Shizzle saying, "Had a good time at Liverpool Comic Con on Sunday. Great to see Corey Feldman and Police Academy stars too." Great stuff. I see your pictures with them.
Yeah.
I'm glad you had a great time, mate.
Awesome stuff.
We've got Sai here saying Vigilante is Robert Foster's second best film. Alligator is his best. I've heard Alligator's fun.
It is a good film.
Matt's got a question for Scott, and he says, "What is the best cut of Dawn of the Dead?"
I would say maybe the theatrical cut, because I haven't seen the director's cut in years and I can't remember too much about it. The Dario Argento cut is good, but I think I slightly prefer the theatrical over the Dario Argento cut. I'm assuming that the director's cut is probably better because it adds obviously more stuff to a film, but I just always go back to the theatrical cut in 4K if I'm being honest.
Awesome. We've got Sinjin here saying, "Is that Vigilante movie from the early 80s, Mike?"
Yep. 1982, I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Great
movie.
It is really good, to be fair.
I will check it out now. Definitely.
Yeah, it was in HMV, Pete. It was $14.99 because I think it was originally $19.99, but it was on offer, so it might still be on offer.
I'll have a look at the weekend. As soon as you said Death Wish, I'm like, I'm interested now.
Yeah.
I think I actually prefer over Death Wish as well. I thought it was a more entertaining film than Death Wish.
Yeah, it's got a good soundtrack as well.
It does. Ooh. The soundtrack is really good.
You're selling me it. You're selling me it. We've got Jackson here saying, Dead Man's Chest is great. Might be my favourite one, honestly. Yeah, a lot of people really enjoy that one. For me, surprisingly, it's the third one on a rewatch. I absolutely enjoyed the third one the most. And that was the one I hated the most as a kid, but loved the most on the rewatch. So I look forward to seeing your opinions on the franchise, Scott. Wait until you get to On Stranger's Tide. Wow.
Is that the fourth one or fifth one?
That's the fourth one.
Yeah, I've heard that one's interesting.
You got Ian McShane in it, which is great, but the only problem is you can't see half a bloody thing.
Oh, right, fair enough.
Yeah, it's such a dark film. It's like one of the most expensive films of all time, and you need a bloody torch to see what's going on.
Wow.
We have True Action Star here saying, "Evening, everyone. Hope everyone's all right." Evening, mate. Thanks for joining.
Hello, True.
Yeah.
David says, "Good evening, guys. This is going to be a good evening. Pete always does amazing live streams." Thank you ever so much, David. Really do appreciate it. Everybody needs to subscribe to your YouTube channel. You're all amazing. These live streams wouldn't be nothing without all these guys who join us and you guys at home. So thank you, everyone who watches and joins these streams. Sinjin says, thumbs up for watching The Fog, Keith. Fantastic.
Where do you think I got the idea, Gary? As soon as Gary mentioned, he mentioned The Fog. We were just talking to each other in the comment section. I said to him that someday, if he's ever in Ireland, there's a seat here in this room for him. And he said, what will we watch? And he mentioned The Fog. And then as soon as he said The Fog, I watched it that night.
Oh, that's probably my favourite Carpenter film. I just love its setting.
Oh.
It's such a great film.
Yeah, absolutely. Atmosphere, so much atmosphere.
Definitely agree. Mike saying the legend is here. Jackson said, have you guys heard of the Irish Kung Fu classic Fatal Divination? One of the best So Bad It's Good films? Haven't even heard of it.
No.
No.
Heard of it.
No.
Not you,
It does
Dee?
sound quite fun though.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Someone sent me a link to it. I could not believe what I was watching. I'm not kidding you. It was like someone just got their camera phone and just got a couple of friends together and, come on, let's make a movie. It is the most ludicrous thing I have ever seen in my life. You need to check it out. Check it out. I think it's on YouTube. Just check it out. Check out the first 5 minutes. You'll know exactly what you're getting into with that movie. It's shocking.
Definitely gonna have to give that a watch.
It's good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck.
Sounds like an interesting time. Fatal Deviation. Okay. So I watched Creed 3 the other night. Was enjoying it up until the fight at the end. Although I like how it was shot, I wanted more from it. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about the fight choreography in it is really good, but some people weren't a big fan of the ending. But I haven't seen it yet. Want to check it out. It's hit streaming, so I probably will do. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I just think it's a nice rounded off trilogy now, to be honest. Yeah.
Great stuff. Mike, have you seen Creed 3 yet?
Yeah, I'm the same, really. I enjoyed it. It's not like one of my favorites in the entire franchise, but I thought it was pretty solid.
Great. Scott?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really great film. It does have its flaws, but overall I thought it was a really good time.
Brilliant. And Keith, have you seen it?
No, I haven't even seen the second one. Believe it or not. I don't know. I've nothing against the movies. I just never got around to watching them. Unfortunately, even though I have, I think I had the second one. Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to watching it.
We've got Mike here saying, interesting theory. I'd love to hear your thoughts on. I think Scream 7 will have Stu as the main killer, or my partner thinks they may do a Scream 3 route with Stu as a Cotton character. I think we did talk about this a little bit earlier, didn't we? When we thought about would Stu be in the next one, and it's just going to be they'll do it just to please the fans.
Yeah.
The weird thing is they've nothing. The movies are making money now. They're selling well. They have nothing to give to the fans. They don't have to go down the fanfare route with this franchise. The fans are there for it. I think if Wes Craven was alive, there is absolutely no chance that Stu would ever come back into it.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping it doesn't happen. I'll tell you what I would like to see more of. I'll tell you what I would, though, like to see more of. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm sick of every Scream movie. Oh, Billy Loomis. You know, I think Stu should get his props. You know, start giving Stu a bit of props, you know, in the movies. Don't bring him back, but start giving him some props. And, just cut this whole Billy Loomis bullshit out. It's kind of just tiresome now.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's the one good thing that last movie done. They kind of nodded to every single Scream movie, which was nice to see.
Yeah. I thought some of the kills in it were really good as well. The whole bit in the convenience store was fantastic.
Yeah. Very different.
We got Sinjin here saying the ending to Eden Lake was hard to watch. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just thinking about the ending now, and I'm like, yeah, that is brutal.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually just, I'm almost clawing myself at the moment.
We've got Sai here saying, are you looking forward to Renfield being released? I'm really excited for it. I think it looks a lot of fun. Early reviews have been very positive. It's Nicolas Cage as Dracula, and it looks to be paying homage to those original Universal horror films as well. So sign me up. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to giving it a go. But sorry, Pete, I thought you said Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage.
It just sounded like you said Nicolas Cage. I was like,
Slip of the tongue. Nicholas, Nicholas, all sounds the same to me. Nicolas Cage.
I'm just trying to picture what a fucking Nicolas Cage looks like. A cage.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, I'll give it a go at some point. Yeah, might go see it in the cinema. Yeah, it looks fun. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, same really. I'll give it a go. I'm not like in a massive hurry to see it, but yeah, I'll give it a go.
Great stuff. Scott?
Yeah, I think it looks a lot of fun. I'll definitely go and watch it.
Great. And Keith?
Yeah, I'm kind of like Mike. Yeah, I will watch it, but I'm not in a rush to. I like Nicholas Hoult, so yeah, I'll see. Hopefully, it'll be good.
David says, Pete, when are you going to do your Blu-ray collection and 4K collection video, mate? And have you seen the Super Mario movie yet, guys? Well, we talked about Mario earlier. We'll probably see it sometime later on, as the film's only just been released. As for me doing a Blu-ray 4K collection video, I'm probably going to go down the Scott route and do a live stream because it's so much more easier because you can plan the titles out, show what you're going to show, and you ain't got to get everything out during 1 or 2 sittings.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I'm just picturing myself doing a live stream of trying to get through my collection. It'll have to be like a 2-month long stream to try and get through.
I think mine would be pretty bad. It'd be just like, and that's my entire Blu-ray 4K collection video. And then about 2 weeks later, oh, sorry guys, I found some upstairs. Here's some more, and there's another 2 or 3 videos. That's the thing. But I may do a 4K video because they're easily done because I ain't got many of them. So maybe do one of those in the future, but we'll see.
That's why I've done mine in 3 parts, because doing it in all one go would just have been way too long.
I remember I did it last year. I did one whole shelf unit and I filmed it and I left it for a few weeks. I was like, right, I've done that, so I'm going to film this other bit. And when I went to edit all the video up, I filmed the same thing twice. I was just like,
I remember when I shot this room, and I put the video out because the video was nearly an hour. And someone turned and said, I kind of wish you start going through each individual title. And I was like, the video was a fucking hour. Now, if I'd done that, it would have been bloody a week long. It would have been, I don't know. I couldn't do that.
Yeah, and then it's the editing of the video as well. That's the real kicker. At least for a live stream, just go like this. Oh, here's a film, here's a film, here's a film.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And it is more entertaining that way, I feel.
Yeah, and you can interact with the viewers as well. The only problem is putting it all back up afterwards. If you do a 6 or 7 hour stream. We've got Sinjin here saying, I love spending Wednesday evening with the lads and having Keith on as a stream is a bonus.
Yeah, he's a gent. I've nothing but good things to say about Gary. We're always talking to each other in my comment section, and I just know we're like brothers. We just love the same thing, the same kind of movies. We have very similar tastes, and he's always there for every single one of my videos. He's fantastic.
He is
Yeah,
a
he
great
always-
guy, to be fair.
Yeah.
He is. He always
I have
pops
a
up
lot
on
of
the
time for-
live streams.
Yeah.
Really nice guy. We had Mike here saying picked up 6 Blu-rays for £5 from CX. Can't beat that. Very good deal there.
No, good deal that.
Awesome stuff.
We've got Ian here saying hi everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Hey Ian.
Hey.
Thanks for
Hello, Ian.
joining.
Ian.
Traction Star says nice to see all you lads back for another Wednesday night. Evening to the guests too.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sinjin says, I'm like you, Pete. I'm not a fan of Avatar, so I'm not in a rush to watch the sequel. Yeah. Mike says, had to cancel my Texas Chainsaw Limited Edition, but going to try to get it before next payday. Yeah. Hopefully you can get it, mate.
You know, it's strange. I haven't pre-ordered it.
Hmm.
I've actually tried pre-ordering it 3 times, and every time I went to check out, something's stopping me. I don't know what I don't know what's. I am a fucker for. I don't know if people are like this, but if I'm buying from second site directly, I can't just buy 1 release. I want to buy 2. It's almost like you're trying to justify the delivery charge,
Yeah.
because the delivery charge stays the same. So I want to get Martin, that movie Martin that they brought out, and I want to get the Texas Chainsaw. And then when I went to the basket, it was working out at around €125, and it's just, I don't know, something's just stopping me.
Hmm.
I don't know what it is. I want them, but I just don't know if I want them for €125.
It is quite expensive for just 2 films. They're very nice additions, granted. But
Yeah,
I do think
absolutely.
they are quite expensive. I think
I
the
think
Texas pardon?
Sorry, Pete, go on.
I think the Texas Chainsaws are like about 50 quid or 45 quid. It's quite a bit.
Yeah. I can be a. Sometimes I hate when I do this to myself, but I did it with them when I put them into my basket, and then all of a sudden I started thinking about other things that I bought for that same price range, and I just felt like I was getting more from the other items that I was getting. So it's I shouldn't be like that, because you're almost putting yourself off. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's myself just trying to tell me to wait. They'll go down, pick them up then. Having said that, I can't. It's a very strange thing, and I'm waiting for someone to explain this to me. But if over there where you are living now in England, if you go onto Amazon UK, you can buy Texas Chainsaw and you can buy Martin. But when I go on to Amazon UK over here in Ireland, they're unavailable. You can't buy them.
I remember you said that about a previous release from Second Sight.
I cannot get anything from second sight over here, even though I'm on Amazon UK. So
it's a strange one.
It's a very, very strange thing.
The only thing I say is that they don't stock them in your local warehouse, and they're only over here in England. Probably.
Yeah, it's very, and maybe if Amazon UK did do them, I probably would buy them. I would. Maybe that's what's bothering me as well. Maybe it's the whole, because I think I bought something on second sight before, and it took nearly 2 weeks to get to me.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what's kind of put me off as well.
It's a hefty chunk to pay for 2 titles. Some thought is obviously in need of it, so there's no worries in cancelling it. I think the Texas Chainsaw one will probably be about for quite a bit.
Yeah.
We've got David here saying, Scott, amazing video you done on Saturday of your Blu-ray and 4K collection. Keep up your amazing work on your videos, mate.
Thank you, David. Really appreciate that.
I think the new video of yours actually dropped just before we went live, didn't it?
Yeah, dropped at 6 o'clock this evening. My top 10 favourite zombie movies of all time.
Brilliant stuff. I'll be checking that one out later.
Cheers, Pete.
Same.
Cheers, Andy.
We had Mike here saying picked up the Police Academy box set and Titanic as well, both on Blu-ray for 20 quid. Good selection there.
Great, very good.
Edward says, what's your thoughts on live action Moana? That was announced starring Dwayne The Rock Johnson. And what's your thoughts on Moana live action? Yeah, we did talk about that earlier, Edward. Not needed from Disney, just milking that cash cow, unfortunately.
Yeah.
David says, Andy, when are you going to do a 4K collection video? You always do amazing videos, mate. Keep up your good work.
Oh, thanks, David. I did do one earlier last year, I think. But I haven't added that many new 4K titles to justify doing another one yet. I'd love to do one at some point. I'd love to do another room tour as well, but I just don't know when at the minute. Yeah.
I'll definitely check those out when you do them, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
No
Them
worries.
the room tours, they can be hard to shoot. Like I done one just there the other day with my backdrop, and by the end of it, I was actually almost out of breath. You know, just trying to get around everything and just constantly talking. It's it can be hard to do.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. I look forward to it whenever it comes out, Andy. I know you'll do a fantastic job with it.
Yes, thanks, guys.
We've got Rudy here saying Barbie looks terrible, but was never a movie for me anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. We've got True Action Star saying, thanks ever so much, guys, for your kind comments towards us after the predicament at the weekend. We really appreciate the support. Very kind young lads. There need to be more of you about. Oh, thanks ever so much. Really appreciate that. I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
We've got John here from Mondo Chalavec Movies. Hi, lads. Just wanted to ask, have any of you seen the documentary exposing Muybridge about Edward Muybridge? He made 50 movies without using a movie camera. I guarantee you have seen a film he made. I've never heard of that.
No.
No, I think we're all at a loss here. What about you, Keith?
No, sorry. When I seen John's name coming up, I was just talking to him before I come on the stream, and we were just talking about you, Peach, and we were just saying that some of the last stream that I was on with you, some of the names of directors and actors that you were saying, that like French actors and Russian directors, and I said I don't know how Pete gets them out. So when I seen John's name up there, John mentioned, he says, I must go on and just get a dictionary and just find the most random looking name. And I thought that's what he was going to do. Sorry.
I'm always getting tested.
Yeah, absolutely.
On here bringing up Russian, and I try my best to bring up that, or is it Welsh as well?
Someone done it. I was on a stream with John before, and someone actually done it. They mentioned like a Russian movie and they named the actor. And I actually just looked at the comments and I went, fuck that, and I moved on. Not even going to try.
I just always try. If I fuck up, people are going to find it funny either way.
No, you always get it right. That's what we're saying. It's amazing.
Really?
I wouldn't even try.
I just try and give it a go and see the best if it works.
No, so yeah, John, no, I've never seen that documentary. Sorry.
Thanks for joining, John. David says, Mike, when are you going to do a 4K collection? That's very nice to see. You have an amazing YouTube channel and keep up the good work.
Oh, thanks, David. Yeah, I might have to do that. I don't think I've done a 4K collection video, so yeah, I'll have to do one of them.
Great stuff. John also says all his movies were made before 1900. Have a good stream. Toon.
Cheers, John.
Take care,
now
John.
I know. I actually remember. No, sorry. Right. I know what he's doing now. I'm not going to say any more about it, but I know what he's doing. I completely forgot. Sorry.
David says, David, no, it's James from DVD from Film Bloke here. Hi, everyone. I saw quite a lot this week with Liam and Stefano. We watched a few films called from Alan Clark, Made in Britain, which was brilliant, especially for Tim Roth's first film. In the Alan Clark night, I also saw a haunting short film called Elephant. Who knew a film about people getting shot was so compelling?
Seen that one.
And I also saw the original TV version of Scum, which I actually preferred over the film version. That's a little more, but I think it's because it's more claustrophobic and shows less. I've heard that one's quite good. So you said you've seen Elephant, Andy. What's your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Yeah, I quite like it, to be honest. It's sort of about the build up, I think, to, I don't know if it's specifically the Columbine shooting, but it's meant to be like the build up to a school shooting that happens. But yeah, it's really haunting, and the end of it's quite disturbing. But it's a good film.
Cool.
I've seen Made in Britain, the one that he was on about before, and that's a good Alan Clark film.
Cool.
Is that the that's not the Gus Van Sant movie, is it?
Pardon?
What's the sorry, Elephant?
Elephant, yes.
I can't remember if it's Gus Van Sant.
Right. Is it kind of loosely based on the Columbine? It's not necessarily based on it, but it's loosely based.
I think it's definitely might be something to do with it, but it's just about the build up to it.
Right. I might be getting confused.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Anybody else seen that or the original version of Scum?
No.
No.
We've got Sinjin here saying Joe Pesci steals the show in both movies, Goodfellas and Casino.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic actor.
Even in his comedy roles, he's masterful.
Absolutely.
Home Alone.
My cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
My cousin Vinny's a lot of fun. I enjoy that a lot.
Yeah. Even in Lethal Weapon, the Lethal Weapon sequels.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's great. Yeah.
I think when Joe Pesci and Chris Rock.
Oh,
just brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
They just hate each other, and it's just great. It's great.
Yeah.
What's his name in it? Leo Getz, is it?
Leo Getz.
That's right.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, Leo gets.
Yeah.
DVD Bloke says, it's a bit of shame Alan Clark's life was cut so short, died of cancer in 1990, a year before the BBC finally showed Scum. Oh, wow. That's sad.
Shame.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
sad.
Didn't he direct Midnight Express as well? Or was that somebody else?
Don't know.
I can't
It's
remember.
Alan someone. I can't remember who. It's
Alan Parker, isn't it?
Yeah, Alan Parker. Yeah.
That's it, right? Yeah.
That's a hard movie to watch.
It
I
is.
love that film.
Yeah.
I love Midnight Express.
I
Yeah,
haven't seen it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, amazing.
I'll have to check it out. I've heard it's a tough watch.
Mm.
It's
The
tough.
performances in it, they were fantastic.
James says, I saw a Dutch comedy film called Flodder, which was really fun. It's a shame there's no home release with English subtitles. Liam described it as a Dutch Better Off Dead, and I agree.
Wow, I'm a big fan of Better Off Dead. That's interesting.
Yeah, I like Better Off Dead as well, so that's an interesting one. Yeah, I'm sold.
Love
What do
Better
you
Off
think,
Dead.
Andy?
Still need to check that one out.
Yeah. But Better Off Dead has one of my favorite songs in a movie ever, which is the Better Off Dead song, and they sing it in the school dance.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
I love that song. That song, I haven't heard it in ages, and I'm going to listen to it after the stream because I fucking love that song.
I had such a crush on that girl. I can never think of her name. She's the
she's which the girl in the film or the singer of the band?
No, the French exchange student.
Yeah.
You know, she was in Amityville too. I think she was in, and wasn't she in that Last American? What's called it? Virgin. Yeah.
Last American Virgin.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, she's great in both movies. But Better Off Dead's fantastic. You also got Tina from Elm Street in there as well.
That's of course, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I there's a bit that cracks me up every time I watch it at the end where he's skiing on the slope, and Kurt Armstrong's just got the binoculars and he's skiing on one ski, and she just grabs the binoculars off him and chokes him. And it's brilliant. Oh God, I love that film.
I don't know about you, but I think that the two Asian drivers.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely hilarious. I think.
and all they've watched was racing commentary, and that's
how
what
they learned
know
their
how to
English.
talk like. Yeah.
Didn't
Oh,
John
oh,
Cusack
oh,
hate that film Better Off Dead? I heard.
Oh,
mm,
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's a shame. I hate when I hear that because I'm such a fan of the movie.
Yeah, I remember watching something like a documentary about it, and they said like he was excited to watch it because this after is it One Hot Summer, One Long Summer. This was the next one we done after that.
one
Right.
crazy summer. One crazy
That's the
summer.
one. That's the one.
Yeah, because he doesn't like talking about that film.
Oh,
either.
no.
Oh,
Apparently,
wow.
like if you go to the cons and talk about it, I don't know.
wow.
Wow.
And
Wow.
yeah, Better Off Dead. I think it's such a shame because it's so good.
Yeah.
He saw it and he just walked out the cinema. Apparently, he absolutely hates it. Still does to this
Wow.
day. Fell out with the director. It's always a shame
Wow.
when stuff like that happens.
It is,
'Cause
yeah.
I really like the Shore thing as well.
Oh, that's incredible. Rob Reiner.
Yeah.
That
is a great film.
That's up there with one of my favorite 80s movies. That movie, I'm not going to lie, it's phenomenal.
It is great, yeah.
Yeah, again, I only just mentioned her tonight. Is it Daphne Zuniga? Is that her name? I think she's fantastic in that movie.
Oh, she's in Spaceballs and The Fly too.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a good film as well.
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's There's actually one. There was one scene. It's one of those. It's weird. It's when you see the girl, the Shore thing at the end of it.
Yeah.
You know, as beautiful as she is, you're still rooting for Daphne Zuniga. It's a wonderful movie. Actually, I might watch that this weekend.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. There's so
What's
many
the
fun
other film
John
called?
Cusack. Which one?
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott?
What was it called? The Shore thing, did you say?
The Shore thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. Sounds really good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then I think Cusack just peaked with Say Anything as well.
Yeah.
What a great film.
Topping him off, top his 80s career off with that film.
Yeah. You know, it's a crime that we don't hear from him today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a wonderful actor.
Yeah. I watched for the first time last week. I think it was called Muscle of Dogs.
Right.
With Diane Lane. And I
started watching. Did I see it all? I think I enjoyed that.
I'll be back
Yeah,
in a sec.
I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it because it was kind of like two actors who were young in the 80s and they were at the height of the 80s, and then seeing them come together in this movie made in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Both leads. It was really cool. I really liked it.
Yeah, I do remember enjoying it.
Yeah, I had a fun time with that one. But yeah, Better Off Dead. Yeah, it's amazing. Music.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
really
great.
need to watch that, to be fair.
Oh, shame he's not a fan of the film.
It kind of just puts me off a little bit when you hear that, and you do hear it quite a bit. You know, you just kind of wonder what did they see? Again, it could be just as simple as his own performance. Maybe he doesn't like it, and then the way, like I'm sure then it'll just put you off the movie instantly. So it's,
yeah, because you can always put it down to as well. Maybe the actors didn't get on with people they were working with on the film, and that could have tainted it for them. But people still love it. People still love the finished product.
Of course. I think that happened with Dante's Peak. Apparently, Pierce Brosnan and Linda Hamilton were bloody at war with each other during that movie.
Yeah.
They bloody hated each other. They did. So, so they're not fans of the movie.
Because it's not a half bad film, Dante's Peak.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
What would you put ahead? What would you prefer, Dante's or Volcano?
See, when I was a kid, it was Volcano, but I think watching the two movies through my eyes now, I might have to give it. I think Dante's is the better movie.
Yeah.
But Volcano is still pretty. It's dumb fun. It's dumb fun, but I still enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dante's Peak is the Deep Impact. You know what I mean? You remember your Deep Impact in Armageddon? Yeah. One was kind of more a more grounded story, where another one was just pure Hollywood. So. Yeah.
I love Deep Impact. That's always been a favourite of mine.
That's coming out in 4K soon.
Yeah, I'll probably have to get that, to be fair.
I do apologise for believe in the stream. My mum, the TV went a bit wrong, so I had to sort it out for her.
Ah,
No worries, Pete.
We've got Mike here saying, speaking of gangster movies, I loved Public Enemies with Johnny Depp and Christian Bale. Love that film too. It's a Michael Mann film, I think.
yeah.
Really good portrayal from Johnny Depp. I think he's quite good in gangster films, like in Donnie Brasco as well. Very good actor. What did you think of the film, Andy?
Really like it. It's been ages since I've seen it though, but I do remember really, really liking it.
Yeah, good cast in it as well. I can remember. Oh, cool. What's his name? I can't remember his name now, but some really
Stephen Graham's
Stephen
in it.
Graham. That's it.
Yeah, Stephen Graham's in it. Yeah.
I was quite surprised to see him in that. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I remember seeing it at the cinema and I had a good time with it. The only problem I have with it, and I feel this is the same for a lot of Michael Mann's later movies, but he shoots all of his later movies on like proper digital cameras, and I find some of the action scenes look really ugly in like Public Enemies, and I think Collateral was another one, and
Yeah.
something doesn't quite look right in that movie.
I agree with you about that, about Collateral, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, because I heard Collateral had quite a bad, not a great 4K, and I think it's because it shows really badly or something on the 4K.
You're absolutely right. There's scenes in Collateral where it's just it wouldn't be even an action scene. I can't think of the scene in particular, but there was one scene. I think Mark Ruffalo was outside of a building. I think it was the building where the fella, where Tom Cruise knocked your man out the window. Remember that? And it's just a scene where Mark Ruffalo is outside it, and it almost looks like the background is fake. It's like they were just put into it. Like the fake. It was just very odd looking, and I never noticed it before until I got the 4K release of it. And again, maybe it's the HDR colors as well, a kind of mixture of the way he shoots the movies and then the HDR as well. It just didn't look right. I remember being very underwhelmed by it.
What about you, Scott? Have you seen Public Enemies?
I have, yeah, and to be honest, I wasn't a massive fan of it. I thought it was quite slow and boring, if I'm being honest. But maybe I need to give it another rewatch because I know there's a lot of people that do like it.
That's fair enough, mate. And what about you, Keith? Have you seen it?
No, I've never seen it. I've never seen a Johnny Depp gangster movie, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
No. Again, I've nothing against it. I just never got around to watching them.
He's done quite a few good ones, I must admit. There's one a few years ago with Benedict Cumberbatch. I quite enjoyed that one as well. Can't remember
Black Mass, isn't it?
Black Mass, yeah.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
But I see something that was announced today that they're going to do this sequel to Heat, and to play Robert De Niro's character, they're going to have Adam Driver to play him.
Sequel to Heat, man. Just saying it is wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't need the sequel, that film. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, apparently it's a prequel sequel, and I'm just like, no, please don't.
Yeah,
no.
We don't need that.
It's perfect movie, Heat.
Yeah, I think Michael Mann wrote the novel to the second, to the sequel, and that released last year, and the reviews were pretty positive for it. But I'm just like, leave the film as it is. It works as a one-off film. We don't need no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
James says, I also watched all the short films from Adam Elliott and Mary and Max, which were phenomenal. It gets autism fucking right. Adam Elliott knows his stuff, which is very rare in films. Whilst Rain Man suffers more from its age and less said about the music, the better. Yeah.
No, sorry, he really hates Rain Man, because I think every stream I've been on, he mentions Rain Man. He does not like that movie.
No, he don't.
No.
I think it's that one and The Deer Hunter James isn't a big fan of.
Right.
Minhaju says, damn, I love this community. You guys are doing a great thing, and I've been watching your streams for a while now. You guys are amazing. Just makes me smile and laugh.
Yeah, wow.
Thanks ever so much, mate. Glad you're enjoying them.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
Andy says, Armor of God is one of Jackie Chan's best films for me. Cool. I'm happy to see you feel that way, says James. Going back to Adam Elliott, I'm really excited for his next film, Memoir of a Snail, which is coming out next year. Memoir of a Snail? What a name for a film. Adam handles his disabilities with most respect. I've seen autism, cerebral palsy, Tourette's. I recommend all his shorts. Harvey Frampton is the best one. Oh, that's good to hear. Traction Star says, me and the wife went to see John Wick 4 again, and it's incredible. We also watched Dungeons and Dragons last night, and it was pretty entertaining. Surprised a lot. Glad to hear you enjoyed them. James says, yes, Poltergeist is considered a cursed movie. They used real skeletons on the set.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Okay. It's really sad.
Yeah.
Andy says, the preacher in Poltergeist 2 scared me big time as a kid. I think I have heard that. He is quite a scary one in that. Sinjin says, I mentioned this to Keith some time ago, but the versions of Poltergeist we watch is cut. The full version was only ever shown on TCM. Oh.
He's absolutely right. If you actually watch Poltergeist, there's actually going to be scenes in it, Pete, when you do watch it. That the edits are so blatant, they're so obvious. Like they're almost cut through mid speech. You know,
Really?
it's ludicrous. Yeah, you'll see. There's one scene in particular. I can't say no because I don't want to spoil the movie for you, but you will. It's obvious. You'll see it when it does happen.
Oh, I'll keep an eye out for that. That's quite surprising. So he says the actress who played the eldest daughter in Poltergeist was Griffin Dunne's sister.
Yep.
Winslow saw Poltergeist for the first time last year in 4DX. It was pretty nuts. I was almost flung off my chair. Wow. Sounds like a great cinema experience. Andy says 25 watching, only 10 likes. Got Rogue saying hi, James. Got Marvel fan here saying hi, everyone. How are you? Apologise for missing your last stream, Pete. Hey, no worries about it, mate. No worries about it. As apologies to Scott as well for missing his live stream last week. I wasn't feeling too well due to mental health reasons. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. No worries about it. Just hope you're okay. Thoughts go out to you, and if you ever need anything, just message us. DVD Film Bloke says, in fact, The Omen and The Exorcist are considered cursed as well. The paranormal is a massive gamble when it comes to making films. I have heard that.
Exorcist is almost famous for it.
Yeah, I've heard some of the stories about The Exorcist, but not The Omen. Mind, I haven't heard none of the stories about that.
Yeah, I hear one or two. Nothing to the extent of Exorcist.
I know Shudder released on Blu-ray the Cursed film series, which talks about several films.
Yeah,
I know it's Exorcist. I think it's the Twilight Zone film as well. That sounds like an interesting one.
It's horrible what happened on Twilight Zone.
Oh my God! You ever see the footage of that?
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's shocking. Andy says Disney needs to sell Marvel and Star Wars, please. Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, whoever they buy will do the same, though. They'll just move.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Rogue says the AI stories have died on Josh's server. Oh, what, on Discord? Fair enough. Sai says apparently the Aristocats is getting a live action treatment as well. Oh, days. As long as it doesn't end up looking like Cats the movie, I suppose that's the main thing. But I see that they've cast Lilo for the live action Lilo and Stitch. I'm dreading how the aliens like Stitch and all the other characters are going to look in live action. Oh. Yeah, I noticed that as well. Maybe I might get the AI to write some more. Rogue says, are you getting anything in H&B Premium sale? I see that it's on sale. I see that and Arrow are having a sale. Probably next week I may pick up a couple of titles from Premium, as I see that they've come out in standard releases, so I'd rather get the Premium editions of them, but not too many. What about you, Andy?
No, probably not. I think I'm kind of just done with the premium collections. But me and Mike were talking about this the other week. Our local HMV has gone to shit.
Mm.
It's really bad. They shut it down for a bit, and they said we're going to reopen soon. At the end of March, there's going to be more of the stuff you love. Was it fuck? They just have made the vinyl section a lot bigger. Blu-rays and 4Ks have been completely shafted and just got a small dedicated section to them now, and the rest of it's just filled with merch. It was heartbreaking to see. It's just it's awful.
It's dreadful stuff. I've heard a few other HMV stores are closing down for refits, and I imagine they're going to go the same way. It's such a shame.
It is.
Yeah. Like I'm glad vinyl's getting the love. I really am, but the Blu-rays and 4Ks they've just got the shaft.
Yeah, it's all this like merch stuff. The amount of toys and figures I see in it is unbelievable now.
Yeah.
My local one, when I go in there now, I must admit, Blu-rays now, you just get a small little shelf of Blu-rays now, hardly anything. Unless it's the new releases, you're very unlikely to find anything. Actually, there's more 4Ks than Blu-rays. I think there might actually be more 4Ks than DVDs in our local one, which is quite surprising.
Yeah.
But as soon as you walk through the door, the first thing you see is vinyl and like these cuddly toy Japanese toys. I'm just like, what the heck are these? But they're the only thing. They're the only things that fly off the shelf. I've spoke to the staff there. I said, what are these things? They said, you won't believe it. They just fly off the shelf. They have like these little keychain things, and they're like £5. And they said, as soon as we get them in, they're gone out the door. People love them, and that's where we make our money on. Like about 70% is all merch.
Jesus.
And the manager there has been there for quite a few years. They said we can remember when a film would come out, like a big film, like a Marvel film or something, and we'd get queues at the door when we open on a Monday morning, especially nearer Christmas. Now we're lucky to sell half of our stock in a week, where we'd sell it all in the first couple of days.
Wow.
It's a shame. But vinyl stuff, they get hordes of pre-orders for it, and that's the stuff that's keeping them doing well as well. But they're like 50 quid a vinyl. It's quite an expensive game.
I tried doing it. I went through a vinyl phase. I even used to feature them in my videos, but it was impossible. I couldn't do this and do that as well. It was just you'd nearly need to be doing two jobs to afford it. You know, it's just vinyl is expensive.
It is.
I know.
Yeah.
I saw a Pulp Fiction vinyl in my local HMV, and I'm sure it was 70 quid, and I was like, wow. It's nice looking, but couldn't never justify that price.
My fiance actually bought the Queen's collection, every single album from Queen. I think it was around €360 now. It was absolutely worth every penny of it. But my God, and I kid you not, I am not over exaggerating here. You can't pick up the fucking box set. It weighs a ton. I mean, if you try and lift it, I'll tell you now, you're going to pull something. It's that heavy. I've never witnessed anything like it. It's an absolute beast of a box, but it's beautiful.
Oh, sounds like it. Wow. Mike, are you going to pick up anything in the premium sale?
Probably not. I don't know what it is, but I think since it's kind of gone obsolete, I've just kind of lost interest in collecting them for some reason, even though it would probably make more sense to just get like the remaining ones I need. But for whatever reason, I've just kind of lost interest. So yeah, I'll probably give it a miss.
Oh, worries. And what about you, Scott?
I might have a quick look and see what I like, but I'm not 100% sure yet.
Yeah. And Keith, you don't get them obviously in Ireland, do
No.
you? So you can't really get them.
unless I fly over. No. That's another thing with HMV. I don't understand why they don't why they refuse to ship. They won't ship worldwide. It's very strange. They used to, but they stopped doing
a
it.
daft move. They could make quite a bit of money doing that.
Did I tell you about Zavi though? So Zavi are still not shipping. I still can't go onto Zavi and order movies from them. But there, around 2 weeks ago, I got an email from Zavi saying I don't know if you've seen it, the Leon edition that they're bringing out.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was a deluxe release. It's just like the Rambo edition that they brought out. And I was able to pre-order it. But it's the only movie I was able to pre-order from them. For some strange, so I don't understand.
That's a very strange one.
Yeah.
We've got Marvel fans saying, has anybody pre-ordered the Mario movie on 4K Steelbook? Nope. Anybody here is thinking of pre-ordering it?
I might do if I like the film.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Pre-order Steelbooks.
Pardon?
I never really pre-order Steelbooks, if I'm completely honest. I don't see the point in it. They just never sell out.
I don't think they're going to sell out. No. That'll be their day one.
Yeah.
For me, the Steelbook just doesn't look very nice. They're doing a star tin, but it's like 40 quid with the discs inside. And it looks like a thing.
I seen a picture of that today. Yeah. It looked a bit odd.
I did see another Steelbook that popped up and it looked really bright and colourful, but I've heard it's a mock-up. But if it is a real one, I may get the Steelbook of that. But the Steelbook, what I've seen on H&B, just looks really boring. It's a black background with like the mushroom in the middle on the back and the front.
Oh, okay.
We've got Josh here saying we've gone from Everything Everywhere winning Best Picture for its originality and its quality to Hollywood announcing 50 reboots and remakes in the last week.
It's true.
It shows their creativity. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The lack thereof. Problem is, it's not just films; it's in the games as well. A lot of that's happening, or is this constant reboots, sequels? You don't see many original games now.
Yeah, it's not as bad when it comes to games, because when you're delivering like you get with Resident Evil 4, it's great. But someone said this to me, what was one of my most disappointing games of last year, and I'm not going to lie, Last of Us was one of my... I was so disappointed with it that they added nothing to the game other than visually enhancing it. I just think that there was so much opportunity just to just give us a few side quests or something, just open it slightly.
Yeah.
But no, they didn't give us that. I was actually very disappointed with that.
It was more or less just a port that looked a bit nicer. That's all it was. And they took away the multiplayer as well. For 70 quid, it was daylight robbery. Thankfully, I didn't pay that much for it. I paid about 35, 40 quid for it, so I wasn't too fussed about it. But
not taking anything away from the work they've done in the game. The game looks beautiful. But I was disappointed.
I think it was more or less done just to get people excited for that TV show more than anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the biggest disappointments of last year was probably that Saints Row game. Oh, that's bad.
Oh yeah,
I did pick up Gotham Knights at the weekend. I found it for 10 quid. I got it for 10 quid brand new.
Okay. That's worth a gamble. That's worth a gamble.
I'm having fun with it for the £10. It's fine.
Yeah.
But wouldn't pay full price for it. Oh, no. I went in thinking it was like the Arkham games. Bugger, weren't I disappointed? Next up, we have AJ here saying evening all. Evening, AJ. Dr. Impossible saying, Andy, have you ever seen a Sam Fuller film? Evening.
I'll have to check. The name doesn't ring a bell. Sam Fuller.
I think I've heard of him for some reason, so I'm going to have a look at that as well.
Just 1 second, I'll be back in a sec.
Haven't got a clue. Let's have a look.
I haven't seen any, but I've heard that White Dog's meant to be a really good film, so I do want to watch that.
Yeah, White Dog's really good.
Face looks familiar, but I haven't seen any of his films. No.
So he's pretty much known for being a writer, isn't he?
Mm.
The one that he's wrote, which is a movie I absolutely love, is Targets from 1963. I adore that film.
Great stuff. Yeah, that's Hollywood for you. True Action Star says we watched the Adam Sandler Netflix film Murder Mystery 2. What a load of trash. Netflix will show almost any rubbish. Oh dear. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I didn't even know it was a first film. I didn't even know there was a first film. I have no interest in that whatsoever.
Say what you want to say.
Netflix.
Say what you want to say about Netflix. At least they're consistent. Consistently shit, but they're consistent.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I want Disney to keep making their live action reboots, because I hope it fucking bankrupts them.
Yeah.
I heard that The Mandalorian has been a massive flop this season. Nobody's watching it. Loads of people are walking away.
I didn't watch it.
I watched first two as well, and I didn't bother checking it out, to be fair.
I watched the third season. I haven't watched last week's or this week, but it's a struggle this time. It's nowhere near as good as it was the first time around. And I've seen something, a spoiler for this episode, and it goes down the She-Hulk route with a cameo, and I'm just like, no, I'm out.
Wow.
Nah, I haven't seen Murder Mystery 2. I don't think I will do. Anybody's planning to see it?
No.
Just keep churning out shitty movies, Netflix.
Yeah. Keep doing it.
And keep putting the prices up for subscriptions, and then nobody will.
Put out physical media so much.
Yeah.
Andy says only thing that's saving Star Wars Disney for me is Dave Filoni making animation and live action Clone Wars, aka Rebels, with Mando and Ahsoka when it comes. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 soundtrack listing being officially announced? Can't wait for the movie. I'm looking forward to the film, but I don't know what the soundtrack is at the moment. But I'm sure it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
First two were great.
Yeah.
I like the two songs they've used in the two trailers so far.
Was one of them Since You've Been Gone?
Yeah.
That's a good song.
Yeah.
Rainbow.
Yeah. That's playing in my head now.
Yeah.
David says they need to bring out a Zelda movie. I completely agree with you there. That would be wonderful.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, princess. As long as they don't use that line. Dr. Impossible says, give me a good James Spader film. For me, White Palace, directed by Luis Mandoki. I'm sure I butchered her name. An older woman, younger man, but a revelation of internal performances, citizens surrounding just say sex. Okay. You got a good James? Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Yeah.
James Spader. There's one movie that sticks out for me for James Spader. Not many people would know about it, but it's called. Well, over here it was called Striking Back, but it's called The New Kids.
Oh yeah.
He's an absolute bastard in the movie. He is, and it's the first movie I've ever seen by him where I actually turned around and went, "Wow, this man's a great actor. He's a force." And I'm happy that he actually went on to do so well. You know, so many different roles. Like I said, when you watch New Kids and then you watch like his role in Mannequin, and then you see Stargate. You know, he's just an incredibly talented actor.
He's an underrated actor. He's very
Massively underrated.
yeah.
Yeah.
He did a great film. I really enjoyed it as well. Very, very under the radar kind of movie with Keanu Reeves. I think it was called The Watcher or something Watchers or something like that.
The Watcher,
Where-
yeah,
yeah.
that's just come up on here.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is a serial killer in it.
I'll have to give that a watch. No
I'll
pun
have to
intended.
check
That
that
sounds
out.
good, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that does look good. You got any recommendations, Andy?
Yeah, there's a couple from the 80s that don't really get talked about that I like. There's one called Bad Influence. Which really, I think it's got Rob Lowe in it as well. There's one he did with Robert Downey Jr. called Less Than Zero, which is great.
Yeah, I know that.
Really good film. New Kids, like Keith was saying. I actually really like Age of Ultron.
I like that.
I do.
I think that's one of the most underrated movies in the MCU.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think he plays a fantastic villain. Pretty in Pink is
Yes.
great as well. Mannequin. Wolf.
That's
Well,
good.
yeah, probably.
I was thinking, I like that.
Yeah, just Stargate as well. There'll be more that come to mind, but I actually quite liked him in The American Office as well.
I've never seen it.
Okay, yeah. There's like a bit so when the show was coming towards its end, he comes in as like the big boss.
Right.
But, yeah, he's a fun actor. I really like him, but there's a lot of stuff that he's been in that goes unsung.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, there's a movie I like with him. It's him and Maggie Gyllenhaal called Secretary. It's basically 50 Shades of Grey, but it's good. It's a good movie. Yeah.
Oh, sounds good. I'm sold if it's like 50 Shades of Grey, but good. Okay.
Yeah.
Scott, what about you?
There's a really underrated film that he was in from the 80s called Tough Turf. I think that's a really good movie.
I was told about that as well. I was told to watch that. Someone said it to me one day. If you like the New Kids, check out Tough Turf.
It's
I
a
need
really
to get
good
right
film.
to it.
I'll have to check that one out. For me, I'm going to agree with Andy about Age of Ultron. I think that's a very underrated Marvel film. I never got the hate. I put off watching it for a long while and had a great time with it.
Yeah.
Wolf, as Andy said as well, I think that's a great film. And was he in Lincoln as well? I'm pretty certain he was in that.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I also forgot Sex, Lies, and Videotape.
Oh yeah! Wow.
That's a good film.
Yeah.
And he's also in a TV series called The Blacklist. I've seen a few series of that. He's pretty good in that as well. Traction Star says you've got a stream on Friday, Scott. Who's going to be the special guest? I think it'll be an Easter special.
Yeah, and we got on Matt from Vengeance Media this Friday, so it's going to be an absolute blast.
Oh, that's going to be excellent. Can't wait, Scott.
Yeah, cheers, Pete. I'm looking forward to it as well.
We have Marvel fan here saying, I've seen Twins for the first time. Well, second, but first time I watched it on Now TV back in 2018 or 19. The quality was so bad due to the internet connection. I bought the DVD and really enjoyed it. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. So it's a fun film. I do like that one. Sinjin says, yeah, a lot of people are not happy with the Blue Beetle trailer, especially calling Batman a fascist. I'll have to rewatch that trailer. Harry, I love Gotham. It's one of my favorite series. Great stuff. Wow, we must be about 2 or 3 hours behind nearly.
Well behind.
Josh says the new Mandalorian episode has been slated on Twitter, and thankfully show. Blah. Did I just say Mangolorian? I think
Yes.
I did.
He did, yeah.
The Mandalorian episode has been slated on Twitter, and rightfully so. What they've done is shocking. Looks like a Saturday Night Live sketch. Glad I stopped watching Star Wars. I think I saw you post, and Yeah, I'm pretty shocked too if they've gone down that road. Sinjin says, please, Pete, watch the original Hitcher. You don't know what you're missing. I want to wait until this second sight come out, but I may see if I can watch it on streaming or just import the German Blu-ray. I may pick that up.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, what is the cleverest twist in a film plot you've ever seen so far in cinema?
Oof.
That's a good one. Cool.
That's a
Can you
tough
think of one,
question.
Andy?
It's I'm gonna have to go right back to 1997 when I saw the special edition of Empire Strikes Back for the first time.
Yeah, that's like one of the most iconic ones of
Yeah.
all time. Mike, what about you?
I don't know if it's like one of the cleverest plot twists, and it might be a bit silly, but the ending to Saw, like when I saw that movie for the first time, like that twist just floored me. I did not see it coming at all. And it's kind of ridiculous when you think about it, but still it's I just did not see it coming at all.
Yep, great pick there.
There's one that came to my mind. Again, if you didn't know the history of it, it probably would surprise you if you didn't know the history of Point Pleasant. But Mothman Prophecies. Again, not the greatest, like not the most imaginative twist you'll ever see, but thankfully I never knew the history about what happened, the events of that movie. But wow, the ending of it just floored me. I just wasn't expecting it. So I can't say nothing about it if any of you, and if none of you have actually seen it. But my God, it's such a great movie, and it's so creepy, it's so atmospheric. It's an incredible movie.
Is that one with Richard Gere in it?
Yeah.
I do want to watch that one, to be fair.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Love the movie.
Awesome stuff.
Great pick. And have you got one, Scott?
I might have to go with Saw as well, just because that's the only one that really springs to mind, and I do actually really like the ending of that film.
Oh, great pick there. There's a hard question. I'm thinking about it. Oh, there's been some great plot twists of all time. We've got quite a few in Alien Covenant. Oh, wait, no, we haven't. I can think of one. Probably Old Boy. That had a good plot twist. I think that's a good one. So I'll say Old Boy. Marvel fan says, Blue Beetle trailer has a scene that completely ripped off Shang-Chi with the bust being cut in half. I did see that in the trailer, yeah. We've got Russo Smile Films here saying, even and all, watched Young Frankenstein recently and really enjoyed it. What's your favourite Gene Wilder performance and role? Oh. That is a great film, Young Frankenstein. I do agree with you there. Stir Crazy, Willy Wonka, Young Frankenstein. He's been in some great films. Andy?
Yeah, there's too many iconic roles that he's been in, but one of my favorite roles that he's been in is in Bonnie and Clyde, when he plays the young Undertaker. And it's great seeing the two Genes, Gene Wilder and Gene Hackman, acting off each other. And he's only in the movie for a short time, but I just love him in that film. It's just a great little performance from him.
Great pick there. Mike?
Yeah, pretty much everything he did with Mel Brooks, like Producers, Young Frankenstein, and Blazing Saddles, and then also pretty much everything he did with Richard Pryor. They were just perfect together, just such a great duo. And of course, Willy Wonka.
Yep, fantastic actor. Keith?
Yeah, I have to. The Waco Kid, Blazing Saddles for me. I love that movie. Again, another movie that would. It's a wonder it's actually not banned today when it compared to today's standards. I just love him in that movie. The scene where he talks about the 6-year-old kid, in that movie. I just think it's absolutely brilliant. Again, I don't want to say nothing in case no one's seen it, but yeah, I love him in that movie.
Great pick there, Keith. And what about you, Scott?
I'd probably have to say Willy Wonka and See No Evil, Hear No Evil. I think that's a really fantastic comedy from the late 80s. Love that film.
Fantastic there, Scott. I completely agree with you there. Great pick.
Still need to check out Young Frankenstein though, but I will definitely watch that.
Oh, that's a good fun film. You'll like that a lot.
Yeah, looking forward to watching it.
Rosso said, real shame about Guy Ritchie film. It's all set up for a big release. Hopefully it'll get a healthy reception despite being on Prime. Yeah, I can imagine it will do. Ah, yes, Young Frankenstein is brilliant, along with Willy Wonka. I agree. Sinjin says, I think Trolls 2 should have had a cinema release.
I thought is it Troll? I thought you meant Troll 2.
I was thinking that when I read it. And yeah, Trolls is getting another film. I see it's getting a third film coming out at Christmas. Wow. That's a movie franchise I never thought would become one.
No.
Russell says, Keith, safe to say your backdrop is beautiful, my man. You convey your love for your collection, for your films well in your recent video. Enjoy collecting.
Oh, wow.
That's to you all.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's something I'm very proud of, and it was very important that when we moved out of the old room and in here that backdrop had to be recreated.
Yeah, it's a truly iconic backdrop. It is.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
I've said it to so many people there last week. The novelty of it all, it still hasn't worn off. I don't think it ever will. I'm still sitting in here, kind of. I don't understand how this has happened. You know, it's baffling.
One of the best things about watching your videos is every time you watch your videos, you notice little things like, oh, I didn't know we had that, or I didn't know we had that in the background.
I keep fucking changing things. I keep moving things around, and sometimes with my backdrop, people don't see it, but my backdrop changes quite a bit, and it's all to kind of maybe if I get a new edition, I kind of, you know, I kind of want to show it off, and then I'll put it up at the top so everyone can see it, and then when I'm kind of I won't say bored with it. But when something else comes along, I'll maybe put it somewhere else, and then it's always changing.
Oh, brilliant! Marvel fan says, had anybody heard of the new flavor Doritos Flame Grilled Whopper from Burger King? It also comes with an offer. Don't have a Burger King near us.
Nope. I see your asshole will be taking you after it as well.
So, the Doritos used to do a cheeseburger flavored Doritos, and they were gorgeous.
I think the only Doritos I like is the cheese one and like the spicy one, but I haven't had Doritos in years.
Yeah, understand.
No. Anybody interested in this burger? Willy Wonka is a terrific film. Right, Dr. Impossible says, I watched Enzo G. Castorali's Inglourious Bastards the other night. Thoroughly enjoyed its creative action and heightened throb of never-ending textbook stunt work. Have any of you seen the film? Unfortunately not, but have you guys seen it?
I've heard of it, but not seen it. I've heard there was a different Inglourious Bastards, but I've not seen it.
Yeah. No.
Oh. No.
No, never seen it.
Mike?
No, not seen it.
DVD Republic says, I was going to say, I want to see Oh My Dad on the big screen, but that's Troll 2. Traction Star says, we saw the trailer for the Barbie movie. What's that supposed to be? Both me and the wife were confused and don't get the hype. Didn't mind the foot shot at the beginning of the trailer, mind. Fair enough. Rosso says, who's going to pick up the All Quiet on the Western Front? I actually just picked up the original, not seen it yet. I've heard it's really good one, this new Netflix film, but I ain't too fussed about picking it up. I'll probably just watch it on Netflix because I think the release is like about 40 quid.
So wait a minute. So there's a Netflix movie that you can actually buy?
Shockingly, yes, but only on 4K. You can't buy it on Blu-ray or DVD separately. You have to buy this 40. You have to buy this £40 digibook edition of it.
Okay.
I think it's a German version of All Quiet on the Western Front.
Ah, right. Okay, that explains it. So,
yeah, but anybody thinking about picking up the All Quiet on the Western Front edition?
Not yet, no.
No, I've got a bootleg Blu-ray of it, but it's Netflix. Fuck them. I don't really care.
It's Netflix. Fuck 'em.
Yeah.
that should be the name of your channel, Andy.
Fuck Netflix.
Fuck Netflix.
Oh, love it. James says, does the Mario movie include a subplot where Mario sexually escapades with Peach catch up with him? I think only Liam and Stefano would see that humor in that statement, since it's a kind of an in-joke. Fair enough. Dr. Impossible says, what is the most undervalued film you've seen from decades past, and why? Another very good question from the Doctor tonight.
Does that mean like underrated?
Underrated?
I guess.
Does it mean it's a movie we've seen decades ago, or is it a movie we've seen recently that was made decades ago?
What's the most undervalued film you've seen from decades ago, past, and why? An old film that's underrated. That's essentially what I think.
Okay, because there's loads of older stuff I've seen recently that I think's underrated. But there's a movie I watched with Drew Barrymore and James LaGrosse called Gun Crazy. Well, that was awesome.
Ooh.
Really cool movie. There's a movie as well I've watched this weekend, and I might put it in my first time watches, called Drowning Mona. If anyone's seen it.
No.
Never heard of that.
It's got Danny DeVito, Nev Campbell, Jamie Lee Curtis, Bette Midler, and Casey Affleck in it.
Wow.
It's an amazing film. I absolutely loved it. It pretty much right at the start of the beginning of the movie, Bette Midler's character dies, and the whole town's trying to figure out who is responsible for her death. And it's just hilarious. I think it's a really underrated movie.
Okay.
Absolutely loved it. I think it's from the early 2000s.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, but my god, it was fun. And I also watched a movie with Richard Dreyfuss called Let It Ride as well. I think that's really underrated movie. It's got Robbie Coltrane was in it as well. The whole movie pretty much takes place at like a racetrack for horses. Richard Dreyfuss was just hilarious in it. Jennifer Tilly's in it as well. Loved it. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I think they're underappreciated movies anyway, or undervalued movies.
There's one movie that comes to mind. I always kind of think about it when I think of an underrated movie. I've seen it once before with my fiance, and we've loved it. And I've been trying to pick it up in physical media since. A movie called Of Mice and Men. Gary Sinise and John Malkovich. We were just floored by that movie. The ending of it is wow. Yeah, it just. And it's massively underrated. I could never get I don't even know if there is a physical copy for it out there on Blu-ray, or I'm sure. I think I have the DVD of it. Yeah, well, I would look at Blu-ray release of it.
Yeah, I had to watch that when I was studying it for my GCSEs at school.
Oh, really?
I love the film. Film was amazing.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm almost certain Gary Sinise directs it as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an amazing film.
Yeah.
Definitely want to check it out. I've heard that's really good.
Yeah, the ending too, it's heartbreaking though.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Brace yourself. That's all I'll say.
I'm intrigued. Harry, you got one, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably loads I could think of, but I was just having a look through some movies that I've watched recently, and there's one that I watched with Christian Slater called Gleaming the Cube. He plays like this. I think he made it when he was like 16 or something, but it's like his brother gets like murdered at the start of the movie, and he basically just goes off to investigate what's happened. It's kind of like got like a neo-noir type of feel to it, but he's really into skateboarding, so there's like a lot of skateboarding in the movie as well. And I think even Tony Hawk has a cameo in it. But yeah, that was pretty good, but I don't think it's a movie that a lot of people have really seen or talk about that much.
Just the way you described it at the start there, I actually, for a second there, I thought you were describing Cuffs. You know, his brother gets killed in that movie, and you know, so yeah,
I think it's quite similar, yeah. But no, it was a good movie.
Great pick there. And what about you, Scott?
I'm probably going to go with a film from the 90s called High Learning, which is a really great film. I really love that film. Really powerful and emotional, and it's quite hard to watch in places, but it's really good.
Great pick there, Scott. For me, I had to do a little bit of surfing on the internet, but I did find one that I did watch a couple of years ago that I quite enjoyed, that I've never heard nobody really talk about. And it's like a film that came out in the 90s called Go. It's like about like a drug deal that went wrong around Christmas time. I think that's a great film. Came out, I think it was 98, 99.
It's got Katie Holmes in it, I think.
Katie Holmes in it,
yeah. That's a good, yeah. That's a good movie.
Right. Rosso says to Action Style, I believe the two central characters go from where they own Barbie world into our world, and hijinks ensure when they struggle to fit in. Right. Rogue says, I've got the AI to plan out a fictional David Lynch film called Velvet Dreams and where to find them. Okay. The Hateful Eight. Dr. Impossible says, is there a film that deals with a certain aspect of criminal activity that strikes fear into you when you watch the film? Difficult one, but give it a go. Very thought-provoking questions tonight, Doctor. That is a hard question to think about. Can you think of one, Andy?
The only one I can think of is Breakdown. Because that movie was frightening to a degree with what it dealt with. Because I think that was one of those movies where it could genuinely happen in real life.
Absolutely.
People just are on the road and get randomly kidnapped, and you never hear or see them again.
And it was so simple as well. How they staged it, like there was nothing to it.
Yeah, just frightening. Absolutely frightening. How calculated they were, and the villains in that movie, they weren't doing that for the first time. They've done that. They made sure that you kind of knew that the bit where Kurt Russell is actually looking at a wall. Yeah. And you kind of say to yourself, right, how many of them are those fuckers responsible for? Yeah.
You know, it's frightening.
That's the true scary bit of the film, is when you think about. Yeah.
You'd almost say that about within the likes of Wolf Creek as well, because isn't that loosely based on a true story as well?
I still need to see Wolf Creek.
Yeah,
I've got it there.
Good pick there, Andy. And what about you, Mike?
I'm not too sure. It would probably just have to be something about like a serial killer or something. Like I rewatched Maniac the other night. You know, the 1980 like very controversial movie, but yeah, just aspects of that movie is quite frightening. Like just, you know, the fact that people can just do that, just go out and kill people in really sadistic ways. Yeah.
Scott?
I think I'm gonna actually go with Breakdown as well, because that is quite a scary watch when you think about it, and great film as well.
Awesome. And Keith?
I can't say anything comes to mind. I don't know. I was going to mention it tonight when that movie was an elephant got brought up and about school shootings.
Yeah.
You know, all them kind of things scare me. But I also think that I don't know whether we should be glorifying these horrible people. as well.
Mm.
But yeah, every time I see something to do with anything like that, it's truly, truly frightening.
Yeah, I agree there. For me, I'll probably say something like, well, recently, probably Eden Lake, because, yeah, you can see it feels believable, very believable.
Yeah. That would actually put you off camping.
Yeah.
It would. It really would.
Yeah, it certainly would. And, like, there's a lot of campsites near where we live, and it's very desolate, like, nothing goes on there, and you could firmly believe something like that could go on there.
Yeah, yeah.
Minhaju says, by the way, I have ordered the exact Blu-ray you have for Phantoms. It's region free, I believe.
Yeah. Let me confirm that for you before you do. Yeah.
Great stuff.
Region free. One problem, and the person that just ordered that, there is a hint of a bootleggish feel to that release. So just bear that in mind as well when you're watching it. It's not the best looking picture you're ever going to see.
We've got Rhodey saying Blood and Honey isn't even funny bad, it's just miserable to watch and takes itself way too seriously. Yeah, I've heard that. It takes itself very seriously. Marvel fan says Pantheon 3 is going to start filming next month. That's great news. Really enjoyed the first two.
Awesome.
Steve-O says, hi guys, is there an actor or actress who you have seen for the first time in a film and think is an excellent but deserves a leading role in a film? Ah, good question. So like an underrated actor you'd like to see some more of? You want to go
There's
first,
one
Andy?
that does come to mind.
Oh, so go on then, Keith.
I've said it for years, but James Woods. Too many times where he was in the background, and when I seen him, funny enough, the first film that I felt that I seen him in, where he was the lead role, it was two movies in particular, Vampires with John Carpenter, and he's what made that movie great. He is fucking fantastic in it. And then he had a short story in Cat's Eyes as well, which he tried to quit smoking, and I love James Woods. But he's always in the background. Every other movie that I see him in, he's never the main guy, and it's a crime. It really is. He's such a talented actor.
He is very underrated. I do agree.
He kind of looks like Hades in Hercules a little bit.
Yeah,
He kind of does. He kind of does look like him.
yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I love the Simpsons episode with him in as well. It's just fucking
Yeah.
great. I'm off to fight aliens on a far off planet. That sounds like a good movie. Yes, a movie.
and let's not forget about the entire opening sequence to Scary Movies too.
Oh my word! Oh,
which to this day, I when I went to see that in the cinema, I actually thought I was going to die with laughter. We actually showed it to my father, and we actually were getting concerned because you know that kind of laughter where it's almost like you can't breathe.
Yeah,
that's what was going on. And I thought we killed my fucking father. By showing him the opening sequence of that movie. And again, it's James Woods. If it was anyone else doing that scene, it just wouldn't have worked.
No.
Yeah, great actor.
Yeah.
Andy?
I think with this one, the first movie I saw him in, and I was just kind of blown away by his performance, and it was Paul Dano in There'll Be Blood.
No, yeah.
I thought, wow, this is the first movie I've seen this guy in, and he's kind of blown me away here with what he's doing. So, yeah, he needs to definitely be in the lead in something.
Yeah, very good actor.
I think the first movie I seen him in was in was it The Girl Next Door? Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Like the only people I can think of are actors who they were leading actors, but they haven't been for a while. Like one that I already mentioned was like Christian Slater. Like he hasn't really been the lead in a movie for a while, and it'd be great to see him again. And even like Kurt Russell, like he was obviously huge in the 80s and 90s, but recently. I feel like he hasn't really done that much, and I'd just love to see like the likes of him back in like a leading movie. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, great picks.
You get them Santa Claus movies.
Oh yeah, true.
Santa Claus. Yeah. And Scott.
I think I'm going to go with James Woods, because everything he's in has just been really entertaining, and he's always great in the films that he's been in. And I absolutely love Christian Slater as an actor as well, so I'd go with those two.
Yeah, I would agree there. I agree with both James Woods and Christian Slater, and probably be my picks as well. I've heard James Woods is quite a controversial person now. I don't know what's going on, but I heard something a few weeks ago that they don't work with him in Hollywood now. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
True Action Star says everyone seems to be in the Barbie film, half expecting Basil Brush and the Crankies to be in it.
Crankies, man.
Oh my word! I was not expecting the Crankies to be brought up tonight.
No, I won't.
Andy says, for the cast of Blood and Honey are coming to Sci-Fi Scarborough at the end of the month. I think that might say how unpopular it is. Yeah, I think the one who plays Winnie the Pooh is coming to Great Yarmouth Comic Con as well. Rosso says, Keith, did you crave more of those deluxe editions after you got your first one, or did you have a goal before collecting?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you crave more of those deluxe editions after you got your first one, or did you have a goal before collecting?
I'll tell you the truth. The first edition that I got behind me was my Predator edition, and that was given to me as a gift from my fiance. It was a Christmas gift, and I had this. It didn't launch me into this whole buying bust editions. I think what started me was there's a channel on YouTube. His name is Wilsonian Movie Museum, and that's exactly. He actually lives up to his name. It's actually a museum. And when I seen his room tour, I think that's what sparked me off. I wanted to get a lot of them editions that he had in that room, and yeah, I strive to be. I want to say like him, but because this man has, like, you can see that he has I think he lives in Australia. He's English, I think, but he lives in Australia, and he has this basement to his house. And it's a monster basement. I mean, he has aisles and aisles. There must be around 6 aisles in this room. And then he has a whole seating area separate from his collection. It's just this beast of a room. I've never seen anything quite like it. But yeah, he kind of sparked all of that off for me. And I've kind of died down a bit with them because they're hard to get now. There's not many left that I can get out there. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be making them as much as they used to. So that's why I've kind of gotten into a film arena now. That's kind of taken up the bulk of my collecting now, which are just remarkable in their own right. So I am going to do that. I'm going to because the back wall got a great reception. So I'm going to do my right wall, which is looking equally as good as that back wall.
Brilliant. Look forward to watching that. Bosso says about Adam Driver being in Heat 2. Traction Star said about Renfield. We did talk about that earlier. Hateful Eight isn't that bad, says Dr. Impossible. Lewis says, I think they should start making classic games into films. Imagine Total Wipeout, Crash Bandicoot, or Tekken on the big screen.
They've done it with Alone in the Dark, and look how that movie turned out.
Well, they've announced today that they're going to do another Street Fighter film, a live-action one.
I've heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, coming from the same team who done the Godzilla film, like the new Legendary Pictures, whatever they're called. So
right.
that'll be interesting to see. Hopefully it'll be a bit better than the 90s one, but the 90s one's fun in its own right.
I actually quite like that film, to be honest.
Yeah. We've got Andy saying, I remember buying Bond 20 film metal case on DVD for £100 back in the day. Every disc had bonus documentary at the time. I thought it was a bargain. Did anyone else buy it in the early 2000s?
Yeah.
Oh, you did, Keith.
Yeah, I bought it. I've around 4 editions of the Bond collection in this room. That being one of them. I didn't pay 100 for it now. I paid less for it. Bond is a weird thing with me. When it comes to collectible items like Bond, I wait, and I try to get them at the best possible price. And I think I might have got it for around 70 quid, which is it's a lovely edition. Don't get me wrong, it's a nice edition. And actually, you know something? I don't even have it in this room. It's actually in my other movie room. But it's a lovely edition.
Oh, that's cool. Harry says my mate bought that, as you said, a bargain. Harry says it sells for £100 used on eBay now. Wow. Dr. Impossible says, what's the best psychological thriller you've seen that deals with split personality? That is a hard question again.
I love Identity. I love that film.
Oh, I still need to watch that one.
That's an awesome pick.
Yeah,
that is. I am a huge director of James Mangold. I'm kind of going back to why I'm excited about this new Indiana Jones movie. I know you're not, Andy, but he's a talented director, and that's probably one of his best movies. Yeah,
I love it. Love it. The cast of that movie is just great as well. Ray Liotta's in it as well. I cherish his movies now more so than ever, obviously, because he's not with us anymore. But
absolutely,
some of the stuff I've seen recently with him in, I've loved, and I love him in that film. He's great.
Yeah. There's so many twists and turns in that movie as well.
Yeah,
just love it. It's a creepy movie. It's very very creepy. It's borderline horror.
Yeah, some stuff in it is just horrific. What happens?
Yeah.
There's a bit where someone gets hit by a car, which shocked me when I first
watched it.
It's frightening.
But then the weird thing when it's put into context, that when you see the end of it, it's just so brilliantly done. It is. It's you're kind of going, now I get it. It's a great movie. It's great.
You watch it and then you think, oh my god, what's happening here? What's happening here? Because things happen, and then by the end of it, you're like, it all makes sense now.
Perfectly. Fucking genius.
It's a great film. Love Identity.
Great pick there. Mike, what about you?
It's probably a bit of an obvious one, but I'm gonna have to go with Psycho.
Yeah.
Very good pick there. Scott?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to go with Psycho as well, because I can't think of anything else off the top of my head, and Psycho is a great film.
Nice. And Keith?
Nothing's coming to mind. Identity was the perfect pick, I think.
The only one I can think of is something like Dress to Kill. Would that count?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say that one.
I was going to say Split as well. Would probably be my second.
Yeah, Split. Yeah.
Halle Berry did one a few years ago. I can't remember what it was called, but she played somebody with split personalities, and Stellan Skarsgård was in it as well. That weren't a bad film. I think it's about 10, 15 years old. I cannot remember what it was about.
Is it Gothica?
Pardon?
Yeah, the Gothica.
Might have been.
Yeah. Might be that one.
See that one.
Not exactly a thriller, but me, myself, and Irene.
Yeah.
Even that film's hysterical.
I love that film. Yeah,
that film is brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny.
It is.
Just Hank is like one of the most offensive people.
Oh, there's one scene that always makes me laugh when he sits at a table and there's two women behind him, How's it going, fellas?
Yeah, it's yeah, that cracks me up as well. Jesus, it's a giant Q-tip.
I want to watch this film now.
Oh god, it's so.
It's fun.
The bit that cracked me up was when he walks past the woman that's breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah.
We had a running joke in this house, but if you remember the movie well, when he starts turning into Hank, this one song keeps playing.
Yeah.
During it, and the song is hilarious. But what we done one day, my brother Declan, he was a fucker for. He'd have a girlfriend, and they'd go out drinking, and they'd always end up breaking up at the end of the night every time he went out with his girlfriends on a drinking night. And we started doing this thing with Declan that as soon as he put a sup of drink into his mouth, we would actually start playing that song. Yeah, Hank is coming. Hank is coming.
There's another bit in the movie because my dad's a big fan of the movie. He loves it, and every time he watches it, he just has a heart attack with laughter. It's the bit where he's watching Richard Pryor with the kids, and then it cuts to like a time loop forward, and the three kids just turn into these massive lads, and Jim Carrey's just lost amongst the lads.
Yeah,
and he cannot stop laughing at that bit. He's just sat on this couch with these three kids, and then the next scene there's just three massive lads, and Jim Carrey's just stuck in the middle.
I really need to watch that film again.
Oh my god, it's so good. Funny.
It's an even film.
Yeah.
Even when he broke his nose in it and he started squeaking.
Oh.
I remember saying to my fiance, they can't keep doing this during this movie because it will floor me every time I heard it. And thankfully they actually do fix his nose in it, because if they continued it, it would have just killed me. That's so good. It's just a great movie.
He's trying to have like a genuine serious moment with Irene, and his nose just keeps going and going and going.
Remember the bit where he wakes up, where Hank plays a trick where she thinks it's Charlie, and she has sex with him, and then he wakes up the next morning, and all of a sudden you just see his pee going up against the wall. Yeah. Why am I pissing like I've had sex all last night?
You have to use the picture frame to guide it into the toilet. Oh god,
so good!
It's hysterical.
Oh,
it is brilliant. Oh, love it.
We've got Horse Tooth here saying, haven't gotten around to Halloween Resurrection yet, but I'm only looking forward to that trick or treat motherfucker line.
Oh,
yeah.
Funny enough, Saturday, me, Liam, and Stefano are watching Samurai Cop, and I can't wait.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
I really need to get that on Blu-ray because I've been meaning to watch that for ages.
Tommy Wiseau's in the second one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow, awesome.
Russell says, I was terribly excited for Renfield, given how much I like the character, plus the two leads. Then I saw the trailer, not the turn I wanted, unfortunately. I will still watch it at some point. Yeah, because it's like going to be heavy comedy, I think. Horsetooth says, I got tricked into watching Cats. It was a surprise selection for my theatre's occult movie night.
Wow.
Wow. Thoughts on the series Airwolf, says Direction Star? I've seen a couple of episodes. Don't really see it.
No, neither I.
That came out about the same year as Knight Rider.
I think it did, yeah.
Rosso's a fan of R.I.P.D. as well.
Oh, wow. So I'm not the only one.
Horsetooth says, I'm a full-blown Escape from LA apologist. Good movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, what is the best sequence you've seen from Raiders of the Lost Ark? Stunts, visuals, effects, or interplay between the actors? Take your pick. Good question. I think for me...
yeah, sorry, Pete.
Go on. You go first, Andy.
I was going to say that it's a visual effect with the face melting scene at the end.
Yeah.
I was thinking that one, yeah.
Horrified me as a kid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I shit bricks watching that scene when I was a kid.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
I thought the scene with your man with the tarantulas all over his back.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
That's true, yeah. Mike?
I mean, there's so many sequences. I love the truck chase scene. I just think that's so much fun. But I also love the fight scene between him and that massive guy. You know, when they're by the plane. It's just such a fun fight scene. Like Indy is like totally out of his depth there, but yeah, it's just so much fun.
Good pick there, Scott.
Yeah, I was actually going to go with the fight scene between him and that massive guy. That's a really fun fight scene from me.
And Keith?
Yeah, I'd have to say that the truck scene in particular, even though when you kind of watch it, that scene where he's actually hanging off the front of it, you can they don't even try to hide the fact that he's actually sitting on a seat. I apologize if you didn't actually see it already, but it is clear as day that he's sitting on a seat. And but yeah, that scene just gets me every single time. It's actually I honestly think it's one of the greatest action sequences I've ever seen in a movie. I love it.
Yeah. Great picks, everybody. Yeah, for me, it's got to be the face mountain scene. That absolutely terrified me as a kid. And that's the thing I most think of when thinking about that film. As soon as I think of it, I think of that scene. How much it used to petrify me as a kid. Horsetooth says, what's a movie you've watched recently that has classic status or great reviews but didn't work for you? That's a good question. I don't know. Pretty much like everything I've seen so far. I don't know.
I'm going to have a quick look at my letterbox, see if I can find anything on there.
I think probably the one that I know got loads of great reviews and I was bitterly disappointed with it when I've watched it was the Elvis film. That's the only thing I can really think of recently that I've watched. But nothing else. I think everything I've watched is like I've really enjoyed. Andy, what about you?
I watched for the first time. I watched a film by Ivan Reitman called Meatballs for the first time. I thought it was good. I just didn't think it was as good as it had been made out to be. I think that's the closest answer I can give.
Yeah.
No worries. Mike?
I'm probably going to have to go with Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah, I don't know. I was a bit disappointed with it, to be honest. I enjoyed parts of it, but for the most part, it wasn't really for me.
Yeah, I can understand that. You got one, Scott?
Yeah, I'm going to pick a British film called Prick Up Your Ears, which is a really beloved movie, and I just didn't get it. It just didn't work for me, unfortunately. But I still enjoyed it, though.
Haven't even heard of that one before.
Gary Oldman in it, and
yeah.
It? Oh wow!
Alfred Molina as well.
Yeah.
Good cast. And what about you, Keith?
This is going to surprise a few people. And I really did not like this movie. I borderline hated it. Dunkirk.
Wow.
I thought it was an absolute yawn fest of a movie. I thought even the action sequences, I just found them, they're spectacular to look at, but I just found them boring. I did. I could not get into that movie. And I tried it twice. And I just...
You're not alone. I feel exactly the same way with Dunkirk. I cannot get into that film whatsoever.
Yeah. There's one scene that played that he's gone. There's one scene with there's it's a what's his name? Oh God, what's his bloody name? Bane from
Tom Hardy.
is he the pilot?
Yeah.
It showed a lot of his sequences, and as good as it looked, I was like, Jesus Christ, this is boring. It came across as so, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I did not like it at all. And I'll tell you one thing, Tenet wasn't a million miles away from it either. I didn't enjoy the movie either.
I absolutely love Tenet. That's probably one of my favourite Nolan films because I'm not a big fan of Nolan.
No.
But yeah, I do agree with Dunkirk. For me, it didn't work. I think there was like 3 different storylines going on at the same time, all set at different times. Yeah. That didn't help. Right.
Yeah, because it's meant to be like there's meant to be like 3 different stories from land, sea, and air.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I get where you're coming from, Keith, on that one.
Yeah.
Russell says, "What 2 franchises would you like to see merge just for fun, lads?"
Jesus.
Gremlins
I can remember.
Critters.
What did you say?
Gremlins versus Critters.
Oh yeah. I can remember this one was rumored for ages, and I'd just love to see how it would work. Men in Black and 21 Jump Street. I'm just so intrigued what they were going to do with that.
Oh.
Where's Scott? I think he's back.
And I think I'm back. Yeah.
You're back. Yeah. I just kicked off a minute ago. I think I upset StreamYard when I said I didn't like Dunkirk. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I've just thought of the 2 most random things I could think of: Friday the 13th and the Carry On films. Let's fuck it. Let's just put them 2 together. See what happens.
Wow.
Mike?
I don't know. I'd probably just have to say something like Evil Dead and Halloween.
Good. Scott?
Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. I don't know.
Yeah. That sounds okay.
Yeah.
And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, but that is Gremlins and Critters. That'd be great.
Oh yeah, you did, yeah.
I was going to just say something random like, I don't know, Texas Chainsaw and Sleepless in Seattle. Leatherface is up in the building at the end of it, you know. And
got his bag.
Oh dear.
Right. Let me think of 2 random films. Goofy Movie and Basic Instinct. There you go.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh wow.
2 random films.
There we go.
Yep.
Edward, Sarah, what's your favourite Woody Harrelson movie or role?
Wow.
Oh, good question there, Edward.
He's one of those actors. He always gets the fucking women. Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know what?
I have to go back to what launched him. I love him as Woody in Cheers.
Yeah.
I know it's not a movie, but I'm so fond of his character in that sitcom.
Yeah.
He's just like, it was like, you know, he came in season 4 and he kind of basically replaced the coach who passed away. And I never thought anyone could ever replace that character, but my God, he done such a wonderful job in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree there. Andy?
I quite like him in, although he's a bastard in the movie War for the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Yeah, great movie.
The People versus Larry Flint.
Yeah, nice.
Love that film as well.
He got nominated for an Oscar, didn't he, for that?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
Yeah. And more recently, I'll have to throw in Three Billboards as well.
Oh, yeah.
Still need to see that.
Great movie. Oh, such a movie. Brilliant.
That's a great film.
Yeah.
Great pick. Mike?
I'd probably say Three Billboards as well. I know he's only got a small role in it, but also, again, another movie that he only has a small role, but No Country for Old Men.
Mm. Very good. Very good picks. And Scott?
I'm probably going to go with Three Billboards. I think that's a fantastic film, and he is great in that movie. I do also really like War for Planet of the Apes as well.
Great stuff. For
You
me,
can throw in there. White Men Jack Can't Jump as well.
That's
yeah,
good,
I was thinking of that one. Yeah.
Money Train as well.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I quite like him in Kingpin. I thought he was quite good in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Natural Born Killers. I always like that film. He's a
Good film.
bugger in that one. Cool. Traction Star says, me and the wife are looking forward to Evil Dead Rise. We think it could be the best horror film in years. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're all looking forward to Evil Dead.
I agree, yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, what is the most underappreciated Ridley Scott film? Be bold and honest with your thoughts. Oh. Don't know what to say. You want to go first, Sandy?
Underappreciated Ridley Scott film. Might have to say one of his recent ones, maybe The Last Duel or House of Gucci.
Yep.
Good
pick there.
Maybe The Last Duel more so.
Mm.
But yeah, I just think when he's good, he's good. But when he's bad, he's bad.
Yeah.
Maybe Thelma and Louise as a more.
That's a good one.
But it's still really good. But yeah, just have to say that.
Mike?
I really like his first movie, The Duelists, with Harvey Keitel. That's a pretty good movie.
Cool.
I love Matchstick Men with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. And there's one he did in the 90s called, I think it's called White Squall. It's like a movie about these kids on a sail ship who get caught in a storm. I think it's based on a true story, but that was pretty good.
Good picks there, Mike. Keith?
For me, I'm going to have to say Prometheus. I am.
Yeah.
I think he made some questionable decisions in that movie. I still don't fully understand it either. I don't know if the planet they're on in that movie is actually the planet that they were on in Alien, even though that it has two different names. It's all very confusing. Maybe it would have made sense if we got that third movie. I honestly don't know, because that third movie would have arced back to Alien apparently. But yeah, it was just great to see him back doing a big sci-fi movie. And I thought, for the most part, Prometheus delivered.
I really enjoyed Prometheus. I thought it was a really good film. I liked it a lot. And Scott?
Yeah, there's two that come to mind. One of them is Prometheus, because I also really enjoyed that. Thought it was a really good film. And I'm going to go with Hannibal. I think that's a really good sequel and a Hannibal franchise. Yeah, great film.
Nice picks, Scott. For me, I'll probably go with what Andy said, The Last Duel. I think that's a great little film. Different viewpoints for three different sides of the story, and I enjoyed it more than I did House of Gucci.
I need to see that movie because there were segments of that movie. I'd love to see just how much, but there were segments that were actually shot only like 10 minutes from where I live. And I would just love to see, like, it could be a nothing scene. It could be a blink and you miss it kind of thing. I honestly don't know, but I know Ben Affleck and Matt Damon were all over here anyway, so there must be something to it. But yeah, I need to get around to watching it.
Minhaju says, have you guys seen two slasher horror movies, Valentine's and Cherry Falls, with Brittany Murphy and Again, they're not masterpieces or perfect, but absolute fun, cheesy horror films. What's your thoughts on them, man? Andy?
I haven't seen Valentine, but I've seen Cherry Falls, and I really like it. Really liked it. Really had fun with it. It's not great, but yeah, entertaining.
Oh, great stuff. Keith?
Yeah, I've seen both. I would probably put Valentine just slightly ahead of Cherry Falls. Valentine has this kind of, I always kind of got an old school horror slasher vibe off that movie, a bit like kind of House and Sorority Row kind of thing, which I quite like. Cherry Falls it's a very different type of slasher movie. So yeah, I think they're two solid picks. Actually, as a matter of fact, it'd be a fun night just to sit down and watch both of them.
Definitely does sound good, especially with Brittany Murphy in it.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a Mike?
I've only seen Cherry Falls, but yeah, I quite like it. I think it's quite kind of different a little bit. Like I like how they flip the rules with the horror movie rules with that one, where like it's like virgins are like the victims or something, and I just remember that there's like the sequence at the end where all the high school students are like trying to lose their virginity so they won't be potential victims, and yeah, it's quite funny.
Oh, sounds interesting. Scott, are you seen them?
I've seen Valentine, but if I remember correctly, I wasn't a massive fan of it. But maybe I need to give it a rewatch. And I haven't seen Cherry Falls before, but do want to check out at some point.
Cool. We've got Minhalji saying, I watched the 2 original Evil Dead films yesterday night for the first time and thought, for what they are, it works for the time they come out, but I wouldn't say they're my favourites. But I thought they were ridiculously fun, especially Evil Dead 2. I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think people lean more towards the second one more, but I prefer like the first one better.
There is an element of truth there. Yeah, a lot of people do lean towards that second movie.
Yeah, they do.
It's almost like a coin toss with me. Actually, it's a coin toss with almost a trilogy with me. If I'm completely honest, I just think it's the perfect trilogy. Each movie is so different to each other, and
right there,
it's all you could ask for when it comes to a trilogy.
What's your favourite of the trilogy, Andy?
Yeah, it might be a coin toss between 1 and 2. I might just have to give it to 2 by a hair. But yeah, I enjoy all 3 of those movies. The first 3.
Great.
Yeah.
Mike,
The remake
what about
is good.
Yeah, the remake.
Yeah, it is.
The remake's great. Yeah.
Very solid. What's your favourite, Mike?
When I first got into them, it was the second one, but the more I watch the first one, the more I love it. It's just got this like low budget charm to it that the second one doesn't quite have, but I do think the second one is the more entertaining movie. But so I think like you guys say, it is kind of a coin toss. But I love all 3 of them. Well, all of them, including the remake.
Let's hope it continues with Rise. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, definitely.
At the moment, it's a very consistent franchise. Let's hope it stays that way.
Even with the TV show as well, throw that in there as well.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And Scott, what's your favourite of the series?
Probably the second one, but they're all fantastic. Love all of them.
Yep, great pick. And for me, I'm going to be the odd one out and say the third one's my favourite. I really enjoyed my time with that one.
Yeah.
I could not believe how much entertaining that is. Sinjin says, I watched Roadhouse recently. I actually got a little emotional when they announced the name is Dalton in the bar. When Swayze turns around, the scene is really cheesy, but watching it made me sad. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the new Stephen King It prequel, Welcome to Derry? What's your thoughts on it? Won't feature Bill Skarsgård as the iconic clown Pennywise. It's been in the works for ages. Is it even happening?
I have no idea.
I just feels like it's another prequel or sequel, whatever, for a film franchise we don't need. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you know what the biggest crime you can do to a horror movie? And it's my worst aspect of part 2 of the It movies is when you try to explain what he's all about.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
You almost remove. When they done it in chapter 2, when they explained what he was all about, it's almost like I wasn't afraid of him anymore. They just removed that from me, and that's what that series seems to be setting up. It's going to be more of that, and I honestly don't want to see it.
One of the best joys about horror films is the mysterious of it. If you explain it all, tell us the secrets about it, it makes it less scary and less involved, and it's not needed.
I remember when someone actually told me that it was an alien. I was like, what? I couldn't believe it when someone said that to me. It was in the book, and I was like, that can't be fucking true. And then when I looked into it, I was like, wow. And it just takes something away from it. It does. It takes something away from the movie.
Yeah. We've got Minhalju here saying, I like the tone the first one went for, a bit more serious than the second one, but hey, I'm probably in the minority who finds more enjoyment than the first one. I'm still yet to see Army of Darkness. That one goes into way over the top comic humor, but I had a massive fun time with that one. But there's some great effects in it, some fun moments.
It's so good.
Dr. Impossible says, have any of you seen Two Evil Eyes, directed by Romero and Argento? If you have, then what you'll think of this Edgar Allan Poe horror show? Want to see it, but I haven't seen it, unfortunately. Have you guys seen it?
No.
Years ago. Years and years and years ago, and I remember loving the movie. I can't remember much about it. I think I was holding off because there's a rumor going around. I don't know if it's Arrow Video or Second Sight might be bringing out a 4K release of it. I can't remember. I'm almost certain I heard something like that, so I'm kind of just waiting to see if any truth comes from that. I would love to revisit it, but I do remember enjoying it.
Great stuff. What about you, Andy? Have you seen it?
Yeah, quite like it. It's kind of like an anthology movie, but there's only like 2 stories.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, it's good fun. It's got Harvey Keitel in it, I think, and Adrian Barbeau. Yeah, enjoyed it from what I remember.
Great stuff. And Mike?
Yeah, same really. Yeah, it's really good.
Awesome. Right. Minhaji says, my favourite Evil Dead is the 2013 reimagined one, best of the tone and the approach they went for. It was the bloodiest and goriest. I'm just watching the original in preparation for the new one.
See, no one knows. That's the thing about Rise. No one knows where this movie is existing. Or does it even exist? Does it just exist on its own? You know, I don't... Is it part of the original trilogy? Is it part of the remake? No one seems to know.
I think that's one of the most exciting things. Nobody really knows much about it.
Yeah.
We've got Sam here saying, hello everyone, just finished work, hope you're all doing well. Was everyone's favourite Wes Anderson film? Evening, Sam. For me, I'm going to say Fantastic Mr. Fox, but I also like, the Royal Tenenbaums? That was pretty good as well. So I'll say them too. Andy?
Yeah, it might be between Darjeeling Limited and Isle of Dogs.
Good picks. Mike?
Royal Tenenbaums for me.
Great pick. Keith?
Never seen a movie by him. Believe it or not. No, never seen a movie by him.
Yeah. And Scott?
I'm going to go with Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. That's a great film.
Oh, that's a fun one, yeah. Minhalju says, the more I think about Evil Dead as a franchise overall, I do think that over-the-top comedy, but also do like the original better than the sequel. Gary's here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Minhalju says, if I remember correctly, the 2013 version reboot was based on the first one with the cabin. Yeah.
No, not necessarily though, is it?
Thinking about it.
It's sorry. Was there not a rumor going around though that there was? It's almost like a separate thing too. Is what it's. I think there was a rumor going around that they were going to clash that remake with the original trilogy. No, it never came. It never came to be. But apparently, that's what it was. It was heading that way. Apparently.
Oh, that'd been interesting.
So I always find it very strange when someone says a remake, because it is and it isn't. You know.
Yeah. Sam says, I love the Evil Dead films, including the 2013 remake. On season 2 of Ash vs. Evil Dead, such an awesome show. Can't wait for Evil Dead Rise in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Awesome. Harry had The Fog on VHS, watched it loads. It's a great film.
It's great.
It's fantastic. We have Red Room Antics here saying, who's your favourite actor turned director? Mine is Angelina Jolie. By the Sea is incredible. The only one I can think of is Clint Eastwood at the moment. So that's my pick.
Mine's Ben Affleck.
He's very good as well. Yeah. Mike?
Clint Eastwood.
And Keith?
This would be an odd one. Peter Berg, who directed Patriot Day, Lone Survivor, Deepwater Horizon. He actually starred in an old Wes Craven horror movie called Shocker. He was the main star of the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, was he? Oh, cool. Minhaji says, I'm intrigued by both the Amityville horror franchise and the Poltergeist, but are they really worth checking out or investing in?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Without question.
Cool. Sam says, The Fog is my favourite second favourite John Carpenter film after The Thing, and both these films are some of my favourite films of all time. Two quality films there, mate.
Love them.
Absolutely great. Easily in my top 10. Easily.
Minhaji says, I have seen the remake of Amityville with Ryan Reynolds a long time ago, but I do remember loving it at the time. Don't know how it would hold up now, and I'm also sure I own that one on Blu-ray.
Good remake.
I've never seen it. Harry says, see, I have watched and loved many films that are considered as bad films, but because it's all we had back in the day, it was what we watched and loved and still love today. You like what you like, mate. As long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing. Horse Stoop says, The Fog is mid-Carpenter for me, but still really good. Love the creepy music in it.
It's got a great score.
Oh, yeah. So atmospheric.
But I'm going to head off now, Pete, if that's okay.
No worries, Scott. Do you just want to promote your stream to everybody at home?
Yeah, sure. So Friday night I'll be going live at 8 o'clock as always, and obviously we'll have you, Andy, Nigel, Josh on as always, and our special guest will be Matt from Vengeance Media, so it should be a really fun night.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, mate.
Definitely. See you guys.
See you later.
Take care, Scott. Bye. David says, do you think they should make a sequel to E.T.? Nope.
No.
No.
They did already. It's called Mac and Me.
Dr. Impossible says, what piece of film score from a movie or TV series do you think represents the best use of orchestral sound for an unnerving sequence?
Probably the music in Psycho.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go. That is
That's me on
a
edge.
hole-in-one of an answer. So I agree there with Psycho. Anybody else can think of any?
There's one I remember very well. I only just watched the trailer to it again. I was actually going through a phase where I was actually just checking out some of my favorite trailers, and the score through Aliens. If you check out the trailer to Aliens, listen to James Horner's score during that trailer. Absolutely terrifying. It is. And then all of a sudden it shifts, and then it becomes kind of a bit more action sounding score. But the opening probably minutes of that trailer, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Cool. And Mikey, you got one?
Yeah, I actually find the music in the first Insidious movie like quite unnerving. Like just like it's like the screeching like violins. Like I don't know. It's just it gives me chills. I don't know. It really lends itself quite well to the movie and makes it quite creepy.
I went through that entire franchise just there in the last week, and I'm not kidding you. What you're just saying there, they removed it. It's taken out of it after the second movie. And when you watch parts 3 and 4, I tell you, they're so lacking, and that's one of the reasons to why.
Yeah,
because it's missing that.
Yeah,
I absolutely agree with when the name of Insidious comes up.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Scare the shit out of you.
Good picks.
See, there's a fifth movie out this year.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, and it's your man. What's his name?
Patrick Wilson.
What's his name?
Yeah, he's directing it.
Yeah.
I heard
so that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I've never seen none of the Insidious films. I didn't realise there was 5 of them.
Yeah.
Oh. So they're worth checking out?
Yeah.
I'd say the first one is, yeah. Maybe the
first two, definitely. Because
give them a shot.
See, they do something in the first movie, and you can clearly see that they regret doing it because I'm not going to say anything, but when you see the rest of them, the first 2 movies continue with each other. The 2 movies after that are prequels before them 2 movies. Right. And now the new one that's coming out is a continuation of the first 2.
Oh. In all curiosity, which Evil Dead movie do you guys prefer, Evil Dead or Evil Dead 2? I will honestly say the first one had a horror tale. The second one just was over the top. Yeah, we did talk about that earlier. For me, I'll probably say Evil Dead 2 is my favourite out of the first 2, but third one for me. Comedy that I don't find funny or connect with, but yes, Ash has become something of a horror icon, and I can see why. He's quite cool. The chainsaw, the guns, what's not to like? I must admit, when I watched the first Evil Dead film, I was like, how's this guy even popular? He's very sedate and quite screamish, and I'm just like, okay. But then in the second one, he's like completely changed. He's evolved as a character, and I'm like, yeah, I can see why people like him. And then in the Army of Darkness, it's just like peak there. He's so good in that.
You can almost say that about Ellen Ripley in Alien. When you look at the Ellen Ripley in Alien compared to the Ellen Ripley in Aliens, 2 very, very different people. But then again, maybe she had to go through what she went through to become the person she became in Alien. So,
yeah, very true stuff. I prefer the first one, but the second one's not too far behind. Nicolas Cage. How do you think Stu should return? He's crying for it. We got BT Phone Home. BT Phone Home. See what you did there. Hi. Harry says hi. David said, "Do you think they should make another Elvis movie more about his life?" Definitely, because that was Colonel Tom Parker the movie. It just felt for a film that was nearly 3 hours long. Elvis felt like he was taking a back seat in his own film, and it only felt like it was touching on certain things. When it slowed down and started to tell a good story, I was liking it. But apparently, we're getting an A24 one directed by Sofia Coppola coming soon, and that sounds quite interesting. So maybe that could be the one that be any good. What about you, Andy?
I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest. The new movie that came out last year was hit and miss for me. I know some people loved it, some people hated it, but I think a new movie would probably be too soon.
Yeah, I do agree. Mike?
Yeah, same. Really, it's probably a bit too soon to make another movie.
Yeah, I think this one's focusing on his wife, so that's how they're getting away with it. And Yuki?
Right. Yeah, I said it in my video when I reviewed it. I said that this is not the definitive version that we wanted for an Elvis movie. I hope to do revisit it, but no, not. Yeah, give us some time.
Yeah.
It's a movie of two halves. I hated the first half. I really enjoyed the second. So,
well, hopefully they can give us that 4-hour cut they keep rumored talking about, because originally it was going to be that.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says I recently bought Alan Partridge on Steelbook because I'm a fan of Alan Partridge. I hope they release a Blu-ray box set in the future. They might do. You never know. Minhalju says, honestly, hats off to you guys because you guys are the definition of amazing. YouTube wouldn't be the same without you guys and your amazing videos and content.
Wow.
Thanks ever so much, mate, for your really
incredible
comments.
It's really nice.
And he continues to say, please everyone subscribe to these awesome fellas if you haven't already. You won't regret it. They are absolutely lovely people. Got nothing but the kindest and nicest things to say about all of them. Thanks ever so much. Really appreciate that, mate.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
David says, if you can meet some famous actors or directors, pick 5 of them. That's a good question. Cool. You want to go first, Andy?
I don't know. I'm not too sure I'd like to meet them, just in case they don't meet your expectations.
In case they're dicks in real life.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Yeah.
That is the issue.
Yeah.
There's one I have. I just I would love to meet him, but then it's that fear because he does sometimes come across as a bit of an asshole. Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
So he's probably my favorite actor of all time. So maybe I'm better off not going near him. But I think there's some safe bets out there. I think Jamie Lee Curtis. She just comes across as very pleasant. Tom Cruise. He seems to have a lot of time for his fans and all that, I would love to meet John Carpenter. I really would love to meet John Carpenter. I think I'd take the risk. I'd take the gamble on it.
Yeah.
I think a real nice person to meet would be Keanu Reeves.
Oh, yeah.
I might, now you said that, I might have to say Brendan Fraser as well.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. There is safe bets out there. There's safe bets out there.
Yeah.
Do you think of any, Mike?
I will just have to say before that, Keith, I have actually met John Carpenter, and he was pretty nice. He was,
really?
He wasn't as bad as I thought he was going to be. He wasn't too grumpy.
Really?
Yeah, he was pretty nice.
I never got to meet him, but I went to see him in concert.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
I was literally I was around 6 feet, 7 feet from him. At that concert, I was right in the front row, right there in the center. Yeah. Absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah. But I think for me, I'd probably, as long as they're nice people, I'd have to say maybe like Arnie and Stallone and Harrison Ford. But then I do feel like maybe they could be too big, that they're a bit too egotistical or something. So it might be a risk meeting them. But yeah, I just have to say someone like that.
Sounds good to me. Just scrolling through the comments, we've got quite a few to go through, so I'll try and get through some of them quickly. Got Harry saying, I agree, this is a real show. Traction Star said, you guys checking out Mario, and what's your thoughts on the original one with Bob Hoskins? I think it's fun. It's not the greatest, but it's fun. I think we'll all agree there.
Absolutely.
Harry says, I feel like this is good company for everyone involved, even if you're not a big film fan.
Wow.
Minhaji says, you're all good people, good uns. Thank you ever so much, guys.
Thank you.
Josh says, I've got to go. I need to finish editing a video. But amazing stream as always, guys. Look forward to the stream on Friday, Scott. Take care, guys. Take care, Josh. Dr. Impossible says, director John Woo came up with The Killer in '89, probably his finest Cho Young fat action thriller next to Hardball. Have
Hardball,
any of you seen these two films? Give John Wick a good kick in the balls. I haven't seen them, but I definitely want to because I've heard they're amazing. Andy, you've seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them both. Hard Boiled's my favorite John Woo film. I fucking love it. That and Terminator 2 are my two favorite action movies from the 90s.
Yes, Keith?
No, I just remember seeing Hardball. I actually was a fan of it myself, but it is one of them movies that you know, they'll have like 200 bullets in one handgun before they reload again. You know, it is so wildly over the top, but it's fantastic fun.
Didn't John Woo do Face Off as well?
Oh yeah, incredible.
And Mission Impossible 2.
He's one of my favorite action directors. I've said it numerous times. Mission Impossible 2 is my favorite Mission Impossible movie, and I know I'm definitely on my own on that one. I love the movie.
Yeah,
wow,
he did.
You don't really hear many people say that about the second one.
No.
It's fun.
No. He did Hard Target as well.
Oh,
yeah,
epic.
I do like that one. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I love them both. He also did another one with Chow Yun-fat called A Better Tomorrow. That's really good as well.
And don't forget about Broken Arrow, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Broken Arrow.
I love
John Travolta's great in that.
Yeah.
We've got James here saying hi, lads. Hi, mate.
Yeah.
Minhaju says, keep up the good work, lads. Consistency is key. Thanks again, mate.
Absolutely.
Yeah. David saying hi to James. Minhaju says, I feel happy watching these streams. They cheer up also when we need them. Just pure. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pure positivity here. Horse Tooth says, Better Off Dead is amazing. One of my favourite discoveries from my local theatres, Cold Film Night. It's a fun one.
So much fun, that film.
The mother's cooking.
Yeah.
The crap that she cooked.
Oh, I know. Traction Star says, do you think critics are the be-all and end-all? And if they don't like a film, will that put you off?
No.
No, not really.
No, it's... I'm not even sure I believe in critics, if I'm completely honest. You know, they shouldn't, just like myself, I never want to influence anyone. And whether I'm even reviewing a 4K picture, I never want to fully influence anyone because you just don't know. You know, it's someone's garbage. What's that saying? What's that? Somebody's garbage is someone else's treasure or something. Yeah, something like that. Like,
one man's trash is another man's gold.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I'll say this about movies. I'll say every movie has good and bad parts to it. How much good you get from a movie is down to you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, same as what you guys have said.
It's just one person take after all, and you could agree with them, you could not. Best to watch it and make out for yourself. Sinjin says, I thought Hot Pursuit was really fun with John Cusack.
Oh, I forgot about that movie. Yeah, that's a great one.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Check that one out.
Harry says, I like to watch movies without reading any reviews first.
I was just, it's only when we were talking about Army of Darkness, the Evil Dead movies there, but I actually remember when I first seen Army of Darkness, we were just, me and my brother were in the sitting room one day, we were just flicking through the channels, and we just came across this, it just started. And I was like, Jesus, that looks like the fella from the Evil Dead movies. And then, Jesus, they're calling them by the same name as and we had no idea this movie existed. And what a surprise and what a treat that movie was. I don't think people fully realize what they are missing out on by not knowing, but just living in an era before the internet. It's there's nothing like it.
Edward says, what's your thoughts on Netflix bringing back the cast of Scott Pilgrim vs. World? Live action casts are now going to be turned into the anime series. It's a reverse Disney. They're going from live action to cartoon, I suppose. So it could work. It'll be more concise to the original source material. That'd be all right, I suppose. Not in a rush to see it. Andy?
I didn't like Scott Pilgrim one bit.
No?
To be honest, that wasn't for me, that movie. No, didn't get anything from it. Not for
That's
me.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Mike?
Same, really. I wasn't a big fan of the movie.
And Keith?
Absolutely agree with the two, but I hate the movie. Can't stand it.
I think it's definitely his weakest film, is it? Edgar Wright.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of what's his name, Michael Cera,
Yeah,
whatever
I'm
his name
not.
is.
Yeah.
He is a one-trick pony actor.
Absolutely.
To be honest, I don't think he should be an actor. Every role I've seen him in, he's played the same character over and over and over again.
The only thing I've seen him in that kind of made me laugh a bit was, do you remember this at the end?
Yes.
Yes.
He just made a brief cameo at the start of that where everyone just fucking hates him.
Yeah.
And but he's an absolute twat. I hate him.
Yeah, he's borderline useless.
He's bland, he's boring. It's just got no screen presence.
He has no diversity at all.
No.
He's a horrible actor to watch.
I see he's in the new Barbie film as well. In the trailer, I'm like, oh, great, they're putting in. Edward says, as it's Easter, what movies would you recommend to watch over Easter that are Easter related or that are good for the family for Easter themed movies?
Oh, Critters 2.
Yeah.
Can't think of any. Andy?
The only one I can think of being a bit biblical is The Greatest Story Ever Told.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
And Mike?
I was going to say Critters 2 as well.
Yeah. The only thing I can bloody think of is that film with Russell Brand, Hop. And that was garbage.
Hop. Jesus.
Wow.
Edward says, what's your favourite Meg Ryan movie? Right.
I always get confused between her and Melanie Griffith.
Yeah.
I always get confused between the two.
I think I got mixed up with Meg Foster or something. I did.
Meg Ryan. Maybe Sleepless in Seattle or You've Got Mail, something like that.
I have to go with You Got Mail.
Yeah.
I never say it that much, but I'm a massive fan of romantic comedies.
Yeah.
I love them. I love how I feel when I watch them. And You Got Mail, I actually went to see that 3 times in the cinema, believe it or not.
It's really good.
Big fan of it.
It's really good.
Very good. And do you know who's a massive fan of that movie? Quentin Tarantino.
Wow.
Is he? Wow.
Yeah, he really enjoyed the movie.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Mike, what about you?
I'd probably have to go with When Harry Met Sally. It wasn't a movie I liked the first time I saw it, but it's really grown on me the more I watch it.
And Keith?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have to go with You Got Mail for me.
Yeah. You did say yours, didn't you, Andy? I completely forgot. My mind's just gone blank.
Yeah, just what everyone said.
Yeah. For me, I'm going to say She Was in the Doors, I think. So I'm going to say that one. We've got Dowboy 3K1's Retro Zone. Very interesting name there, but thank you for joining. Hello all. Hi to Keith. Keep all those steelbooks. You almost have as many as me. Excelsior as always.
Cheers, mate. I appreciate it.
We've got DVD and Fun Blokes here saying the fact John Landis got away with what happened with the Twilight Zone film is disgusting. He should have got prison for it. Dalboy says, do carry-ons on Steelbook and really break my bank balance. Lol.
Oh, right. I didn't even actually realize.
Wow.
Did he say they actually came out? Oh, no, he's saying, dude. Okay, right.
Yeah, that would be interesting on Steelbook. I think I've tried to release some on Blu-ray, I think.
Right.
That's about it. Dr. Impossible says, what's your thoughts of Wolfgang Petersen's 1985 sci-fi film, Enemy Mine? The movie was underappreciated back in the day. Does the film stand up to scrutiny today? Haven't heard of it.
It's a beautiful movie. It's beautiful. It is.
Dennis Quaid in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the name? Louis Diamond Phillips. No, what's
Lewis
is
Gossett
it?
Jr.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a massive Wolfgang Petersen fan. He's one of my favorite directors.
He's very good, yeah.
That's a great movie. It was very different at the time. I actually think it holds up very well today, but it can be a hard movie to watch sometimes as well. It can be upsetting.
I'll have to check it out. Andy, do you like the film?
Yeah, I like it. I've got the steelbook of it. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Cool. And Mike?
Yeah, I remember enjoying it. I'm just trying to remember who the villain in is. Is it Brian James, the villain? Or
He's always a villain. What's it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like it was him who was the villain in it, or someone similar.
I know the fella in it, but I don't know his name, but he is always a villain.
I feel like
he's
it is Brian James. I feel like it is him.
Yeah.
Is he in Fifth Element by any chance?
Brian James is, yeah.
Yeah, then that's him.
Yeah, he's in like Tango and Cash and.
That's it. Yeah, that's him.
He's in.
Yeah, that's him.
He's in Red Heat as well.
Yeah, that's right.
House 3.
House 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched the film with him in Striking Distance because he's in that as well.
Yeah. Oh, he's in that film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when Tom Atkins showed up in that film,
Yeah.
he had a line that cracked me up.
What was it?
It's when Bruce Willis shows up at this party and he shows up with Sarah Jessica Parker at this party, and then Tom Atkins just whispers in Bruce Willis's ear, "Don't fuck her."
Oh, brilliant.
I just pissed myself. I was just like, what a Tom Atkins thing to say.
Yeah. Oh, I love Tom Atkins. I can't get enough of him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's great. But that movie was great. The cast in that movie blew me away.
She's actually quite fit in that movie, Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah.
I don't really think that much of her, but in that movie.
Oh, when I seen her in Honeymoon in Vegas, I was like, good Jesus. She was just extraordinarily beautiful in that movie.
We've got Minhalju talking about Fatal Attraction on offer, $9.99 in H&B. I'm tempted to give it a go. It's a good psychological thriller.
Yeah. It's
a great one. Daryl Boy says it's a shame about the state of our high streets, but online is just killing it all. Is H&B sale or return? Doubtful. I bet it's online side keeping H&B up at the moment. I think they do well in store. It's just the merchandise because the majority do that in store now.
Yeah. It's the vinyl keeping them afloat, I reckon.
Yeah. Rogue says, have you seen Being John Malkovich? I watched it on Saturday. It was a weird movie. I want to get it on Arrow. That looks good.
Yeah.
I know Andy's seen it.
Yeah, I love the film. It's fucking weird, but I love it. Another great John Cusack movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, my God, that movie's great. The end of it's creepy as fuck, though.
I'm gonna have to check that out. You seen it, Keith?
Never seen it.
No.
Never seen the movie. Don't know why.
And Mike?
Yeah, I really like it, yeah.
Brooke says, same here in Cardiff H&B. It's a massive store. There's 2 floors and they give a refit last year and they have pushed the movies into the corner. The rest is just merchandise. The upstairs used to be where movies and now it's all vinyl. Rogue says, watch movies with James Blu-ray Hunt and bids. You'll see what I mean. It's really sad. At least the Swansea H&B is still mostly movies for now. There's rumours they're moving it onto the high street. Minhaji says, have you guys seen the trailer for Fatal Attraction TV show? What is it with the Hollywood film industry rebooting everything classic? They should just leave it alone. not touched the gems. Well, that sounds like a disaster already. I've heard they've done a True Lies TV series as well, which sounds like a disaster as well.
Never even knew that existed.
No, I didn't.
We don't need it. It's unnecessary. It is.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, I remember Marvel Studios films on DVD back in 2014 were about $13.99. I was about to get Guardians of the Galaxy DVD for a week after release and was shocked the price going up from $9.99 to $13.99. Yeah, I can remember that. Yeah, there was a spate where they were expensive. Traction Star says, apparently Harry Potter remake is going ahead as a TV series. I guess Potter fans are excited. The wife said it's completely pointless as the films still hold up now. It's not needed. Full stop.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
It amazes me to note like the amount of remakes that have been brought up that have been announced this past week or so is shocking.
It's actually frightening.
Dr. Impossible says, while Spielberg never spoke to Landis again after the incident at the Indian Dunes, Landis got off the hook and Vic Morrow's family tried to take a private prosecution, but Hollywood, the pit of sin. I've got Buddy here saying, cool. Rogue says, I'm off to Cardiff tomorrow to do some risk assessment for me and my team's student film. Hope it goes well. Rogue says, I may go Doctor Who location hunting and do some filming and may make a video out of it and even some Blu-ray hunting. Sounds good to me. Marvel fan says, I did buy Guardians at $13.99. Pretty expensive for a DVD release, but I still have my original copy of Guardians nearly 10 years on. Wow. Sinjin says, who could play Link in a Zelda film? Not Tom Holland, that's for certain. No way. I honestly don't know. Probably an unheard of actor, I would say.
Yeah, I think that probably would be the best way to go.
Yeah. Dalboy says James Spader crashed with Holly Hunter, weird but hypnotic, and loved Boston Legal.
Oh yeah.
Gary says Bad Influence is quality. It needs a boutique Blu-ray release. Twins, tonight is your night, bro. Your night, bro.
I fucking love that film.
We've got M222 saying, can you ask Scott? Don't know about that, mate, but yeah, I have heard of the film before. Dalboy says 69 Statue of Liberty in Planet of the Apes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, what film makes you hunger for food? Don't consider American Pie. That food for another part of the body with balls.
One movie that will make you hunger for. There's one movie in particular. I can only watch the movie when I'm full. Is Chef.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's a great movie as well. But my God, it just leaves you so hungry watching it.
Yeah.
The recent film, The Menu, there's a very nice looking cheeseburger in it.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Very nice. Andy?
The one that always gets me, starving for a McDonald's is Super Size Me. It always just makes me want a McDonald's, that movie.
You know what myself and my partner always say as well, and as horrible as it is, this scene in the movie, we always get hungry for it when we watch. Elf.
Yeah.
Do you know when he mixes all the sweets and all that with the spaghetti bolognese? And he starts putting...
Oh.
Yeah.
Every time we watch it, when he picks it up, we always look at each other and go, I think I could eat that. I think I'd be willing to give it a go.
Oh, boy. And Mike?
I always remember the scene in Hook when all the Lost Boys imagine the food.
Yeah.
I always remember that always used to make me so hungry.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's very good.
The pizza from Home Alone as well.
Mm.
No,
Yeah.
even in Home Alone 2, when they actually
Yeah.
open it up
Yeah.
and the big steam coming out of it. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Make me hungry now. Oh, I fancy a pizza now, even at 12:30.
But I could actually put you off a pizza. Because
Go on, then.
every time, remember the Nightmare on Elm Street movie where
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not so hungry anymore. Dalboy says, I've seen most of you in streams. Time to add a few more. Great stuff. He also says, so many G. Wilder films, Willy Wonka, Blazing Saddles, Juices, See No Evil, Hear No Evil, so many. I agree.
Yeah.
True Action Star says, I enjoyed your review of Resident Evil 4, Pete. Very professional, detailed, and very well spoken. Thank you.
I thought so as well. I thought it was incredible. I loved it.
Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dalboy says, Woman in Red is so 80s.
Yeah.
Haven't heard of that one. The only thing I can think of is the song Lady in Red.
Yeah.
Dalboy says, just got Babylon Steelbook with Brad Pitt and Margot Kidder. Margot Robbie, I think he means.
Yeah.
But I haven't even watched it or heard Birch. Have I brought a bargain on Steelbook for 15 quid? That's cheap.
Good price. Good price.
Good cheap. Sinjin says Marty Feldman had me hunched over in laughter from his young Frankenstein. His character Eagle was brilliant, and those eyes, yeah,
Absolutely.
Hitchcock collection. Oh yeah.
What was that?
Something about your Hitchcock collection. I think the one with the reels. Is that what you
Oh,
mean?
right.
Yeah.
That's on security sensors. If that gets moved, my whole house lights up.
Andy says my backdrop, if I do a video, will be Star Wars and Doctor Who models I make. Oh wow, that'd be cool to see.
Brilliant. Absolutely.
Sinjin meant Troll 2, guys. My bad.
Yeah.
No worries. Yes, a shame he died so young. He had a heart disease which caused his bulging eyes. He was only 48, bless him. So we're right the first time around. Oh my god! Undervalued from the past, says Delboy. Andromeda Strain, The Day the Earth Stood Still, and the old version and Base 4.
Yeah.
Edward says, what's your favourite Hitchcock film? I'm going to say The Birds or Rear Window. Obviously, Psycho's great as well. Andy?
Maybe Rope or Strangers on a Train.
Oh, need to see them. Mike?
Vertigo.
Great pick there. And Keith?
Vertigo. North by Northwest. Between North by Northwest and Vertigo.
Some great picks there. Dr. Impossible says, please God, Andy, tell me you've seen Charlie Sheen in No Man's Land, his most underrated 80s film. The movie is about a cop who infiltrates a car theft ring. Another Orion Pictures film never seen.
I'm gonna add that to my wish list. I've not seen it. I've never realized how many films Charlie Sheen has actually been in.
Oh, yeah.
Scary. It's just baffling.
Yeah. I didn't know he was such a good actor. I only remembered him for like 2.5 Men and him popping up in like cameos for like comedy films. I didn't know he had such a good career.
I was such a fan of him in Men at Work with Amelia Estevez.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
I love there's one he's in called The Chase. I absolutely love it.
The Chase.
It's got the girl in it from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie, and she's in Deadly Friend.
Kirsten Swanson.
Yeah.
He's
in it as well. The two of them, I think he robs like ends up robbing like a clerk store, and he ends up on the run, and all the media and police are after him in this car, and that's the whole movie, and it's great.
I think I've seen that. Wow, I think I did see that.
Yeah, it's awesome movie. Yeah,
great stuff.
Well, check out No Man's Land.
Oh yeah, sounds good. Cora says, hello, is this still live? Yeah, we're still live, Cora. Thanks for joining. Dalboy says, Tuesday with Maury is exceptional. What a talent we lost with Jack Lemmon. We've got Sinjin here saying, Mike, I love Let It Ride. Richard Dreyfuss was so funny in that film. He is an incredible actor and can make you laugh and make you cry. My all-time favourite actor.
Great film.
Yep. Andy says, Bette Midler film with Danny DeVito, Down and Out, is Beverly Hills. Great comedy, 80s, worth a watch. I have heard of that one.
We're in Ruthless People together as well.
That's right.
I think so,
I love that film as well.
Andy, I'm not kidding you. It's been it must be well over 20 years since I last seen that movie. And I love it.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, Let It Ride with the late, great Robbie Coltrane.
Yeah.
And he says, Mice and Men had Randy Quaid in. I'm sure it did at school as well. Dr. Impossible says, what attracts you to horror?
The fear of the unknown. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
Just the creativity of it, I think.
It's all original. I think that's the originality is you know what, with horror today, everything that comes out in horror it is original. I know they do a lot of remakes to horror, but you know, there is a lot of originality out there when it comes to horror movies, and I think that's another kind of selling point when it comes to that genre.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I mean, I think for me, it's very simple. I like being scared. I want a horror movie to scare me, and I'm always very disappointed when I've watched a horror movie and it hasn't scared me. And that's why I enjoy them. I don't know why I like being scared, but there's something fun about it for me.
I would agree with you there, Mike. It's the thrill of being scared to make you feel uneasy whilst watching it. Something different, something creative, something to get under your skin.
I'm very fucking weird when it comes to horror, because I watched, like, not necessarily a horror movie, but I watched Sleepy Hollow the other night. And I remember just looking at my partner and going, Jesus, I wouldn't mind spending a couple of days in that town. You know what I could just to take it all in, you know?
Carl says the atmosphere. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sinjin says James Wood was fantastic in Casino. Keith acting in that film as a sleazy pimp was nothing short of brilliant.
Yeah, he's an absolute. Yeah, he's a horrible fucker in the movie. Little freaking he is. Yeah.
Traction Star said, "What games are you currently playing, Pete? And will there be any more reviews?" I'm playing Gotham Knights at the moment, and I actually started playing a John Wick game on the Switch called John Wick Hex, which is like a strategy game. That's pretty fun, but any reviews yet? Probably no. Probably if I pick up the new Star Wars one, I think.
Sorry, I just went to look up then a movie called Casino Keith.
What?
Thinking it was
Casino Keith.
I thought the movie was Casino Keith.
What would have been even scarier is if you actually did find the movie.
Yeah. It's not James Wood.
I'll have a copy of Casino Keith on Blu-ray, please.
Fucking hell, it's late.
It is.
Jesus Christ.
You know what, lads? I think on that note, I think I might call it a night, because it's half now. I have to get up for work in the morning.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Keith. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you tonight.
Thanks again for having me, Pete. And so soon after the last one, I really look forward to these streams. And thanks again, Andy, Mike as well, for having me. And Ash. Look,
I'll send you a link. I'll send you a link to that film, Keith, as well.
Yes, please do, because I know I'll fucking forget. I will.
Yeah, I'll send you
that. So cheers, guys. Right, look, lads, I'll let you go, and all the best, right? Take it easy.
Thanks, Keith.
Bye.
Bye. And then there was Ray. Yeah, everybody's links in the description down below, so go give them all a sub. I actually forgot to say that at the start of the stream. Gary says James Wood supports Trump, so Hollywood doesn't like him. Yeah, I thought he did. I thought it was something to do with his political views. Either way, Dal Boy says get the boat game dredge. Fantastic. Okay. Dr. Impossible says, if there's one James Wood film I would recommend from the 80s, it would be the film Cop. Obsessive, insubordinate homicide cop is convinced a serial killer is loose in Hollywood. It's great. You've sold me, Doctor. That sounds like a very interesting. Has anybody seen that one?
No,
Oh,
sounds
yeah.
good.
Yeah. I remember the movie Cop with Woods, brutal ending. Okay, I'll be adding that to the list. Yes, a film to go to every once in a while and never fails. Another James Wood film was The Boost with Sean Young. Fuck me. Okay. Raising Cain for split personality. John Lithgow. Yeah. Sam says, I'm hoping to pick up the Naked Lunch 4K box set, a real out there but unique sort of film. I'm hopefully will pre-order the two up-and-coming Radiance titles, Man on the Roof and The Sunday Woman. I think, wasn't it you talk about them, Mike, Radiance film?
Yeah, I've picked up a few of their titles. I want to get that Man on the Roof because I've seen that one and it's a really good movie. It's got a very like Dirty Harry kind of vibe to it. It's like the Swedish Dirty Harry, but yeah, it's a really good movie.
Nice. Are you going to be picking up the Naked Lunch?
Yeah, I pre-ordered that one. I got the Arrow exclusive one. Even though it's a very strange movie and it's probably not one of my favorite Cronenbergs, but I don't know. I really like the box set, so I had to get it.
Cool. Are you going to pick that up, Andy?
Probably not. No. I might do if it's still available down the line with the Naked Lunch one because I'm just not really a big fan of the movie. Yeah. I like the movie, but not enough to, pull the trigger on 4K.
Yeah, I can get that. Halle Berry film was Gothica. Yeah, thanks, Andy. Dalboy says, first 3 seasons of Airwolf, brilliant. Season 4, give it a miss. I think I heard about that. Wasn't there a film of Airwolf as well, I think?
Can't remember.
Dalboy says, Lighthouse. Yes, that's got a 4K release coming from Arrow as well. Andy says, Raiders for me is great scenes where the Americans come to university in Indiana, talks about the lost art history. There's music on the scene as another level. As a merger, Meet the Feebles with Labyrinth. Oh, God. Have any of you seen a film directed by Steve D. Jarrant called Miracle Mile? Stars Anthony Edwards. The film is interesting. It's a romance film with a twist, nuclear war. Yes, I've seen it. It's on Arrow. Very good film. Very dark film, but I liked it a lot. You guys seen it?
Same as you, Pete. Really like the film. Yeah.
Carry On Voorhees. I'd fucking watch that.
So would I, to be fair.
Gary says a movie that critics rate high, but literally everyone else hates is The Last Jedi, the killer of the Star Wars franchise. I agree. Couldn't
agree more. Yeah.
Sinjin says Gremlins versus Crows would be an awesome merge. Absolutely. MB22 says The Wanderers and The Warriors would be 2 good films to merge together. Yeah. Natural Born Killers for Woody Harrelson. Dr. Impossible says, I think all 3 Disney Star Wars films killed off Star Wars, plus the corporate agenda of diversity being pushed through films and TV. Dalboy says, 1492 or The Duelists. Gary says, I'm so excited for the Pope's Exorcist and the new Evil Dead. Chris Finch from The Office, as well as the voice of the demon, will make it great. Okay. Hopefully it'll turn out to be good. I don't think there's any reviews dropped for it yet. No. What's your thoughts on the Batman DC animated movies, the animated ones? They're all right. Yeah, they're all right. They're pretty good.
They're better than some of the live action stuff.
The DC animated stuff's very good.
Yeah.
I must admit, some of the stuff I've seen, I've really enjoyed.
Under the Red Hood is fantastic. 2 parts of Dark Knight Returns is fantastic. And my favourite Batman film of all time is Mask of the Phantasm.
That's a great one. Yeah. And Mike?
Yeah, Mask of the Phantasm is fantastic. Yeah. It's better than a lot of the other live action ones. Yeah.
Andy says Valentine has loads of attractive females. That wins.
Seen Denise Richards was in it, I think.
Who is she? Marvel fan, did you know there was a crossover comic with Army of Darkness and Marvel called Marvel Zombies versus Army of Darkness? Yeah. I've heard of that. I think I see that on AJ's channel. Dr. Impossible says, if Timothy Dalton carried on as Bond, who would you like as a director, and what story do you think would have been fitting? What do you guys think?
I can't think of a story, but if there was a third film with Timothy Dalton as Bond, the only actor I could think of to play the villain would be Tim Curry. That would have been incredible, I think.
Yeah. Mike?
I mean, I've read that when they were like planning his third movie, the initial plan was to have Anthony Hopkins play the villain or something. I thought that would have been kind of cool, but yeah, other than that, I don't really know what they would have done. But yeah, just seeing Timothy Dalton as Bond would have just been great anyway.
Yep, I agree. If they kept with the dark tone of License to Kill, I would have liked that as well.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson for actor turned director.
Yeah.
Dalboy says Penny Marshall was a good director back in the 90s. David says, what do you think about the Chucky TV show? Wasn't a fan. Have you guys seen it?
Not seen it.
Not seen it.
No comment.
Dalboy says, thoughts on the remake of Salem Slot? Again, the second one was awful in my opinion. The remake isn't out yet, is it? No.
I've only seen the original, and yeah, it gets better each time I watch it, I think. It's just a creepy movie.
It is. People saying bye to Scott. Star Trek, the motion picture, the instruments. Wow.
Oh, yeah. It's so good.
Dr. Impossible says, with Ridley Scott, I was going to say someone to watch over me. Ridley paints a picture of New York City with the Chrysler building being center stage in the thriller. Not a bad movie either.
Not seen it.
Just brilliant flick. Alvis just watched Kurt Russell ones. I do agree. Harry says, if I could meet someone famous, I'd like to be Scott. Sinjin says, I had a chance to meet Richard Dreyfuss back in '94 when he came to Birmingham to do an interview in the Old Vic Theatre. He was standing by the foot of the stage and I was right there and bottled it. Wow.
Oh, never mind.
And Hardy says, if I could meet someone, I would be you, Pete, Nigel, Scott, and everyone, because you guys have become a celebrity in my eyes. Not just celebrities, but lovely human beings. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Have you seen Rips 2, Rise of the Damned? Never heard of it.
No, not heard of it.
Marvel fan says, have you heard of the song In the Meantime by Space Hog? If you haven't, I recommend give it a listen to. It's a good song.
Not
heard of it?
No.
Sorry says, have you guys ever switched off a movie because it was so bad? For me, it has to be Birdemic. I could honestly feel my IQ dropping. I'd rather watch paint dry.
The only movie that I never finished, only because I think I had to leave the movie and I just couldn't come back to it. I didn't switch it off because I was bored or anything. But I never ever went back to it. Was Battle Royale 2. I started it, I got distracted, had to come away, and I just never went back to it. But yeah, from what I saw, it wasn't as good as the first. Nowhere near as good.
Yeah, it's not the greatest. Mike?
I don't really tend to switch movies, even if they're bad. Like I'll just sit through them all the way to the end, just because I don't really like to switch them off. So yeah, don't really have an answer for that one.
Yeah, same here. Probably some of the stuff that they put on the horror channel because it's absolute shite. DVD and Film Black says, Watership Down, good wholesome Easter fun for all the family.
Yeah.
Passion of the Christ. Long Good Friday as well. Good Friday. Minhalju says, I never thought it'd be passionate people like who loves movies, and here I am talking to passionate people who love movies who share the same passion as me. They really do exist. Honestly, I'm such a movie buff, cannot stress enough. Well, hey, Minhalju, if you'd ever like to join our live stream, you're more than welcome, mate. Dr. Impossible says, the central Easter viewing for me is Fatal Attraction, Bunny Boylan.
Ugh, that seems horrible.
Yeah,
It is. Just think it's the rabbit from Hop. Marvel fan says Scott versus what? Scott Pilgrim versus. I nearly said Scott, the movie critic.
versus the world.
Scott Pilgrim versus World. I find it so hard to watch because the scenes are way too flashy for me. Watched it once back in 2015. Never going to rewatch it again. No, I've had enough of that. I'll sort it out. You're okay. I'll sort it out. Yeah, I will do in a sec. No, Mum. Yeah, my mum's just gone off to bed. But yeah, it is a very flashy film. Minhaju says, Peter, I'd love to see your physical media collection. Have you considered doing a video showing off your collection? Going to do a stream if I do one. Why do I feel like it's in the works, Pete? Pending, is it, Pete? Everything's pending when it comes to me. Even watching Fright Night. Fright Night?
Fright Night.
Fright Night. That was pending for quite a while. Now it's Poltergeist. Poltergeist. You can tell us, like. Dr. Impossible says, what's your thoughts on Oliver Reed, Nicholas Roeg's film Castaway? I still have the ex-Warner tape, but I haven't seen it in years, based on a true story. Oliver Reed stuck on an island. It's a good film. I like it.
Never seen it.
No, not seen it either. No.
Oh crap, that's the other one. Yeah, I'm thinking of a different film. I'm thinking of Tom. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Tom Hanks one. There you go. Marvel fan says, when a movie has scenes with strobe lighting, how do you cope? Do you get migraines? I close my eyes. That's the thing. How are you with strobe lighting?
I've got to be honest, it doesn't really bother me, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I do get upset. It can, affect people, which is fair enough. But for me, it's I can't say I've ever had a problem with it.
Yeah. Mike?
I've never really had a problem with it, but I do find that if I'm watching a movie that has it and like all the lights are off in the room, it can be quite intense at times, and yeah. I will have to like maybe switch the light on in the room just to get through it. But otherwise, it doesn't really have an issue. I don't really have an issue with it.
For me, late at night, it's definitely worse. In the daytime, it isn't too bad, but nighttime, you notice it.
Mm-hmm.
That irreversible, my word, that's bad for it. Sinjin says, I remember Brian James is an episode of Amazing Stories in '85 called Mummy Daddy. He played a redneck hunting down Ray Armin Carr. It was so funny in that episode. Never heard that. Do you guys like a psychological horror movie, Hide and Seek with Dakota Fanning and Robert De Niro? I love that movie. I think, if I remember correctly, Hide and Seek, Wrong Turn, and Jeepers Creepers. I haven't seen it, but have you guys seen it?
No,
I've not seen Hide and Seek, but I've seen the other two.
Yeah, I've seen Jeepers Creepers many years ago, but not Wrong Turn. What about you, Mike?
I've seen Jeepers Creepers and Wrong Turn. I've not seen Hide and Seek.
Ah, right. Just moving into the room. And Harju says, what was the first ever horror movie I was exposed to as a kid? Must have been like 6 years old, but nevertheless, I loved Jeepers Creepers 1. Oh, it was the first movie he watched as a kid. Wow. I really see No Evil. Have you seen that one? See No Evil? I'm not sure.
Unless it's the Gene Wilder one.
That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, do you like the Nerds films made by Fox? Revenge of the Nerds and Revenge of the Nerds 2, Nerds in Paradise. Haven't seen them.
Same.
I've not seen the second one, but I love the first one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I think the second one's actually on Disney Plus, I saw.
I'm still yet to see it, but the first one, I grew up watching the first one. Loved it.
Minhaldry says, ready or not, ready or not, or you're next. Which are you picking and why? Mine is the next good film there. I've only seen Ready or Not, but I really enjoyed that one. What about you two?
Same as you, Pete. I've only seen Ready or Not.
Not seen either.
Good home invasion film. Dalboy says, got to run. This has been awesome. Thanks for the sub, Playtendoguy. You will get a shout out on Sunday in my blog. Yes, I'll see you all. Oh, thank you ever so much. Take care, mate. DVD and film blokes off to bed, so good night, James. What's your favourite TV show? Minhaju says Smallville. Andy?
Batman animated series.
Mike?
The modern Battlestar Galactica.
Nice picks. And me, Doctor Who, when it was good. I love that you guys have seen it, though the latter half of the season was not great, but overall my childhood's there, even though today it holds up so much nostalgia. Minhaju's on about a bit more about Smallville. Great TV show there, I can remember that. Yeah, he was very good as Superman. Lewis says, great stream tonight, guys. Also, I have to say, I find Andy very knowledgeable when it comes to film titles. Always tells you about the storyline. I rarely you hear him say, I haven't seen it. Absolutely.
I know. Thanks, Lewis. I do try.
Yeah, you're like an encyclopedia of knowledge when it comes to films.
It's like I'm still learning all the time, but yeah, I'm trying.
There's always new films. Even if you think you've seen all the good ones, there's always plenty of secret ones to find.
Yeah.
Minhaju says, out of my entire collection, the most I adore and love is my Disney classic big white box set and the Infinity Saga Amazon exclusive, which is just behind the man himself, Keith. Very nice sets there. I treat them both like the crown jewels, my prized possession. What I would do without those bad boys, huh? Yeah, very nice. So much care has gone into those. The care and effort is priceless. Yeah, they do look like very lovely collectibles, I agree. Marvel fan says, I never watched the rest of Rock and Roll High School forever. After 10 minutes into it, I was bored, but the original is a classic. Oh. We've got Mac Chats here. Pete's seen as you have put a lot of films on the long finger to watch. What is the one film you haven't seen that you can't believe you have not seen that's on the top of your to-do list? Most of the Tarantino films, I have the majority of them, so I would say Pulp Fiction, there you go, or Poltergeist, it's down there. We have Brian here saying, hey, Tendo, I really like your channel. Thanks ever so much, Brian. You have a fantastic channel too. Really do like listening to your drum solos. So I said, what's your favourite Lance Hendrickson film? For me, I love Near Dark. Andy?
Maybe The Terminator and The Quick and the Dead.
Good pick.
Maybe Aliens as well. Yeah.
Nice. Mike?
I'd probably have to say Aliens, but I also want to give a shout out to a TV show he was in called Millennium. It's done by the same guy who did the X-Files, but yeah, that was an awesome show.
Yep. I would probably say Near Dark. Didn't he also appear in a Flash Blink and You Miss It cameo in the Mario Brothers movie?
Yeah.
At the end? I think so, don't he? Yeah. And he's also in the game Detroit Become Human. He has a small role in that, but he's very good in that. Dr. Impossible says, Man on the Roof is brilliant. Radiance and Second Sight use Limewood Media as their distribution outlet. No wonder Limewood are overloaded with orders from the South. Brilliant. Marvel fan says, Task, will you be able to listen to that song I recommended in the next live stream? Will you give your thoughts on the song? Yeah. We'll have a listen to it. Sinjin says, great stream tonight, guys. As always, take care and see you all again next week. Thanks ever so much, Sinjin. And Marvel fan says, good night, guys. Good night. And the final comments from Harry, and he says, night all. So yeah, that's the final comment of the night, and we've just passed 5 hours, and it's been another brilliant night. So I'd like to thank Andy, Mike, Scott, and Keith for joining tonight. Been a lot of fun, and we'll see you all again next week, where our special guest will be JT at the movies. So see you all again later. Bye.
Bye.
All right.